I'm ready. We're just waiting for the judges to work the computer through. We'll get the nod from Keenan and we'll kick you off. Hold fast. Hold fast. We'll count you in for the beginning of your heat. And welcome to the commentary tent, one of our guest announcers for the week, helping me out, Leroy, the big man. Good morning, Leroy. Happy birthday, mate.
Thank you very much, Ian, and happy birthday to yourself as well, and to our just recently departed friend Macca's youngest daughter, young Cleo, who also shares this same day with us on their birthdays.
Go the Aryan race.
Go the
We're ready to go. Enough of the dribble. Here we go, boys. We're going to count you in. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And right from the buzzer. Fantastic conditions greeting the surface here first thing this morning, Ian. Far cry from yesterday's finish up. Lovely and clean out there with a small 1.5 to 2.5 foot swell running. Touch of rain. Look forward to that clearing later on in the morning. Possibly a few northerlies predicted. Sure to help compact that sand further onto the bank. It's looking quite good out there at the moment.
Yeah, what a difference a day makes. They reckon we might get a thunderstorm out of this, but look, at least the ocean's smoothed out. The rain's coming down in glass. East Coast glass. So, it's different conditions today. The swell hasn't kicked as much as we'd like to, but let's hope for the rest of the week it will. And up and riding in the white, we've had Shane Morton in red. This is Ruben Roxburgh in white. Ruben from Evans Head. Been in the game for a long time. And boys just feeling their way through these softer waves with the lower tide early this morning. But we'll get those points done from the judges and we'll give you a heat update as it comes to hand. Shane Morton, the goofy footer, in red, dropping down and bang, off the top. That's a nice little turn on a small wave like that. Gets a little dainty 5 to just run it through. White with priority. And we'll wait for the scores to come in and Leroy will keep you updated in just a minute.
Yeah, fairly quick exchange. Shane getting away with one right as the buzzer went down. Ruben picking up one close behind it and on his way back out. So there we go. There's the first one for you, Shane, a 4.67, a 4.67. And your last one, a 3.5. And Ruben, yours has dropped at 3. You need a 5.18. Currently to take the lead, heaps of time, 17.5 on the clock. And Ruben Roxburgh up and riding, going straight to the nose. Series of lovely flowing turns. Just tucking into that one.
Just wetting the head, so to speak.
Yes.
All right, 16.5 minutes left and a nice wave there from Ruben. Got plenty out of that one. So nice tight heat with the boys at the moment. We'll see what Ruben's second wave came up as. With 2 waves under his belt, Shane Morton leading the heat right now. Waiting for one to drop for Rubes. Shane with a 4.67 and a 3.5. Ruben a 3, and we'll let the judges let us know what's going on. As we said, a full day today. We've got the LQS Men's Open that's in the water now, followed by the pretty shady LQS Women's. And this afternoon, spectacular event. I love watching this, the nose rider. If you think you're good at nose riding, hang around and watch some of the best in the world go up for the prize purse in the nose rider division.
Yes, these kids are extremely talented. Ruben, your last one's just come in, a 4.83. So current situation with 15 and a half minutes on the clock. Shane Morton in first with 8.17. That's a 4.67. And a 3.5, Ruben Roxbury, you have a 7.83. That's a 4.83 and a 3. You now need a 3.35 to take the lead, Ruben. A 3.35 with 15 minutes on the clock.
And another very tight heat, as you can imagine, from the Pro Division surfers. Just adding the numbers together, Shane has a lead of 0.34. So very tight, and Ruben only requiring a 3.35 to take Shane out of first place, but currently holding the lead in red, Shane Morton. Ruben playing the catch-up. It is a beautiful day. Don't let the rain spoil it for you. Nice conditions.
Yes, one of the reasons why the boys like to get away to a quick start as soon after the buzzer as they can, see if they can put a bit of pressure on the other surfer. Force them into maybe a mistake. As we see the local osprey just down there gathering breakfast. Missed that one. As Shane paddles for one on the outside. Rattles a big roundhouse cut back there. Work it through to the inside. Another gouge to the white water. Get a little inside section here. Trying the step back cutty, just coming unstuck. White with priority out the back. Heaps of time on the clock, 13 and a half minutes.
Now, I know it's an early call, but don't forget, folks, while you're down here at the Australian Longboard Surfing Open at Kingscliff, there's plenty to see and do in and out of the water. Lions Club will have their markets up there near the bowling club come this Saturday. Plenty of goods and wares up there to get a hand off. We'll have there's lifestyle markets in the park already. Don't forget, if you're hungry or thirsty, go down and see the girls down there at the barbecue tent. You can cook yourself. They'll cook you up a storm, bacon and egg rolls, and all the drinks, tea and coffee's available. You don't have to miss any of the action. You can eat right here and enjoy it at the 2015 Australian Longboard Surfing Open.
We see Ruben, just that one falling out from underneath him there.
All right, 12 and a half minutes surface.
Tide should be starting to just push back in a little bit. White still has priority. Shane, your last wave dropped as a 3.97, just extending your lead a little bit. You now have an 8.64. Ruben, you have a 7.83 and need a 3.82 to take the lead. 12 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time.
No, forget that, fellas. Forget that. We've had a blow up with the water coming into the lights. So as far as I can gather, it was 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Right. Neil Snelling, if you're about, can you come up to the judges' tent immediately, please? Neil Snelling.
See Shane up and riding. Little one on the inside there, pushing it back into the white water. It's got a little wave in front of it, so it's not standing up as well as he wanted it to, just falling off the back. At 11 minutes, still 11 minutes in the heat.
When that goes down to 5, though, you'll have to remember to go 5 minutes.
All right, just in case you're tuning in at home, we've got the webcast up and running. It's a live stream. We're on www.australianlongboardopen.com/live. Tune in at home. Watch all the action. Guys in the water, we've had a blowout with the lights at the moment because of the rain. We're trying to get that fixed. Neil Snelling, can you come upstairs, please? We are on a timer, and we've got just over 10 minutes remaining. We will do this heat manually. Start
See
and
Ruben
finish.
up and riding, going straight to the nose. Another little touch. That one just racing off in front of him. Not allowing too much. I think Shane's seen something out the back there. And yes, it looks like almost the wave of the heat so far. Straight up. Big gouging turn off the top there from Shane. There's another one. And that one's fallen out from underneath him. Ruben just missing the one behind it. A little over 9 minutes. There's still plenty of time left in this heat to get a few more waves. But that one just increasing your score by a very small amount. That one was a 3.23, Ruben. You're now needing a 3.82 to take the lead with eight minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Still plenty of time. Roll a dice with Huey. And as the boys from Commin Solutions mentioned before, if anybody at home would like to watch it, we'll just keep up to date with what's going on. www.australianlongboardopen.com/live, and you can listen to Ian and myself carry on during the day as we watch the some of the best longboarders in Australia and overseas perform here at this year's 2015 Australian Longboard Opening.
8 minutes remaining, surfers in the water. 8 minutes for you. And current heat leader at the moment, Shane Morton, with a 4.67 and a 3.97. Right behind him, very close heat indeed, with Ruben Roxbury in white, a 4.83 and a 3.23. Ruben, you need a 3.82 to get the lead.
Once again, Ian, we see the quality of the guys in the water. That's only just over half a point separating these twos in their scores at the moment. Just waiting on Huey to throw us a couple of more waves. Another little heavy rainy front coming down. 7 minutes, if that was a time call, Shane, 7 minutes. No. This little one may stand up for Ruben on the bank. Fading takeoff up to the nose. Trying to milk that little wave for as much as he can with a beautiful over the top flick out.
Right, red with priority, obviously. And we'll wait for the scores to come in to give you an update on the heat as they do come to hand. But still leading the heat very slightly is Shane Morton in the red. We'll wait for Ruben's score to come in and see if there's a change for you.
6 minutes just ticked over, gentlemen, remaining in this heat, 6 minutes. And Ruben, that last wave has taken you into the lead, a 4.07 for a combined total of 8.9. So currently you have a 4.83 and a 4.07. Shane, you have a 4.69 and a 3.97. You now need a 4.24 to take the lead with just over 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Surfers in the next heat will be making their way down to the water very shortly. Jacob Evans and Harley Ingleby.
Now just remember, guys, with the little short circuit on the lights here, there will be no yellow flag for the 5 minute mark. Can you hear us out there, boys? Yep, thank you. We'll just call that 5 minute mark, which is coming up very soon, and we'll manually run this heat down
And
for you.
there it goes. There is the 5 minutes right now.
5 minutes now.
With Ruben Roxbury and White out there leading this heat after that last wave. With an 8.9 total over Shane Morton with an 8.64. Extremely tight, just needing a 0.26 separating both surfers at the moment. And Shane needing a 4.24 to replace his lower score and move into first place. And he's decided there may be something in a different spot, or is he just going to run around? There's 4 minutes on the clock. Shane making a big break further up the bank, looking for something. Separating himself from Ruben, who's just quickly thrown the board around. He's looking at a lump out there. Oh, yes. Straight to the nose. Lovely held 5-10 combo. Oh, and just losing as he came out of the lip there. Don't think that will do anything to change the lead. You see Shane's pulled up straight in front of the commentary area. Do you think he's got a chance of pulling one out there? Maybe the move's paid off. Oh no, that one's slipping out from underneath him.
Shane was out surfing that bank earlier this morning and asked Head Judge Keenan Roxburgh if he could use it. And Keenan said, go right ahead if you feel comfortable. So as you can see, Shane has put the tactics on and tried to come down here looking for the elusive left-hander, being a goofy footer that would suit him down to the ground.
2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, so we're coming down to the 2.5 minute mark. We're just waiting on the ocean to play the game for the boys. All right. They're calling white with priority, but the boys are that far apart. I don't think there's any problem about hassling.
So there's the 2 minute mark, gentlemen, and the situation stands at Ruben Roxburgh in white leading this heat with 8.9 from Shane Morton with an 8.64. Shane, you currently need a 4.24 to take the lead. He's looking at a little left on the inside there. He's up to the nose. That one not allowing much more, just dribbling out underneath him there. As we see Ruben way up the bank there, just picking off a little bomb for himself. A couple of touch nose rides and an up and over to finish that one off. Shane, your last one not doing anything for you, just a 1.6 there, so situation has remained the same. Ruben in first, Shane needing a 4.25 with 1 minute on the clock, gentlemen. 1 minute on the clock.
All right, that was Shane then. Just got the big floater and dropped the wallet on the landing. Unfortunately, didn't carry through. We're into the mad minute, boys. Less than a minute remaining. We will endeavour to get the clock started again for the next heat.
That's the 40-second mark, gentlemen. Will there be enough time for him to pick off another little one? A few lines showing up. 20 seconds, gentlemen, 20 seconds. Ruben's found one out the back. 18. Wide up and surfing to the nose. Be looking 10 seconds. Oh, lovely little head dip. And there's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Woo, woo, woo!
Oh, well done. All right. That's the end of the first heat. We do apologise about the mess with the lights. The rain has played havoc, but we have got it reset. Let's hope it does work. And apologies if the rain blows it again. We're going to do it manually, so we'll do our best to keep you informed and entertained, and especially the guys out in the water. You will be able to hear us out there. Just listen to the time calls and we'll run the heat down. Set your watches, get ready to play. Just a quick change of the judges, and we'll get the nod from head judge Keenan Roxburgh and kick this one off. We're good to go. All right, fellas, let's hope and pray the light works. In 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo!
Just for your own information, Ruben, one of your last waves was a 5.1. Put you further into the lead there, mate. Excellent. So here we are with Heat 2 of the 2015 Australian Longboard Open. Brought to you by Island Style Promotions down here at beautiful Kingscliff Beach.
Yeah, another exciting heat. This one, as it should be with the pros. We've got young Jacob Evans out there, the heir apparent. And he's in a tough heat here with current world champion Harley Ingleby. But both these surfers will do their best to impress us. And we've just seen Jacob just must have dropped $1 earlier yesterday. He just went straight over the nose looking for it.
Yes, that one hitting the edge of the bank and just coming out from underneath him. He'll have a throwaway score for that one. There's 2 more rounds or heats in this round 3 of the men's LQS here at Kingscliff. It'll be Taylor Jensen and Kyle Teal and Dane Pioli and Edouard Del Perro coming up after this one here. As PSO said, if anybody needs some breakfast, the girls have got the barbecue still firing down there, even though the rain is tumbling down. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'd like to thank all the work crew being part of the event. They're here at the crack of dawn setting it up, and they tear it down every afternoon, especially the ladies on the merchandise tent and those ones cooking. Just remember, if you need something to eat or drink, go down and see them. It's like being at your mum's place, but only better. You don't have to wash up. They'll cook it for you, and you just go away and eat it. Just remember, folks, though, if you do see any rubbish lying around, even if it's not yours, please do the right thing. Put it in the garbage bins. There are plenty around for your use.
See Jacob Evans taking a little one on the inside, looking for the runner down the edge of the bank. Just an up and under. He'll get out of that one. Well, it's 2 waves under his belt. The first one being a .83 Jacob. As you see, 2 times world title holder Harley Ingleby up and riding, going straight to the nose. One of those beautiful cutbacks of Harley's. Another nose one.
17 minutes. Gentlemen in the water, 17 minutes.
Harley, your first score has just fallen, a 7.17. A 7.17 with still some reasonable scores of Jacobs coming in for the second wave, but it has certainly put you into first place. Jacob, knowing that his first wave was a throwaway, will be looking to replace that very soon. And we have Surfer in red out there with priority, Jacob Evans. Your last score, a 3.33, Jacob, so put them together. 4.16, currently needing a 3.85 to take the lead from Harley. On his first wave, a 7.17. Beautiful roundhouse cutback, wrapping it back into the white water there. I've watched that one plenty of times. Wish I could do one just like it.
It's a lot of style in that, and being two-time world champion, why wouldn't they be? 15 and a half minutes remaining, fellas, 15 and a half. And Jacob Evans up there trying to take down the scalp of a current world champion, Harley Ingerby.
Then we see him looking at a little one on the inside there. All right. Opted off that one, knowing that wasn't going to give him the scoring potential that he needs. And he does need a 3.85 to take the lead. But he'll need some substantial scores towards the very good and excellent range to top that first wave of Harleys.
We'll sort of go across this way, so I'll go off first, and Leroy, we could do that. How's that go?
14 minutes on the clock. Situation still stands. Haven't seen any more waves come through in the last couple of minutes. There's a little bubble on behind Jacob out there. He's looking at it. To the nose. Oh, he's getting angry with that wave. It's just purling out from underneath him.
Once again, Leroy, with the change in the tide, obviously the bank is moving around. Hopefully we'll get the incoming tide pulse. There's some great little waves at dawn this morning. Nice clean conditions. Everything was working well. But once again, like every competition, no matter where you are in the world and what the conditions are like, wave selection is the highest priority to maximise your potential with all those manoeuvres on the waves. And Harley playing the waiting game right now. Just had one wave under his belt at the moment. Quite happy with that.
That's all it takes, though, Ian, isn't it? Just two waves. See Surfer in white, Harley Ingerby, beautiful fading take-off turn. That wave also purling out from underneath him. Jacob, your last one, a 1.13, so that did replace your first wave. 12 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Harley, yours a 1.7 for that last one, so just 8.87, now leading 4.46. Jacob, you need a 5.55 to take the lead with 12 minutes left on the clock. Still plenty of time to get that score. These guys have showed that there are the very good to almost excellent wave scores available out there. It is just all down to wave selection as we see a couple of little bubbles out behind the boys. And if I remember rightly, red has priority.
And just a little sponsors plug when you see Harley Ingleby after his heat. Right, testing. Just a little sponsors plug. When you see Harley after his heat, you can talk to him about FCS fins. He uses them exclusively. And FCS have given us some fins to give away to you during the Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Talk to Harley about which fins would be best for you. He's got a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, and he'll ask you a few questions. But FCS, great fins for great surfers.
Yes, if I remember rightly, Ian, working with the boys up there at FCS over the years, Harley has developed his own model fin, so a number of the pros these days all having their own model of fins.
Yeah, the other great fin company that's been part of the event too is Shapers, and I know there's Ruben, Dane Pioli and Jackson Close ride Shapers fins. So obviously fin systems these days have really developed and the boys have found out what they like and what they know best. 10.5 minutes, surfers, 10.5 minutes as we watch Jacob Evans glide into another little one on the inside there.
He's slowly getting a build-up happening. His last wave is a 177, which added to his 3.33, brought his total up to 5.1 and dropped down that needed wave to a 5.38 with 10 minutes left on the clock, but there will be a small score come in for that last one. Only 2 waves scored by Harley as we see a little bump behind him out the back. He's sitting out there with priority. That wave hitting a different section of the bank completely. It'll be right on top of Jacob's head in a moment. Your last wave, a 3.73 though, Jacob, a 3.73, bringing your score up to 7.06. Now needing a 4.98 to take the lead. A 4.98 with 9 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock.
And coming up, next heat in the water will be in red, Taylor Jensen, and in white, Kyle Teal. Another Jacob Goliath battle there for Kyle Teal, but proved himself yesterday as an excellent surfer up against former world champion Taylor Jensen and multiple winner of this event as well. So it's great to see new blood coming in, and he'll be chasing down Taylor Jensen. And with the conditions the way they are, as we've been saying, wave selection will make the difference.
The ocean's just having a little hiatus at the moment. And we've just gone under the 8-minute mark. Situation still stands with Harley Ingleby in the lead with an 8.7 over Jacob Evans with a 7.06. Jacob currently needing a 4.98 to take the lead. And we've just gone on a, well, the ocean's gone on hold. The heat hasn't. The boys will be looking for a wave as it comes down to the furious 5 minutes. The pressure then starts building. Hope you've all got your teams registered down there at the merchandising tent for this evening's Barefoot Bowls up at the Kingscliff Bowlo. Beautiful situation. 7 minutes left on the clock.
Once again, we'd like to thank Adrian from DNA Sound, providing our voices to you and keeping you informed and entertained, or just plain out dribbling. Someone's got to do it, but he's done a great job. He sets it up every morning and gets it balanced. Got some nice music playing in the background. Tap your foot anytime you like. 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock for heat number 2, round 3 of the WLQS Men's Pro Division. Well, LQS. And on the WSL it is now. ASP has been taken out as we watch Jacob Evans glide into another one and just whip that board around looking for the inside pod. There he goes, a little step. Trying to milk this one for all it's worth. Currently sitting in second place at the moment, looking to improve on his scores of a 3.73 and a 3.33. Harley Ingleby holding first place right now with a 7.17 and a 1.53, and we're just under 6 minutes remaining.
Yes, I'm looking at that wave of Jacobs just then. A couple of good turns, trip to the nose or two. So I'm sort of expecting that wave to bring him up a wee bit. And yes, that was a 4.67, a 4.67. Still keeps you in second place, Jacob. Just needing a 4.04 to take the lead with 5 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Is that one standing up behind Harley out there? Only 2 waves, and as it is, it's only 2 waves. With the 1.53 of his, I'm pretty sure he'd like to replace that one, solidify his lead. With the 5-minute mark coming up right now, so the other gentleman in the next heat will be able to wander down. Taylor Jensen, Kai Teal. So again, an extremely tight heat, just 0.3 separating these two surfers in the water. Harley leading just by 0.3 with 8.7. That's a 7.17 and a 1.53. Jacob, you have a 4.67, which was your last wave, and a 3.73, the wave before that. So steadily building his scores as this heat's gone on, putting the pressure on himself now with only 4 minutes left. We see Harley paddling for this one. Oh yes, and just slotting himself after that little nose ride. Whitewater foam climb up. Well, I'm pretty sure that one will kick the 1.53 that was his low score. Looking forward to seeing these scores drop. Yes, with only 3.5 minutes remaining, the pressure will be now put on Jacob Evans. Harley, your last wave, a 4.83, taking your score to 12. Jacob, you now need a 7.34 to take the lead with 3 minutes on the clock. Harley, you have a 7.17 and a 4.83. Jacob's 4.67 and 3.73. And there's the 3 minute mark. And surfer in red, you have priority.
All right. Couple of minutes remaining in this heat. Current heat leader Harley Ingleby, current world champion, dominating the heat right now over Jacob. Jacob looking for a miracle to get out of that second place doldrum. Next heat is paddling out. That'll be former world champion and former Australian Longboard Surfing Open champion Taylor Jensen up against Kyle Teal. And Kyle very proven surfer. After, if you watch Cole's events yesterday, great surfer. So another interesting and very entertaining event coming up, as it should be with the Pro Division surfers. Red with priority at the moment, and Jacob looking over for a lump that's trying to build behind him. Will it carry? Times are wasting, and there he is up and riding, Jacob Evans. Swoops down, goes to the little nose ride there, just dribbles it back, change of direction, turn, and that wave not doing a lump for him, but he'll stay with it and try and connect through the inside, dance around and see what happens.
May have been the last roll of the dice for him with only 1 minute and 30 seconds going.
The 1.5 minutes remaining, Jacob, 1.5. Race out there, mate, get another 2. Go on, be brave.
And 2 more waves would actually take you up to your maximum wave tally. Your last wave of 3.5, so not changing the situation. Harley Ingleby still leading the heat on 12 with a 7.17 and a 4.83 from Jacob Evans with a 4.167 and a 3.73. And there's the 1 minute mark in this, the second heat of round 3 of the 2015 Australian Longboard Open here at Kingscliff. Look forward to seeing some great surfing from the rest of the men and the ladies later on this morning. This afternoon, we see the nose rider. That will be fantastic. These little dribbly waves will give them something to play with. 30 seconds on the clock. And Jacob looking at a little one on the inside that's not going to play the game, but Harley's got a bubble behind him. This one could really solidify his win here. Straight to the nose. Lovely glassy wave. Being very soft, just having to push himself down the face. Completing that one as the siren goes. So that is the end of it. Whoa, 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 whoa.
All right, obviously the siren has lost its voice, but luckily we've got a couple between us. So we'll keep you going with all the events and all the scores as they do come through. It's time for me to take a little break, so I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Leroy and another announcer here for the whole week, playing the game with us, Mr. Andy Mack, the guru of the airways, as I said yesterday, supplying all the surf reports for us on the FM stations up here, Gold FM and CFM. And a man with plenty of knowledge. Welcome to the mic, Andy Mack.
The green light will be on in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there it is. That's the start of heat 3 of round 3 of this year's 2015 Australian Longboard Open. Good morning, Andy Mack.
Good morning there. How are we doing this morning, Leroy? Try that one again. Good morning, Leroy. How are we doing?
Yes, we're looking at much better conditions than we were watching yesterday. The southerly coming through last night. Not giving us an increase on the swell, but certainly cleaning the conditions up a lot more.
Yeah, it's looking a whole lot more contestable out there this morning. Really, as you said, glassy conditions.
2.
Yeah, it's looking so much better out here this morning. Really glassy. Just coming off the low tide mark, so the high tide's around about 2:30 this afternoon, I think. The forecast is going for northerly winds for later on today, but they won't be that strong. And tomorrow it's saying northwest northerly, head of a southerly change throughout Friday and freshening up Friday afternoon. For Fluoro Friday, that's another part of the program. We'll go into that later. And then Saturday, southerlies will be freshening up again. So we've got a new east-southeast swell that's going to materialise over the next 24 hours. So that's looking really hopeful here for the Australian Longboard Open at Kingscliff.
Yes,
good old Kingy.
Beautiful Kingy. 2487, is it?
I'd have to ask Turbo that. Turbo, tell us what the postcode is, will you? So we've had some great heats this morning. We just saw the world champ, Harley Ingleby, get up over Jacob Evans, and Jacob Evans had a great heat yesterday. I'm not sure if he's from Coolaroy or Collaroy.
Everything's cool down in Sydney, isn't it?
Yes, of course, that's where the great Nat Young came from, the original one from Collaroy. And I saw his daughter down there before, Nava, pushing the pram with great consummate skill, as a mother would do.
Yes, wonderful surfing family there.
And of course, the old man's out in the water at the moment. Taylor Jensen from California, Huntington Beach, I believe. He's in the red, and Kyle Teal in the white.
Yes, we just saw Kyle getting a little wave on the inside edge of the bank there. Quick trip to the nose, and a whitewater hit to finish it off. So just opening his account. They load a mid-range score. Oh, yes. No, the judges have 2.67. So not a wave of huge consequence when we saw that Harley can pull a 7 out in the last heat. Sure, these boys will be looking for the higher scoring waves that they can find out there. With the, as Andy mentioned, the incoming tide, bring it back onto the edge of this bank a little, and with good, clean, much cleaner conditions than yesterday. We see Kyle picking off a little one under priority on the inside. But that's just a straight up and down. It's an add to the score, but it should be a throwaway wave for him in the end.
My God, the Mastro. I'm a retro long hair. How are you, Ray? Good to see you, man. Yeah, that's right.
16 minutes. Plenty of time left for these boys to pick a wave off. Seems to have gone on hiatus at the moment. But
I've been trying to do this World Surfing Reserve on the Gold Coast. I've got the state government behind us, but I'm battling with the mayor, who's an absolute dickhead. So anyway, just lots of time because Ken's at work and he's surfing late. All right. So what are you surfing in? Everything? Oh wow. Oh, good stuff. Right. Okay.
so there's the first 5 minutes gone of this heat. Kyle, your last one, just a 1. So add it up to 3.67. Taylor's not going to let that number worry him, and I'm pretty sure you won't either once you both get a chance to find a decent little wave out there. But with the clock ticking down slowly, the pressure slowly builds.
Yeah, well, it's an absolute joy to be down here for day 2 of the Australian Longboard Open in Kingscliff, home of the Sunny Boys, and some nice looking waves out there for the world longboard rated pros. And Taylor Jensen in the red, sitting out there patiently, just waiting to get his opening wave. His opponent, Kyle Teal, has got a 2.67. Thanks, Leroy. I've just got to put my glasses on so I can see that score on the screen. That works a whole lot better with the glasses. 14 minutes remaining. So a little bit of a slow heat, but in the end you only need 2 good waves, and that's what it's all about. You can take as many as you like, but in the end it's your best 2 waves scored.
As we see the surfer with priority, Taylor Jensen taking one on the inside. Oh, big change of direction there from the big fella.
Yeah, well, a former world longboard champion, Taylor, is exceptional surfer, and it's really great to have him surfing here at Kingscliff for the Australian Longboard Open. So he gets his first wave up. We are calling these quarterfinals, aren't we, Leroy?
Yes, I suppose we are into the quarterfinals. This is only 4 heats. All the other winners already through to round 4.
Yeah, that's right. Congratulations there to Ruben Roxburgh. Had a great heat yesterday and he's followed up today. So he's through to the semis, and Harley Ingleby. Coming up next is Dane Pioli and Eduardo Del Piero from France. Edouard.
Taylor, your first score just dropping as a 4.5, took you straight into the lead. Kyle just now leading a 1.84 to take the lead. You have a 2.67 and a 1. Taylor, your last wave, a 4.5. "12 minutes, plenty of time." See Kyle picking one off with priority, going straight to the nose. He'll be looking at a big hit there on his backhand. Spray going over, and again, just catching a rail and coming unstuck. Would have made a big difference had he have completed that wave standing. There's the 12-minute mark. Surfer in red currently having priority. Taylor sitting out the back waiting. Oh, some interesting scores dropping here for Kyle on his last wave.
That's for sure. He's mounted a challenge there, Leroy. What did he get on that last wave?
That was a 4.33, taking him into the lead. Now with a 7, leading by 2.5. Taylor, you need a 2.51 to take the lead back. But Kyle pushing that wave a bit further into the higher level of scores with a 4.33. And
yeah, well, of course, Taylor's just sitting on one wave out there at the moment, and he only needs a 2.51 on his second wave to take the lead, so very close heat.
yes, as we see him turn for a little one on the inside. He goes straight to the nose, well held 5-10 combo, pushing that board back round into the white water. Bit of cross-step action on the step back, and it faded out underneath him. So I'm pretty sure that will give us another situation change after that wave of Taylor Jensen's.
Yep, I think the money's safe on that one. There's a good hang 10 in the section there too. Almost shades of the old Nat Young.
Yes.
Well, here goes the score, Leroy. He's definitely going to take the lead.
6.67 for your last wave, Taylor's taking you straight back into the lead. 11.17 from Kyle Teal with a 7. You now need a 6.85 to take the lead back from Taylor. Kyle, a 6.85. And we have 9 minutes and 30 seconds still on the clock. Looking forward to seeing the last heat of the morning, heat 4 of round 3. Dane Pioli and Eduard Del Piero surfing out here. Dane, a 3 times former champion here at the Kingscliff Australian Longboard Open. And that was a hat trick, 3 in a row. Bit like our good friend Hayden Swan.
Yeah. Bit like Michael Peterson at Bells Beach.
Exactly. Was there for those years. It was fantastic surf too.
Incredible. You can remember it, can you, Leroy?
I was there.
Seriously?
I was there. I was there the day Simon won in
81.
81,
Oh,
standing on the cliff.
That was something else that year. That was when the thruster got introduced in a big way.
Changed the face of surfing forever.
Yeah. Good to see Luke Sorensen here, of course, from Liquify magazine. He's a fantastic photographer, a great campaigner. Won't go into the politics today, will we, Luke? But he's going to go out there and take some water shots for us, so make it look really good.
Just over the 8-minute mark. Situation stands with Taylor Jensen in the lead, a 6.5 and a 4.5. Kyle Teal with a 4.33 and a 2.67. Currently holding priority out there. We see him paddling for one. Jensen's got a little one on the inside. Beautiful gouging cut back, right back into the white water there. That wave tiny, but just showing how he can milk the power out of it.
Yeah, excuse me if I'm wrong, but I think that he's on a firewire. I think that he's been surfing on a firewire board for some time. And I believe that John from Fingal is going to be doing this incredible Indigenous art on a firewire surfboard. And it's for One Wave. That's going to be the charity for this year's event. And you can go down into one of the tents down there and find John from Fingal doing the incredible Indigenous art on that firewire surfboard for a great cause, One Wave.
Yes, the judges liking that last one of yours, Taylor, a 6.9 as we see Kyle get up and riding behind 5 combination. And the backhand attack just falling out from underneath him there. So with 7 minutes on the clock, the situation stands. Taylor Jensen 13.4, Kyle Teal. That last wave just changed it up with a 2.83. You now have a 7.16. You need a 9.08 to take the lead. Taylor, you have a 6.9 and a 6.5. Kyle, a 4.33 and a 2.83. And we see the boys going to split the peak as Shane Morton did with Reuben's heat.
Yeah, well, you know, being a goofy foot, I can sort of see the strategy that's being devised here by Kyle. He's obviously hunting down a left where he can really go to the forehand advantage. And there's this little left rip bank right in front of us, but I'm not sure if it's too far away or not, if it's in the contest area or not. But I know if I was a goofy foot, I'd definitely be hanging on that, especially with the incoming tide.
Yes, Andy, both of us
sniffing out the left-hander.
Not even sure whether we're the goofy foots, are we, mate? But right foot forward, that still may place at 2.83. I'll leave that one to the judges.
Line boil stuff there for the judges. You know, did he do enough? Was that nose ride really critical? That turn off the top and the last incomplete. So
well, they've thought it was better than
that.
One of his previous waves, mate. This one being a 3.57. Didn't change the situation. Still needing a 9.08 to take the lead. Taylor, a couple of big, deep strokes, putting himself right into the position of that lovely little peak. Straight to the nose. Beautiful 5.10. Oh, very unusual for the big fella to go over the handlebars like that.
Oh, getting just a little bit too enthusiastic, wasn't he? But he can afford to have a fall because Taylor is leading this heat by a country mile, as they say, with his opponent Kyle Teal needing a 9-point ride, 9.08 to be technically correct. You managed to get a 3.67 on that little left-hander, Kyle. I'm sure you can back that up. You need to replace both your scores and get up there and into the excellent range. So 4 minutes on the clock.
Yes, 2 sevens would get him there. And we have seen sevens thrown down this morning. Very close there at the Taylor's highest scoring wave, a 6.9 as we see him spin the board round. No, he's let that one go. The boys have got a big gap between them, on the banks. We'll see whether that another one of those lefts shows up as young Kyle's paddling for one on the inside here. He's got a quick nose ride and a hit off the top. I'm not going to call it. I'll leave it to the professional judges to make up their mind on that one. And yes, that waiver was awarded a bit better score, a 4.13, still needing a 9.08 to take the lead, but it has improved your score to an 8.46. Taylor out there with a 13.4, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Will we see a decent peak hit that left and give Kyle an opportunity to give it a couple of big whacks and see if he can get a higher score? Or will we see Taylor Jensen answer back, finding something that'll give him something higher than his current 6.9? We see him going to the nose there.
And Luke Sorensen getting the shot too.
Yeah, perfect
right in front of
positioning.
him.
Years of swimming with that camera gave him the opportunity to be in exactly the right spot. And there's the 2 minute mark, fellas.
Well, it's one last throw of the dice now for Kyle Teal with just under 2 minutes to go. Waiting for that wave of consequence. The left-hander that goes all the way to the beach that he can try and get a 9.08 out of.
Maybe we needed a bigger boat to go past out the back, Andy. That one.
We definitely needed a bigger
Get those ripples combined with the swell. He might gain an extra couple of inches. It is rather small, but still contestable. We've seen some great scores go down this morning already.
Well, he is improving his situation slightly, if I can put a positive twinge on it, but that wave won't go into the two, obviously.
No, and with 1 point,
1 minute.
1 minute left on the clock.
Desperate times now. Come on, Kyle. There's a little set coming up. Okay, he's paddling for it, Leroy. Is he going to get it? He needs to get into the rip bank. He's going. He's going. He's got it.
Yes, with only 40 seconds left on the clock. That one not actually hitting the rip part of it.
Into the gutter.
Just going straight into the gutter for him.
Damn.
The 30-second mark.
Still time. Still another wave coming up.
$20 seconds. There's another one out there behind Kyle with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo, 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 woo.
Looking for your next surfing adventure? The search begins with Scoot. Fly Gold Coast to Maldives from $379. Fly Scoot, save loot.
Woo, 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 woo. And that'll see us with Dane Pioli and Edward Del Perro out there.
Yep, heat number 4, round 3 is underway, gentlemen.
Freshly returned from a big stint over there at the Tello Island Lodge. Looking to make his mark here at the Australian Longboard Open yet again. Dane Pioli, 3 times former winner.
That's right, back in 2007, I remember that, and he won it 3 years in a row, 2007, 2008, 2009. Incredible role. Congratulations there to Taylor Jensen winning that last heat. He's through to the semi-finals. Bad luck there to Kyle Teal, just not being able to get the left-handers that he needed, but a good heat all the same. So a bit of an international heat out here too.
Yes,
Leroy.
we just see Edward picking up a little one on the inside, catching a rail. I'm not sure whether that board came over with the lip and give him a slap upside the head then. You're okay, mate? And Dane
Oh yeah, that's got him fully pumped.
Yes.
You know.
I see Dane's changed boards. He's gone for the 10. He's not got the town and country out there today. That was a 3 for you, Edward. Dane looking to put a bit more volume underneath him. Rides that larger surfboard beautifully well. It's a wonderful thing to nose ride. And that could be a big point of surfing in these smaller waves today, Andy. There's not much on offer for the big turns.
Yeah, I totally agree. Go for the volume today. There's one swinging wide, and it looks like Edouard will get onto this one.
Oh, pretty.
He's paddling. Here he goes. He's the European French champion, folks. And wave number 2, he's on the nose. He's onto the inside section, the nose again. Oh, just catching a rail.
Yes, we see Dane just picking that little bubble up from behind. Fade wiggle to nose ride, just holding that. There we again, 5. And again to the nose. A solid stance holding that. So we'll let the judges make a decision on that one. Early days, over 17 minutes in this heat. Where do we move to after this? The heat 4 of round 3 of the men's LQS. Andrew, are we going into the women's or the nose rider?
We're going to go into the women's, yeah. Well professional rated women's. And that first heat will be Navi Young. Isn't that it? Okay, so I'll just wait for the draw on that one. Sean, can I get a draw on the women's, please?
Oh, we'll just wait. Dane, your first wave, a 6.17. Edward, your first wave, a 3. Just waiting for one judge to drop his last score on your second wave. We'll give you a heat update. 16.5 minutes, fellas. Oh, Dane spun the big board. Working this one onto the inside edge of the bank. That one not doing anything at all for him. That'll be a straight up one and up and down. Edward paddling heavily south, looking for his next wave. Well, we had 2 momentary situation changes there, but Dane, that one just being a 1, you now have a 6.17 for your 2 waves. Edward, you have a 6.73, your last wave being a 3.73. Still in second place, just needing a 3.45 to take the lead. And 15.5 minutes on the clock. Tide starting to fill in, so we'll probably see these fellas not trying to sit so far out the back. They'll be looking at the inside edge of this bank. Or as we have seen, a couple of the goofy footers looking up towards the little left with the rip bowl straight out in front of the surf club. Did anybody go down to Baja last night and have dinner? Wonderful restaurant down here on the foreshore at Kingscliff. We see Edward, little fade takeoff going to a 5.10, and that wave folding out underneath him. I know my good mate Phil's one of the chefs down there. The food is absolutely fantastic. I recommend the salt and pepper squid if you're ever down there at the Baja.
Sounds good to me. So, yeah, next heat will be the women's world longboard rated, and you'll have Navi Young and Victoria Vigara. Victoria is from France, and she's also a Roxy model, and saw her at the press conference the other day. So that's going to be a great opening heat there for the ladies. Navi Young and Victoria Vigara. Followed by Lara Murphy and Chelsea Williams, the new Women's World Professional Longboard Champion. Georgia Young in Heat 3 up against Catherine Hughes, and Heat 4 will be Emma Webb up against Karina Rozonko. So looking forward to seeing the girls coming up next, Leroy.
Yes, Edward just getting one under his feet there then. Wave not playing the game and staying there. Just a 1, 2, 3 for that one, Edward. So current situation is it stands with 13 minutes on the clock of Dane Pioli leading this heat with a 6.17 and a 1. Edward, you have a 6.73. That's a 3.73 and a 3. You currently need a 3.45 to take the lead, and with heaps of time on the clock. Seen Dane throw the big 10-footer around out there. He'll be looking for this little inside section to get a nose ride from. Nicely held 5 through that pocket. She goes up there again. And a little boost off the white water. Pretty sure that should replace his 1. And the pressure then will be mounted on Edward. He currently needs a 3.45, but that was before Dane's last wave.
Yeah, we've got a fantastic program of events today, and you're watching the world-rated longboarders out in the water at the moment. Dane Piole in the red and Eduardo Del Piero. And it's Dane Piole in the lead. Surfer in white. Edward, you need a 3.45 to take the lead. So a pretty close heat. After the guys, we've got the women's quarterfinals. And then after the quarterfinals of the women's, we've got the nose ride. We've got the Old Mel, the loggers, and then the Kingscliff Beach Bowls
Lovely
retro.
nose ride there from Edward. Just holding that through the inside section. Oh, and almost getting the tail loose.
Almost getting a credit card error on that last wave.
Yes, Dane, your last wave, a 7.43, giving you a combined total of 13.6, which before Edward's last credit card error meant that he needed a excellent score of 9.988 or 9.88 to take the lead, but we're waiting on, oh yes, some good scores coming in there from Edward for his last wave. Dane looking at a little bubble that's come up behind him. Sure, he's got priority, yes. He will take off on this one. 5.10. Find another little pocket to go to the nose. Oh, well stance.
Very stylish there, Leroy, putting the hands behind the back when getting the hang 10, Dane Piole. Already leading the heat, and dare say he will improve the situation. Probably look at dropping one of his high-scoring rides with that last incredible display of nose riding.
So he will have to keep an eye on it. Edward, this last score of Edward's is looking towards the excellent range.
Oh, it's the late
the
challenge.
Very highs. It's the late challenge at the halfway mark, just going past. 10 minutes remaining, fellas. 10 minutes remaining.
And there's a nice little set out the back. Conditions are certainly improving here at Kingscliff. Day 2 of the Australian Longboard Open. And it's the French European champion out the back, Eduardo Del Piero. Here he goes. Straight up onto the nose, looking for the cutback. Turns around, lining up that inside section, back on the nose again. And staying with this wave. So as you said, getting a big 8-point ride on his previous score. But that's going to be interesting too, whether he drops his lowest score, which you'd have to think that he would. This is really turning into a tight heat. So Dane, we'll just wait for all the scores to come in before we can give you an accurate situation. Wait for the last score of whites to come in to see if that will change the situation.
Oh yes, there's some great scores being dropped there for Edward's last wave. Dane, you did improve a previous score with a 6.9 on your last wave. But Edward's, and there has been a situation change as we see Dane paddling for this one on the inside. Lovely trip to the nose. He'll be coming straight past Luke. He'll be getting some great shots there. That one not giving him the end that Edward got. And we see the surfer in white paddling.
Well, look, Dane's still going. He does a little spinner on the end, but he can't quite complete it. Really throwing everything at that wave. And, you know, he knows the challenge is on. The French European champion is throwing everything at it. And it's Eduardo Del Piero currently in the lead with a pair of 8s. We'll just wait for Dane Piole's last score to come in. Prior to that last score, Dane, you needed an 8.78, so we'll just wait for your last score to be tabulated with 7 minutes on the clock. This is a super heat going down at the moment, Leroy.
Fantastic, Andy. Edwards waited until the end. He's picked off a couple of fantastic waves, an 8, and then followed that up with an 8.2 for a total of 16.2. Dane currently has a 7.43 and a 6.9. Before his last wave, he needed an 8.78 to take the lead. We do have 7 minutes left in this heat, so there's still plenty of time to get a few more waves, and we've seen those a couple of waves of Edwards surf brilliantly to put his scores into the excellent range, Andrew. The wave selection.
Yep, wave selection is everything, and there's still plenty of time left in this heat. A good 6 minutes and 50 seconds, so plenty of time for Dane to come back and mount a challenge. Well, okay, so just waiting for 2 scores to come in, one for Edward and one for Dane. Both will have no change on the situation, so situation remaining the same. Dane Pioli, you need an 8.78 to retake the lead. And here goes the Frenchman, voulez-vous? S'il vous plaît.
He's got a wonderful wave out there. It's one of the bigger waves of the set. Series of turns out the back with a nice nose ride thrown in. He's gone up the nose again. Throws in the boy howdy.
Oh, I nearly lost it, but regained control.
Yes, that little wave in front.
Wow, how's the low centre of gravity when he gets down to do the bottom turn?
Once he does that turn,
no wonder he's the French European champion.
Definitely.
So serious challenge being mounted now. We'll wait with great anticipation on that last score.
Definitely. That was...
I mean, prior to that, Dane was needing an 8.78. I dare say he's going to be looking at something bigger than that after that next score comes in for Edward Del Piero.
Very doable on Dane's part. Very doable on both of these surface parts. We've seen that you don't become champions like these boys for no reason at all.
Yeah, Dane is totally up for the challenge. As you said, a former 3 times winner, consecutive. And there's still 5 minutes on the clock, so you really need to just sit back and just wait for the wave of consequence. Try and get that score. Dane, your 2 scores are a 7.43. That's your highest score. Your lowest score is a 6.9. You basically need to drop that 6.9, improve on your second score. So here comes another excellent score, an 8.83 for the Frenchman. He's really taken this one by the short and curlies, Leroy.
Yes, he's just extended his lead a little bit further over Dane, who's now needing a 9.61 with 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. But yeah, that's a brilliant score there, pushing it halfway into the excellent range. 8.83 of Edwards there shows why he has earned the title of French champion and is looking to come out here and maybe take it away from the local boys.
Yeah, well, Dane's just got to hang in there, be really cool, and just wait for the good wave to come his way. He's really looking at a big score, perhaps the biggest score so far of the event, but even if he doesn't get it on the first wave, he can still come back on the second wave. So Dane Pioli needing a 9.61. He's had a 7.43, and his lowest score is a 6.9. That's the one he needs to replace. Meanwhile, the Frenchman's just going to town on it. 8.2 and an 8.83.
Going to pick one up under priority on the inside.
Just doing Kelly Slater, surfing under priority. But he didn't get to his feet on that one, so he'll let that one go. He obviously realises that he's in the box seat. And Dane's just waiting patiently out the back now to see if he can get that wave to get the score.
He does have priority out there with 3 minutes and 15 seconds. But needing a high, excellent score of 9.61 to take the lead. We just hope Huey will roll the dice and throw us a few more waves. Wind just getting up a little bit, putting a little ruffle on it, but fantastic conditions here today at Kingscliff for the 2015 Australian Longboard Open.
Yeah, and the women are up next. Navi Young and another French competitor, Victoria Vergara. So looking forward to seeing the women's quarterfinals. We've also got the nose riding, got the old Mel. We've got the retro, and I noticed in the retro, Jay Phillips of the Snapper Surf Riders Club, the president, is going to have a go in the retro.
The president, fantastic. One of my absolute all-time favourite surfers, Jay. Love watching him surf.
That is for sure. Okay, so 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. It's looking a little bit quiet out the back there, Leroy.
Yes. I think the Ocean slipped out for a cup of coffee from across the road. I heard that they were going for $3.50. A large coffee.
I tell you what, the coffee tent downstairs is going pretty well too, and the food tent.
That's the way. I know the Birkin and Egg Burgers will be calling me very shortly.
The Birkin?
The Birkin Burgers.
The bacon burgers are better at Birkin, right?
$1.50. No, that's a minute and 50.
Yeah, you can't beat that. And yeah, there's plenty of activity out there in the tent, so make yourself welcome. Make sure you register.
Clean, glassy little wave he's got there, Andrew. Look at that one. He's just trying to stuff himself in that tiny, weeny little barrel.
Well, 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining. Just waiting for that last set wave for Dane Pioli.
Dane has paddled himself a fair way out the back and will be looking for a bomb. See the other competitors in the next heat coming up alongside him. And there's the 1 minute mark. Leading a 9.61 to take the lead back off Edward Dane, a 9.61. And will Huey play the game and throw him away? Been sitting out there. He does have priority. We've seen how that can come into play in modern surfing. Not sure. I think the boys have just got out the deck of cards. It seems to have gone flat with 30 seconds. Will there be one little throw of the dice for Dane? No, that one just faded completely. With 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo, 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 woo. And that's the end of the heat 4 of round 3, the Australian Longboard Open. I'm going to go and get myself one of those coffees that you mentioned, Andrew.
Excellent, Leroy.
I'll hand the mic over to Ian Pearson.
Great call from Leroy Patterson, and now Ian Pearson, our main commentator, anchorman. He's going to take the seat, and congratulations there to the Frenchman, Edouard Del Piero, winning a great heat against Dane Pioli. Probably the best heat so far of the contest. Unfortunately, the Ocean went dead flat on Dane in the end, just needing a 9-point score, but well done to the Frenchman. So we're ready for the women's now. Quarterfinal number 1 with Navi Young in the red and Victoria Vergara from France in the white. Are we ready? Here we go.
All right, good, thanks. Welcome back. Here we go, folks. We're counting you girls in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the hooter. That's the best I can do. I haven't got a whoop like Leroy does, but we are underway. 20 minutes for the ladies out there in the LQS women's semi-finals. Navi Young from Angari, daughter of the legend Nat Young and wife of Taylor Jensen. And all the way from France, Victoria Vergara in the white. Victoria ranked 9th in the world, apparently, and proved herself well and truly yesterday. The Ocean has gone a bit glassy and a bit flat, unfortunately. Perfect conditions, not the pulsing swell we were hoping for, but there are waves available. So the girls will be out there and they'll just make it work for themselves. Wave selection being critical, as we've said, always will be in a competition, and those who can dance the best on any wave that's presented to them will gain maximum points. Girls are vying for a spot into the next round, the semis, and we've got a cash prize up. The Pretty Shady Women's LQS, And pretty shady. Take the hint, get out of the sun. Sunscreen and a hat doesn't work all the time, but follow the message, avoid skin cancer. I know personally how bad that is. You might have noticed my shaved head. I had a lot of skin cancers cut out the other week, and I was lucky to get away with just the ice treatment. But be protected. As we watch Victoria Vergara, surfer in white, up and riding, a goofy footer, a little dainty tip to the nose and drops that down and then drops out of it. That's a score on the board for her. First blood taken by Victoria Vergara, and Nava sitting out there patiently looking and waiting.
Yeah, great conditions out here at Kingscliff for day 2, the Australian Longboard Open. It's a little bit inconsistent, but really nice, smooth and glassy conditions compared to yesterday's northerlies. I think the forecast is for lighter northerlies for later on today. Hopefully that's wrong and the southerly change comes through earlier, but that whole new southerly front's going to be moving in tomorrow afternoon. It'll be freshening up, and they're calling this east-southeast swell offshore. Could be going 1 to 1.5 metres. So this swell is expected to rise today and tomorrow and hang in over the weekend. So we see both of the women competitors sort of moved into the shore break section here at Kingscliff. And you really just got to sit out there and just wait for the wave of consequence. See a couple of bumps out there on the horizon perhaps. And I think Victoria, being a goofy foot, is probably eyeing off the inside left-hander here as well. Navi Young should be wanting to get really nice right-hander on that bank. So 17 minutes to go, girls, 17 minutes to go. And coming up next in the second quarterfinal is Lara Murphy and Chelsea Williams. It'll be Chelsea's first event since winning the World Professional Longboard title in China last year, up against Hawaii's Kala Manez. And of course, that was just a huge, huge result for young Chelsea. And then we've got Georgia Young in the third quarterfinal. They got up against Catherine Hughes. And in quarterfinal number 4, Emma Webb. And just help me out here, PSO. Karina
Razonko, all the way from California.
All right.
Californian girl, come over to play on the eastern side of the Pacific Ocean.
Excellent.
She'll be here having a dig in quarterfinal heat 4, as you've mentioned. Ladies in the water, just over 16 minutes remaining, over 16 minutes. So yeah, another big week, another big day here at the Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Plenty of activity. Don't forget tonight, Thursday night at the Kingscliff Bowls Club, we'll have the Barefoot Bowls. Now, big boys marbles, a few liquid ales, $10 registration for that, but the $10 does include food. They will be having some feeds there, plenty of ice cold Coronas apparently, while you're on and off the green. And be a whole lot of fun. Get a team together, come up and defend or make a title out of it. And that's the Kingscliff Bowls Club tonight from 5 p.m.
Just to establish priority out there in red, you have priority. Navi, you have priority.
And as my co-commentator Andy Mack has said to you, a big weekend with the change of, and hopefully a swell rise, better conditions, plenty of entertainment in and out of the water. Age divisions and the rest of the mob start on Friday and then into the semis and the finals on Sunday. Plenty to do on and off the water. We've got the lifestyle tent set up down there in the park. Don't forget, if you're hungry or thirsty, head down there and see the lovely ladies. Get yourself the surfer's breakfast, bacon and egg rolls, tea, coffee is available, cold drinks, plenty there. Also, if you have registered for this event, you can go and see Jackie and the ladies at the promo tent, get your name ticked off and pick up this year's wonderful T-shirt and goodie bag. Everyone that's entered gets a goodie bag, and thanks very much to all our sponsors for providing goods and services for us to give back to you. Just under 14.5 minutes, ladies, as we watch Victoria right on the shore break there. She's just catching them. That's what you got to do. Not a big scoring ride for her. Victoria actually winning the heat right now with the 1.83. Nava playing the waiting game, waiting for Huey to kick something up and make it worth her while.
Yeah, and Victoria getting both, well, that last wave, in fact, under priority. So that's really smart surfing in the competition format where Once a priority is established, you can't go anywhere near your opponent. If you try and catch the same wave or be on the same wave as your opponent, you're in trouble. But if you're further away and you manage to get the wave without your opponent on priority, that's all forgiven and totally legal. So just trying to get up her wave count at the moment, Victoria. And it's a 1.67. Victoria, your first score was a 1.83. Your second score, a 1.67. So on the strength of that, you are leading the heat. Navi Young yet to open her account. 13 minutes to go, 13 minutes. No doubt the old logger section will be eating these conditions up later on.
Yeah, just unfortunate at the bottom of the tide, it's the bottom of the waves. There is a little tidal change happening here. So let's hope with the incoming tide we do get that pulse and the waves start pumping back in again. But plenty of time, just under 13 minutes remaining. Nava playing the waiting game, looking for something substantial here. A couple of 1.8 and a 1.67 for Victoria. She's got her 2 scores on the board, so she's actually leading the heat right now. And we'll wait and see how it progresses with 12 and a half minutes remaining, ladies.
Well, the northerly kept going yesterday, but I did notice there was a spike in the swell yesterday, particularly when I was at Viking Surf Club and we were giving a great send-off to Mark McNamara. It was a great turnout there at Viking Surf Club, and I know the Australian Longboard Festival sent in their best commiserations there to Macca. But I was looking up the beach and thinking, look, there's a bit of swell out there. It seemed to sort of jump yesterday afternoon. So hopefully that will happen out here. And as I'm talking, I'm wheeling out the waves here, PSA. Here comes a set. Navi Young is in position. She has priority. She would have to take this wave.
Well, it's the biggest wave of the heat so far. Let's see if Nava can get the rabbit out of the hat and dropping down into this one. Another goofy footer being Nava Young, and a nice tight turns, whipping that board. That's one of Taylor's boards. She said her favourite boards are Taylor's because they're free and she can steal any one of them, being his wife.
Yeah, she managed to do a nice little Rio right over the top of Luke Sorensen's head there. Luke could sort of see it coming and decided to get under the water. But yeah, that's a good opening wave there for Navi Young. No doubt she'll be looking at a good score, and it's a 5.17 first score of Reds, a 5.17 that puts Navi Young into the lead. And Victoria now looking at this wave, her third wave, she's on the nose. As you said, PSA, they're both on their backhand. It's a little backhand duel here for the ladies. And plenty of style there from the French lady. So wave number 3 there. She was looking to drop maybe the lowest score of 1.67, even her other score of a 1.83. I'm sure that she will improve her situation. She was looking for a 3.35 to take the lead. So we'll just wait and see what the judges deemed that score.
All right, ladies in the water, we're at the halfway mark. There is 10 minutes remaining for you girls, 10 minutes. We're watching Navi Young, current heat leader, one wave quarter, 5.17. And change, Victoria, you are now in second place.
Well, we're going to have a change here, Ian. Check the score coming up for Victoria.
Waiting for what? It's gone back again. So situation change has happened. Victoria, your last wave came in at a 4.9, along with your earlier ride of a 1.83. You're carrying holding first place. Nava, one wave ridden, a 5.17. You need a 1.57 to take the lead. And here she goes on her backhand. Navi Young, a nice little, and just grabs the rail.
Incomplete there. She got the nose ride. Was it enough? Was it a 1.57? We'll leave that with the judges. But that is her second wave. The French lady, Victoria Vergara, your last score was a 4.9. That puts you into the lead. Now we'll wait for this last score to come in from Navas and line ball stuff, but maybe that nose ride was just enough to retake the lead.
Yeah, very pretty start for Nava on that wave. Dropped it round and went straight to the tip. And situation change. It was a 2.03 Nava, so that puts you back in the lead by 0.47. Your last wave at 2.03. Answering back almost immediately, Victoria Vergara from France. Currently back into second spot now with a 4.9 and a 1.83. We'll let the judges decide on that one and see which one was better. Very pretty surfing from both pretty ladies out there, and very good style on very small waves. So with just under 8.5 minutes remaining, there is time for Huey to play the part with us, kick some waves in for the ladies and let them show us all their tricks. And both these ladies can surf very, very well in the right wave, on the right condition. We've got the conditions, we just haven't got the waves. But they will do their best in the LQS Pretty Shady Women's Quarterfinals. One of these girls will go through to the semis and then hopefully in the money round, the big check for the finals to be played out on Sunday.
Yeah, well, Victoria was looking to drop one of her lower scores, and she did that. She gets a 5.83 on her last score. So Victoria Vergara, you are back in the lead. That means that Nava Young now needs a 5.57 Nava. You need a 5.57. And there is 7.5 minutes remaining. So two good scores there for Victoria Vergara, a 5.83 and a 4.9. Nava Young's got a 5.17, and your lowest score, Nava, is a 2.03. You need to lose that, improve on that score, and you need a 5.57 to get back into first position. 7 minutes to go.
And red, Nava, you do have priority. Priority to red. Nava looking at a little one on the inside here, takes off late, decides to go left at Kingscliff, does a little rebound on the foam. Is she looking for that inside link to see if that wave will carry to provide something for her on the inside sandbank? No, it didn't. I don't know if that was the 5-point ride she was looking for. It's another one onto the sheet. We'll let the judges decide and we'll give you the update as it comes to hand.
Well, she's looking at replacing her lowest score at 2.03, and early indications are she has done that. But she's not going to get the score that was required to go to the lead. Last score of Reds, a 3.07 for Nava. You still require a 5.57 Nava to take the lead. Surfer in white, you are leading this heat with a 5.83 and a 4.9. Victoria Vergara, she's looking at this wave out the back. It's so glassy out there, you could almost couldn't see the swell on, and she gets on the nose and trying to stay there and just not getting the momentum to get down the face.
That wave was that glassy, it looked like an oil slick from here. All right, coming down towards the furious 5 minutes, ladies. Just under 5.5 minutes remaining. The light will go yellow. That means there is 5 minutes left remaining in quarterfinal number 1 of the Pretty Shady LQS women's event here at the 2015 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. And once again, heed the message, Pretty Shady, supporting the Skin Cancer Initiative. Hats and sunscreen will only work for you so much. Please try and stay out of the sun during the hottest part of the days at least, and make sure you do stay covered up. Thank you very much for Pretty Shady for coming along, being one of our sponsors. Also a big wrap to Scoot Airlines. Fly, Scoot and save loot. Scoot Airlines have come on this year, and we've got a couple of double tickets going to Singapore, free. I know we've got one for the Miss Beach Girl coming up on Saturday night, so you ladies out there can get up there at the Kingscliff Beach Hotel, another great sponsor that's come on board this year. And the Kingscliff Beach Hotel has just redone its beer garden. It's a little oasis here in Kingscliff. Great spot. We'll have bands playing Saturday night. We've also got Miss Beach Girl. So if you're pretty in a bikini or any sort of swimsuit or even a small little dress, the Scoot Miss Beach Girl, 2 free ticket return to Singapore. Yahoo. Nava Young paddling into one. Nava looking to improve those scores. Drops down, nice little dainty nose ride there from Nava, swings it off and, doubled up in front of her. I don't think that's the 5.
Yeah, well, just repeating that on the Miss Beach Girl Model 2015 with Scoot Airlines. That's a great prize. 2 return airfares to Singapore. It starts at 5 p.m. New South Wales time, Saturday night at the Kingy Hotel.
Yeah, I hope to be announcing that one too, mate, because I'm sure it's going to be great.
I'm sure. You'll be there with bells on
And whistles.
and whistles too.
And we want plenty of whistles from the people in the crowd to...
Is there any transgenders open?
Oh, no, thanks, mate. No,
Sorry.
none of that.
No westerly?
No, we'll keep it straight.
Okay.
But yeah, your support is vital for that event. So the loudest cheers and whistles for the best looking girl up there will win 2 free tickets returned to Singapore. Thank you very much to our friends Scoot Airlines. Fly, Scoot and save loot. The international hub of Singapore. Scoot will get you there at a very cheap price, and from there you can set yourself wild for the rest of the world. Scoot. Under 3 minutes remaining.
Well, the situation remains unchanged. It's Victoria Vergara. She is winning this heat. Navi Young in second, needing a 5.57 to get back in the lead with 2.5 minutes to go. Some oily waves out here at Kingscliff, just dead glass conditions. I've got a feeling that northeast is going to come up this afternoon, but it won't be as strong as yesterday. I mean, yesterday we had northwesterlies in the morning and then northeasterlies in the afternoon. Then a late southerly change overnight, plenty of rain overnight. It was bucketing down first thing here this morning, but it's coming good, and this is the sort of weather that you can get burnt in PSO, isn't it?
Yeah, even with this cloud cover, it's like a magnifying glass, to tell you the truth. You might not feel hot, although the humidity is melting us, but those UV rays radiating through the cloud cover does amplify the UV concentration, believe it or not, so you actually do get just as burnt, or if not worse, on a cloudy day. So please make sure you do cover up and heed the pretty shady warning.
Yeah, and the registration tent's got plenty of sunscreen down there if you forgot to bring the sunscreen to the beach.
And there are plenty of tents available for your comfort to sit back and watch some surfing. Navi Young, a little dribbly one on the inside, making the most out of it. That was a nice little nose ride, a couple of direction changes there, and she's worked this wave to the best of her abilities for its size, and that's pro surfing for you. Doesn't matter how big or how small it is, they'll just belt it and try and make the most out of everything. Just under 1.5 minutes remaining, girls. We are heading down towards the mad minute. We'll give you an update on the scores. I don't think that last one of Nava's was enough to get her back into first place. Currently in second. It did improve. It's a 3.73, along with your 5.17, has improved your score total, but you still require a 5.57 to take over current heat leader Victoria Vergara from France with a 5.83 and a 4.9. Under a minute, we're into the mad minute, ladies. This is it. Pray to Huey to send you something good and long. Impress the judges and impress us. We'll give you the raps all day. And we're counting this heat down in about 40 seconds' time.
Yeah, it's going to be last throw of the dice here for Navi Young. She's on the inside, needing a 5.57 to retake the lead. Victoria Vergara from France, paddling for the wave. She's going to get it. She's paddling. She won't get that wave. With 20 seconds to go, priority swings back to red.
And
so with about 10 seconds to go, here she goes, Navi Young. Last throw of the dice there, Pearso.
Oh, they're trying to avoid the embarrassment of paddling in, and Nava's heard the call and gone, bang, that's me, I'm done. Look at that. Cop that. 3, 2, 1. That's the siren, that's all we've got. And Nava avoiding the embarrassment of paddling in, but unfortunately that wave not enough to get her into first place. So congratulations to Victoria Vergara, taking out quarterfinal 1 of the LQS Pretty Shady Women's Pro Division.
And that's 2 French surfers now through to the semi-finals. We had Edouard Del Piero previously going through the semi-finals, beating Dame Piole.
Oh mon Dieu,
now,
comment ça va?
Yeah, très bien. And now Victoria Vergara winning that heat against Navi Young to go into the semis. So it's a good day for the French.
All right, we're just waiting for the judges. We're ready. We're going to press the green button and count them in. We've got Lara Murphy in red, Chelsea Williams in white, world champ. And here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to get love doing that. That really vibrates the tongue through the mouth and feels good. All right.
Sounds great.
Current world
it's a good
champion.
replacement for a siren that we don't have. And
Yeah.
talking about world champions, we've got the greatest ever, the first ever from Benora Point with us today, Phyllis O'Donnell. She's sitting out there watching the ladies compete, so it's always great to see Phyllis down here. Of course, she won the world title in 1964 against Linda Benson at Manly Beach, and just an amazing career that Phyllis O'Donnell has had. So it's so good to have Phyllis here, our very own first ever world champion.
Yes, that's right, Andy. And Phyllis is the patron of this event. She'll be there at presentation day helping hand out the trophies. She's the Australian Longboard Surfing Open patron, and so she should be respect where respect is due. The very first surfing champion of the world, and she's a lady, Phyllis O'Donnell.
Okay, talking of ladies, and in the water at the moment, we've got Lara Murphy in the red up against Chelsea Williams in the white. Of course, Chelsea Williams winning the World Longboard Professional title last year in China, and it was a great win for her, having been runner-up, I'm not sure how many times. Yeah, maybe even 5, but who's counting now? It doesn't matter because she won it last year. She nailed it against her opponent, Kayla Munez, and it was just fantastic to see that.
Obviously a beach break and a tidal change. We have seen the waves slow down quite considerably as we come down towards the 18-minute mark. But, you know, it's only time will tell. We've seen us looking at one surfer turning around and paddling on virtually next to nothing, but she is up and riding. That's the surfer in red, Lara Murphy, dropping down and swooping into a bubbly little section there, just coming unstuck off the back.
Well, once again, we've got 2 backhand surfers in this heat. Lara, as you just saw on her first wave, and Chelsea also on her backhand. So the Goofies are running riot out here at the moment for the women's quarterfinals.
So Lara taking first blood in this heat, and scores are dropping in. No doubt Chelsea hasn't had a wave yet, so she'll currently hold first place. But it is only early in the event with 1 wave ridden. Unfortunately, as I did say, the waves have backed right off, and let's hope that tide turns very quickly and starts giving us a little pulse. And as the guru of the airwaves and the man with all the knowledge, Andy Mack, has said, his predictions are usually the best. There will be a change in
usually
wind.
Wrong, but
but there should be a kick in swell and a little pulse happening, especially for the weekend, for all the major finals on Sunday. Big day on Sunday. It's all going to be over at the Kingscliff Beach Hotel. And we'll have the bands playing. We'll have all the results. And
the Miss Beach Girl.
Miss Beach Girl on Saturday night. Miss Beach Girl Saturday night at the Kingy Pub. And we'll have James Kafoa playing there. The social hub of the event, the Kingscliff Beach Hotel. Jason Kafoa on at 4 o'clock. The Miss Beach Girl will be on at 5. So get there and cheer for the favourite, you know. And then to play us out for the rest of the evening, we'll have the Beach Boys. Now the Beach Boys do medleys of all the old songs for all the old Hodads out there and all the new grommets.
Is Brian Wilson turning up, or?
Is he still alive?
Yeah, of course he is.
Just.
No, he's going really good. He spent 20 years asleep, and when he woke up, he was feeling really good.
So once again, plenty to see and do here at the Australian Longboard Surfing Open for 2015. Brought to you by Island Style Promotions. Thanks to all the team for doing all the work. And ladies in the water, there is 16 minutes remaining. 16 minutes, and I can see that cockroach paddle of Chelsea Williams. The arms and legs start flying. It looks like a cockroach on Peebo. But she's trying to scratch into something. 2.67 for Lara, your first wave. White with priority. And here goes Chelsea Williams, current world champion. Let's not build her up too much. Let's see what the wave does. She drops in, fades back, and straight up to a little nose ride, holds it, gets through the wobble, has a little bounce up and over the top of that one, swings the board back down and holds through. So not a bad little score for Chelsea, I'd gather, on a very small wave.
That's a great opening wave there for Chelsea. She
it.
got right up there on the nose. She almost did a little backhand soul arch on the nose there. Almost sort of lost her balance, but regained her composure and then got her, you know, what is one of her best moves, a big backhand Rio on the end of that wave. So no doubt that's going to be a good opening score there for Chelsea Williams. Already the judges are liking it, and that will see her shooting straight into the lead. So that first score of Chelsea Williams is a 7.33. 7.33 for Chels. Lara Murphy in second position, sitting on a 2.67. Lara, you need a 4.67 for your next ride to take the lead.
Yeah, one wave apiece for the girls, and Chelsea deciding to wait a little longer, and the right one came through for her. 7.33 is a good opening ride, but not too late, never too late for Lara Murphy. 2.67 on a very funky small wave for a first one. Another decent size wave, similar to Chelsea's. This could change at any time. Just over 14 minutes remaining, just over 14 minutes. So these girls being professionals, it's not a wave catching competition. They'll know they'll look for the right ones to get the right scores. And with 14 minutes remaining, we've still got plenty of time to see plenty of action. As long as Huey kicks those waves in for us, nothing will stop.
So, Pearso, I see a classic matchup later on the old boards, the Villa World Loggers, where Dame Piolo, who was beaten by Eduardo Del Perro, are actually matched up again in the old boards. So that's going to be a great heat with Kyle Teal and Matt Kay.
Well, just having a quick look at that sheet that's just been handed to us for the heats of the Villa World Loggers. Every heat in there is a world champion heat.
That last heat's a beauty too. The Maestro longboard rider himself, Ray Gleave, with Jack Boyd, Taylor Jensen and Tony Abood. Great guy, Tony. Fantastic business. I remember he drove the truck for us in the West. When was that? 1997, I think.
Yeah,
Australian titles.
Chelsea Williams up and riding on a backhand, swoops into another one. Quick little nose ride and just grabs the rail as that wave cuts out of her.
Oh, almost a standing island pull out there on the nose, grabbing the rail and switching the fin around. Could have almost turned it into a little helicopter.
Yep. Yeah, as you said, Tony Abood, all 6'13" of him. If you've ever stood next to Tony, it's looking like straight up the top of a coconut tree. But one of the gentle giants and one of the real gentlemen of the world, Tony Abood.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, the Villa World Loggers, which is coming up later on today, has got all the current world-rated longboarders, including Harley Engelby and Dane Pioli, Eduardo Del Piero, Nick Jones, Jared Neal. So it is an incredible heat draw there, which we'll be seeing the loggers for later on today.
Lara Murphy dropping in, dropping out, and dropping over the top of that one, and just unfortunately coming unstuck. Yeah, so Andy, the loggers, these boards are over about 6 or 8 kilos, old Mal designs, but brought to you by Villa World Homes. And Villa World, they're affordable housing right here on the Tweed. They've got a lot of projects going around. The First Light project is all Villa World Homes. Very affordable. You want to build a new property or build a new house on a new property, talk to Villa World.
Okay, well done there to Villa World. So there is 11 and a half minutes to go. The situation is we've got Chelsea Williams, the world professional longboard champion, leading this heat with a 7.33. Her lowest score is a 1.5. And in second position is Lara Murphy. She's sitting on a 2.67 and a 2. So the surfer in red, you require a 6.17 to take the lead, and there's 11 minutes to go. Coming up next in Heat 3, the quarterfinals, will be Georgia Young and Catherine Hughes.
Yeah, it looks like the cloud is breaking up there. There was reports maybe this afternoon or later this evening another thunderstorm warning could happen, but unfortunately without the swell, the conditions are absolutely perfect at the moment. We just need Huey to kick some waves in at us. But another beautiful day down here for the 2015 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Every day's a good day, especially when you wake up breathing. And once again, we'd like to thank all those people that took part in the paddle out in memorial of Mark McNamara, Barry McGuigan and Greg Nettle, 3 of our fallen friends. Just remember though, friends are never too far away as long as you keep a happy memory of them in your mind and a place for them in your heart. Old surfers never fade away. They just go out with the tide.
Just sitting up there with Wave God Huey. They're just directing all the traffic now. But look, all those kindred spirits up there, can you send in a bit of swell for us? Because we really need that. I think there's a party happening up there at the moment with Macca, Magoo and Greg Nettle, you know.
Yeah,
They're just surfing the big white cumulus cloud at the moment.
a couple of new arrivals up there, and they're just saying this is too good, forget the rest. But yeah, just keep them in your mind, keep them in your heart, and memories will never fade away. And let's hope and pray right now, everyone put your head down and your hands up, and get Huey to send in some better waves, especially for the girls in the water now. With just over 9 minutes remaining, current heat leader Chelsea Williams on a 7.33 and a 1.5, holding the mark over Laura Murphy in the red with a 2.67 and a 2. Now Laura has the potential, and there she is, just needs the right wave. Oh, she's gone the handstand and nailed it. That's a little trick, but she's done all right. She needed a 6.17 to catch Chelsea. We'll wait for the judges. There's Chelsea up now and riding. They've gone deep on the bottom bank with the tide drop. And a little bit wobbly down there, but let's see what they do. We'll give you the scores. All right, there has not been a situation change with those last flurry of small waves between the girls. Chelsea Williams still in first place. Lara requiring a 6.17. 8 minutes remaining, ladies. 8 minutes. And cockroach paddle there for Chelsea Williams. Drops into one, swoops off the bottom, stalling the board. And, oh, it stalled too hard. She's pushed it down onto the open face there. She's just snarling at it now, and she just hated that. Wasn't doing a thing for her. Red back with priority. Laura, you have priority right now. Still requiring a 6.17 to take the lead, but a dominant first wave there from Chelsea Williams, current world women's longboard champion, a 7.33 to open the heat. And she's just playing out there at the moment. Wave's not to her liking. She's a little powerhouse, Chelsea. Short in stature, strong in power, loves to smack the board. If you've ever been out surfing with her at Snapper, Rainbow Bay or anywhere else in the planet with her, when the waves are big, she steps up the mark big time too. She's only a little lady, got a big heart, and she charges well. Small waves here. Look, conditions, we can't do anything about the conditions. That's up to the wave gods. But being professionals, they know they've had better, they know they've had worse. They're out there trying to do their best to impress the judges and get those scores in. 50% progression. So who will it be, Chelsea or Lara, moving through to the semi-finals? Congratulations to Victoria Vergara. She's already in. Commiserations to Nava. It was well surfed, girls, in very small conditions. Nava's a very tall lady at the best of times, and she did surf very well. Coming up next heat, Georgia Young in the red and Catherine Hughes. Give Uncle Owen a kiss and a cuddle for luck. You can collect your rashies and start making your way down the beach. Ladies in the water, just over 6 minutes remaining. Owen Jones, our beach marshal, sits there from dawn till dusk. He loves watching all the action out there, and he loves talking to everyone that comes past. So don't leave him alone. Say hello to Uncle Owen. He's got a lot of information, a lot of knowledge. And as I said, if you're a female, give him a kiss and a cuddle. If you're a bloke, rub his belly. He's like Buddha. He's full of good luck. All right, ladies, in the water, the light has changed. It is now on yellow. That's the furious 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining. And then, of course, we're heading down and counting the heat in out at the mad minute. Like to put the pressure on you.
Oh, no pressure at all. But, you know, when the waves don't come your way, of course, that does add to it. You've just got to be patient and sit out there and wait for Wave God Huey to send you one in. With 4 minutes to go, Chelsea Williams sitting on the lead with a 7.33. The lowest score is a 1.53. Need to lose that one to extend your lead, Chelsea. Lara Murphy is sitting on 2 scores, a 2.67 and a 2.5. And you need a 6.20 to take the lead, Lara. And here goes Lara in the red on the inside. She's got a great backhand style. And behind her will be Chelsea Williams. And Chelsea's going to let that one go. Lara continuing on that wave. And she was chasing a bit of a mid-range score there, so we'll just wait for the judges to tabulate that one and see if it's improved her situation.
3.5 minutes, ladies. 3.5 minutes. Was it enough, Andy Mack? Let the judges decide. We'll give you updated scores as they come to us.
Here goes Chels out the back. She's looking at this one. She's paddling. She's going to let that one go.
Lara, your last wave came in at a 3.07 along with a 2.67. It has increased your total. You now require a 5.80 to take over the lead from current world longboard champion Chelsea Williams and the current first place in this heat.
All right, well, 3 minutes to go, and Lara now needs a 5-point ride, so she'll be hoping with it in the next 3 minutes that something comes her way. Priority goes to white.
Chelsea
so
up on a little one on the inside, goes straight to the tip, swings it round with a directional change, and just lining this one up. She's going to do another little nose right there, bounces it off the foam. That's good control on a very small wave, and that's why she's the women's world champ. She'll just milk everything she can.
Yeah, she's definitely going to drop her lowest score now of a 1.53 and extend her lead with that wave, but she's not giving up. She's not leaving anything to chance. Paddling back out with 2 minutes to go. Priority swings back to red.
So, yeah, current world champion Chelsea Williams just destroying an 8-inch wave, showing who's the boss. And as far as the dad tells me, she is the boss. I surf with Chelsea's dad, Trevor, quite often. And we always get out there and have a little laugh and a play around with Chelsea out in the water and try and hassle her. Women's world champion or not, respect your elders. 1.5 minutes remaining, 1.5 minutes, ladies. So just waiting for that score to come in on Chelsea's last wave. It will improve her situation, no doubt. Lara Murphy up and riding, a nice little swoopy turn beginning. Goes to the nose and unfortunately pearls under, so that will not be the 5.8 she's required.
The old pearl.
The old pearl, dropping the nose under the water.
Nose dive.
Pearling. One pearl, all of them. All right, waves coming in for Chelsea's, points coming in for Chelsea's last wave, rather. And the judges seem to like it. Doesn't matter how big or how small. She's impressed the judges, and it's come up at a 7, along with a 7.33. Current world longboard champion Chelsea Williams dominating the heat with a combined total of 14.33. Unfortunately, Laura, with 40 seconds remaining, that's put you in a combo land. But let me say, no dispersions, commiserations. It was well fought. It was the luck of the draw and the selection of waves that did it. And here's Laura now avoiding the embarrassment of paddling in with 30 seconds to go. She think, well, at least I'll surf to the beach. And that's a nice little wave for Laura. Oops, and there's the commentator's curse. It's either that or the sniper on the grassy knoll just shot her. She just did a turn and grabbed a rail. Happens in small waves. Counting this one out, ladies, with 10 seconds remaining, a very strong, well-fought battle between both of them. Unfortunately, with 50% progression, there's only one person going through. Chelsea Williams in 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the heat.
your next surfing adventure? The search begins with Scoot. Fly Gold Coast to Maldives from $379. Fly Scoot, save loot.
You girls in 6 seconds. And we are underway. Georgia Young and Catherine Hughes. Sit back and watch some great surfing from the women's professionals in the Pretty Shady LQS women's event. Come on, Huey, send them in.
Yeah, so the first semi-finals of the Pretty Shade Longboard rated women's will be Victoria Vergara from France up against Chelsea Williams. Of course, that won't be happening until later on during the weekend. Okay, well, I'm just going to have a little break and hand back to the dulcet tones of Leroy Patterson. Good on you, Leroy.
Yeah, we'll give Andy a little rest to relinquish the vocal cords and do some, no doubt, guru work for the TV and the radio stations. No more TV. But he just told me he's got a great head for radio, and that's where he's staying. So, but thank you very much, Andy Mack, one of the co-commentators here at the event. Back with me in the chair, Leroy Patterson. What's happening, Leroy?
That last heat was fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah, very small conditions and some great rides from the girls, with Chelsea Williams just stamping the authority as the current world women's longboard champ.
Definitely, definitely. One of my favourite goofy foot surfers is Chelsea. Got heaps of footage of her over the years when I was making television myself.
And the girls out in the water right now, Leroy, Georgia Young and Catherine Hughes, they've just had a wave each. And let me tell you, Georgia Young, your first wave came in at a 5.33. Current heat leader, Georgia Young, a 5.33. Catherine Hughes in white, just behind her with a 3.33. So a good opening ride each for the ladies in the water for heat number 3, round 2. And Catherine Hughes needing a 2.01 to reclaim the lead. They've only had one wave each, and it's early times. Just under 18 minutes remaining. The girls are already firing.
Heaps of time left in this heat to rack up some more scores. Georgia, a former winner of the Whalebone women's section over there in WA with Funds Back Surf Bob. Peter Dunn, thank you very much for travelling all the way over and supporting the Australian Longboard Open this year. Pete has been a great supporter of longboard surfing over the years. Won a couple of Australian titles, if I remember rightly, in his age groups. And we look forward to seeing the second round of the LQS events going on over there at the beautiful Isolators Beach, just south of Cottesloe. So we see Georgia looking for that one on the inside. Fading takeoff to a walk to the nose. She'll look for this. It's just run out underneath her, not giving her the opportunity for the little smash at the end. But that will be her second scoring wave for this heat, so I'm just waiting for them to come in. Give everybody an update. Let's just see the poster for this year's Whalebone Classic is on the 10th to the 12th of July. Just been handed the sheets for the nose rider. And the logger events, there's some fantastic matchups coming up very soon. look forward to seeing these guys getting their old boards out, showing them what they can do in these contestable but small conditions. But that's why we ride logs, so we can ride little waves. On just burying the nose there on that one from Georgia. So before that wave, the situation stood Georgia Young in the lead with an 8.1. That's a 5.33 and a 2.77. Catherine Hughes in second place, 5.83, which was made up of a 3.33 and a 2.5. We see, oh yes, there's been a better wave drop for yours, Catherine, replacing the 2.5 with a 6.33. You now need a 4.48 to take the lead, with just under 14 minutes in this heat. As I was saying, $10,000 up for grabs over there at this year's 2015 Whalebone Classic, the second leg of the LQS events here in Australia this year. Georgia just getting out of that little one on the inside.
Yeah, good, thanks. All right. So, considering the size of the waves and what's happening, it's a very exciting heat at the moment. We've got 4 waves caught by current heat leader Georgia Young in the lead with a 5.33 and a 4.33. 3 waves caught by Catherine Hughes with a 3.63 and a 3.33, requiring a 6.04 to take the lead, which isn't impossible anywhere in the world with the right wave at the right time. So we'll see how the heat progresses with just under 13 minutes remaining.
We have seen some waves being thrown down with excellent scores this morning. But still very, very tight out there. There's been virtually nothing more than 1.5 separate most of the heats we've seen surfed out here this morning. Continuing to glass off. Get a bit of swell on this bank. We could have some great contestable conditions over the weekend for the finals, especially with that southerly expected.
Oh, so sorry, 11 and a half minutes remaining, ladies, 11 and a half minutes. So the ocean's going to sleep on us right now, Leroy. We just need that tide to start pushing in and get the pulse.
Yeah, this is a little spell of nothingness out there. I'm sure the girls spent a fair bit of time as they were preparing for this heat, having a good look at the bank, both of them sitting fairly close together, so being like-minded in where the peak is. Dick Tracy calling. You see Surfer in White having a look at this very glassy-faced little wave. Just pulling back on that one. The section closing down, not allowing a huge scoring face, so that may have been a good choice. Right on 10 minutes, so we're into the halfway mark of this heat. Georgia Young and Catherine Hughes. Next heat being heat 4 of round 2. We'll see Emma Webb and Karina Ruzunko paddling out. Sure the girls are paying attention to what's going on down there at the moment. These two out in the water. So there could be a reason why Catherine's sitting on Georgia out there. She does have priority. Priority is with Surfer in white. Still plenty of time over 9 minutes. But it see Surfer in red taking one under. Priority from Catherine. Nice little trip to the nose there, that standing up on that inside section, giving a couple of little hit opportunities for Georgia. I think she's about 5'10". Loves surfing the big stuff of WA, but still showing finesse in her footwork in these contestable small conditions here at Kingscliff for the Pretty Shadies LQS women's event. Just over 8 minutes. And before that last wave, your previous wave, Georgia was a 6.17. So you'll now have an 11.5 total over Catherine, a 6.96. Currently, Catherine, you need a 7.08 to take the lead. A 7.08 with 8 minutes left on the clock. Correction, that is a 7.88. It is a 7.88 that you need to take the lead, Catherine. You have a 3.63 and a 3.3. Georgia Young with a 6.17 and a 5.33. Leading the heat by 4.5 points. Still fairly close. Any girls heat out there at the moment? 7.5 minutes and a couple of sets. Looking to hit the bank very shortly.
We can only hope that this is the pulse we've been waiting for, or the start of it. But yeah, some great surfing out there, considering the waves that are available, and some excellent rides going in there from current heat leader Georgia Young, a 6.17 and a 5.33. Just on 7 minutes remaining, ladies. Catherine, you need a 7.88 to catch Georgia. Currently sitting there with a 4.5 and a 3.63, still requiring a 7-point ride to take the lead. Red over white. And red with priority.
During the break, a quick look at the updated weather situation. We're supposed to be getting 15 to 20 knot northerlies later this morning. Can't even see a wind line anywhere up near Cook Island, Bingy Island. So very glassy conditions on these little waves down here.
Well, while we're waiting for a bit of action, let's give the bowling club a bit of a plug. The Barefoot Bowls is on tonight at Kingy Beach. Bowls Club, $10 will get you a sign in for that. You do get food with it, and there's plenty of cold Coronas available. Excuse me, the phone's ringing. Yeah, mate, I'm really busy right now. Taking commentary for the Longboard Surfing Open here at Kingscliff. So I might, sorry, mate, can you just leave a message or something later?
Girls have gone way up the bank. Georgia thinks she's seen one. She's spinning that board around. That's a beautifully glassy little wave. Look at that. She will get up on nice 10. Unfortunately, it racing away in front of her, not giving her much of an open face to work with.
Yeah, that wave just swallowed her surfboard. She disappeared. All right,
Yeah.
ladies, coming down to the 5-minute mark. The yellow light is going on as I speak. The furious 5 minutes has begun. Next heat in the water. Another great heat coming up too. We'll have Emma Webb and all the way from California, Karina Rozonko coming out to play in the waters here at Kingscliff. She's enjoyed herself yesterday. So Emma Webb in red, Karina Rozonko in white. And as I told Karina yesterday, you give Uncle Owen a kiss and a cuddle for luck, and she won her heat, and that's why she's into the second round here at the Pretty Shady LQS Women's Pro Division. Doesn't hurt to give Uncle Owen a kiss and a cuddle.
We see Surfer in white. Catherine Hughes having a look at this little lovely glassy wave, fading cut, but and it just coming out underneath her, not being able to hold that one right through to the inside.
There is a little bit of a rip running up there at the moment, Leroy, through the paddle out bank, and unfortunately if you don't keep the nose of your board down, that rip will take you out the back of it, as we just saw there, unfortunately for Catherine Hughes. But no change in the heat at the moment. Current heat leader in red, Georgia Young, with a combined score of a 6.17 and 5.33, 11.5. Over Surfer in white, Catherine Hughes, a 4.5 and a 3.63. Total combined score of 8.13. Catherine, you need a 7.1 ride to take the lead from current heat leader, Georgia Young in red.
Yes, with 3 minutes remaining in this heat, hoping that Huey will play the game and push through a couple of more little waves. As I say, the glassiness of those out there, fantastic. Well, getting a little bit more surf would just be fantastic. But then when the sun does come out, remember to pull on your Bars Optics or Sin Eyewear, sponsors of the 2015 Australian Longboard Open here at Kingscliff. And seeing it's the women out there, you should be pretty shady with the slipping and the slapping. Not too sure about that slop stuff.
Yeah, when in doubt, stay in the shade. Pretty Shady encouraging the defence against skin cancer by staying out of the hot sun, especially during the hottest part of the waves day, and stay shaded wherever possible.
So we're under the 2 minute mark.
And while we're waiting for some more action, and just as we speak, here it goes. Catherine Hughes, current heat leader in red, drops down and goes straight to the nose on that one. Hooks it round off the top of that little one, changing direction and looking for the line-up for the... Oh, Georgia Young, sorry, where am I? In red. But it was a great wave. Nice little start for her. Morning glare just hit me without the Sin Eyewear or the Bars Optics. I'll have to get some so I can see.
Yes, yes, the sun's just poking its head out now, and that reflection coming straight up here into the beautiful view from the Coogin Kingscliff Surf Life Saving Club. And Catherine's taken another one on the way out under George's priority with the minute. Just catching a rail there. That's 50 seconds. So current situation, Georgia Young still leading this heat with 11.5 from Catherine Hughes with an 8.13. Georgia, you have a 6.17 and a 5.33. Catherine, you have a 4.5 and a 3.63. You currently need a 7.01 to take the lead with 30 seconds on the clock. And there's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo, 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 woo.
Woo woo.
Woo, woo.
All right, congratulations, Georgia Young, taking that heat out. Commiserations to Catherine Hughes. Some great surfing out there, girls. One's got to go through with a 50% progression, and was well surfed by both ladies. And Georgia Young taking that one out in the red. Waiting to go, we're just swapping over the judges. The clock's been reset. The judges are resetting themselves. And with a call, we're ready. Are you guys ready? 5.
3, 2, 1.
All right, we're underway with round 2, heat 4 of the Pretty Shady LQS Women's Division here at the 2015 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. At the water in red is Emma Webb, and from California, the surfer in white, Karina Rozonko. Out there doing battle. The 50% progression, one of these ladies will make it through to the semi-finals. So looks like the semis are starting to stack up and watch some talent in already. Congratulations, earlier winners this morning, Victoria Vergara from France and Chelsea Williams. And then Georgia Young just getting through on that last heat and showing her dominance. With heat 4 coming up, will it be Emma or Karina? We'll let the surf decide. The surfers decide for themselves, proving their skills to us and the judges here in the commentary tower. With just on 19 minutes remaining of a 20-minute heat. Let's see what happens. Come on, Huey, kick some waves in for us and for them.
Yes, so much entertainment for the people on the beach. If we get a few more waves, gives them the opportunity to discuss the tactics of the surfers in the water. Whether they,
And while it's a little quiet on the ocean, let's just keep everyone informed and let me tell you about some of our sponsors. And thank you to all the sponsors that have provided goods and services for the event. There's one here that I really like to mention, and that is the Baja Cantina. Doing specials for longboarders and their friends. $25 includes burrito, a Corona, and a course, of course, tequila. All right, so they've put it on. And if you'd rather have your food takeaway, cook fresh, grilled or fried, Scale Seafood up there at Kennedy Drive, a legend of the Gold and Tweed Coast, voted the best fish and chip shop on the coast 4 years in a row. Grilled, fried or fresh, Scales Seafood and Kennedy Drive. They're the ones that I'm looking at. Feed of Army. All right, I've just been informed that coming up later in the day we'll have the nose rider. Should be up after this, isn't it, Leroy?
that's correct, Ian. We're looking forward to going into the nose rider section of this competition.
We've just been informed there will be a small delay before the nose rider kicks off, so they can reset the event heats, just to make sure that everything is as per normal and usual. So there will be a slight delay in the format just while we readjust the nose rider event. But let me tell you, these waves, these guys nose riding, you'll see some fantastic stuff. As we're just speaking of fantastic stuff, that was Emma Webb in the red, and she's just using the wave to its potential and moving around on it, trying to open up her score. Karina Rozonko's had one little throwaway at the moment. Karina, it's only a one, if anything. But Emma Webb's wave, that'll put some points on the board and set the benchmark for the rest of the heat so far. Looking to improve those scores and find out the eventual winner of Heat 4, Round 2 of the Pretty Shady LQS Women's Australian Longboard Surfing Open Division.
Yes, plenty of time to do that. Oh, a little head dip there. Karina just giving herself a quick rinse, flicking the hair out of the eyes. Lovely footwork on the inside there. She'll hold that nearly all the way through to the shore break, just fading out in the channel. 15.5 minutes. Heaps of waves to be surfed in this heat yet. And as you heard, we will be going on. The contest will go on hold for about 5 minutes at the end of this heat, up until the time the boys in the nose rider division get themselves organised.
Now, let me just interrupt you there, Leroy. Karina Rozonko, your second wave came in at a 6.33, so obviously the judges like the little part the hair head dip there. 6.33 along with a throwaway of a 0.67. You're currently in first place. Emma Webb, your first wave, a 2.83. Emma, you require a 4.18 to get the lead over Karina.
Yes, a wonderful little bit of surfing to find that little barrel section of the wave, just trying to jam herself bodily into a bread box, about the size of. Emma will be looking for her next wave, holding priority out there after Karina rode that one nearly all the way to the shore break. Tactics. All very important these days when it comes to competition surfing, person on person, man on man, woman on woman surfing. Tomorrow morning looks like a lot of fun. It's Fluoro Friday. And just one wave will make it all better. There'll be some free barbecue breakfast put on for tomorrow morning for all participants who will be wearing fluoro when you enter the water. The brightest possible clothing that you can find. And that's put on for you by the Kingscliff Beach Hotel and PFD, the suppliers of consumables here for the 2015 Australian Longboard Open. Anybody wanting some wonderful food, go down and see the crew in the tent. Get yourself some lunch.
And while watching the proceedings here and waiting for the scores to drop, just speaking to Emma from the Coogin Heads Surf Lifesaving Club. The balcony bar is open at 11 a.m, but the bar's always open for viewing if you'd like to get the best seat in the house to watch some of the best action on the coast right now at the Australian Longboard Surfing Open. The balcony bar is open and the bar will open at 11. The restaurant opens at 12. Once again, thanks to the Coogin Head Surf Lifesaving Club for making the facilities available to us. Some of the best judging and commentating viewing I've ever had anywhere around the world. And thank you very much for their generosity. Score update at the moment. Current heat leader, Karina Rozonko, a 6.33, and along with your last ride of a 5, is current heat leader at the moment. Emma Webb in red in second spot with a 3.17 and a 2.83. Emma requiring an 8.17 now to regain the lead from the California girl, Karina Rozonko.
Any fish out there, young fella in the boat? Give us a wave if you've caught anything. Oh, he has. That's good. Boys have told me there's been a few tailor floating around lately. Plenty of brim in the river. Conditions out there being wonderful for boating today. He also has the prime position looking straight up at the takeoff zone, where currently we have Karina Rizonko and Emma Webb. Karina leading this heat with 11.33. Emma in with a 6. Good morning, Edward Sorden. How are you today? Some of the classic legends of the Currumbin area in the 60s. Fantastic photographer and shaper.
All right, nearly approaching the just on the halfway mark here, Leroy. 10 minutes remaining for the ladies in the water. 10 minutes. No situation change at the moment. Current heat leader, Karina Rizonko in white over Emma Webb in red. Emma requiring an 8.17 to regain the lead, which isn't impossible. But then again, considering the conditions, it's a hard-fought battle. So some excellent surfing by both the ladies over there, and Karina showing the California girls style with a 6.33 and a 5, holding first place right now, but not impossible for a very talented young lady, Emma Webb, with a 3.17 and a 2.83, requiring an 8.17 to take over the lead. Can be done. It has been done. Pray to Huey, hope for some waves, get some entertainment and some action going out there for them and for us. You're watching the Australian Longboard Surfing Open for 2015, brought to you by Island Style Promotions. And once again, thank you to all the sponsors who've provided goods and services for the event to make it happen, and giving us some goodies to give back to you. Don't forget, this afternoon, after the event has finished, there's a little meet and greet on here at the balcony. We always have a little debrief after every day. There's a couple of cold beers and especially cold Corona or two going off. And don't forget, tonight from 5 p.m, the Kingscliff Bowls Club. Form a team and come to the Barefoot Bowls under lights tonight. The $10 entry fee will get you some food. They'll have plenty of food and nibbles available. And also icy cold Coronas available at a very reduced price, no doubt. And if you haven't played bowls before, it's a lot harder than it does look. It's big boys marbles with punch. So get up there and have a little go. Get a team organised, and maybe we could set a new foundation for this event and have the bowls play off after day's finish, and make it a yearly and inaugural trophy event too, which would be good if we get enough teams involved. I'll talk to the big man, Sean McEwen, and we could get something very special going for that. That's the Kingscliff Bowls Club tonight from 5 p.m. Barefoot bowls. Bring your bare feet, wear something nice. 8 minutes remaining, ladies, 8 minutes.
Yes. Just waiting for a couple more waves to roll through. Give the girls a chance to look for their next scoring ride. You may have seen the photographer wandering out of the water before, Luke Sorensen. Check out everything that's going on in surfing through Liquify magazine. And there's plenty of fantastic photographs in there that he takes up and down the coast. Looking forward to Sunday, wherein we have the Shannon's Surf Vehicle and Classic Car display. There'll be some great old surf vehicles, combis and woodies and what have you showing up for that day, the show and shine of the old surf vehicles. So if you have got one hidden at home and you want to get it into the event, come down and see the boys at the registration tent. 6.5 minutes, ladies, 6.5 minutes.
And with the change of the tide, Leroy, the girls have decided to move further up and try and utilise the ever-present rip that works here at Kingscliff. On some days they call it the Kingscliff Express. You can paddle out near the rock wall and end up down the caravan park in one foul paddle if you don't get through it. But with a tide change and a beach break, things will alter throughout the day. Let's hope the swell does kick. And we've got a paddler now, and it's up and riding, is Emma Webb in the red, and trying to utilise that wave to the best of her potential, but that wave not playing the game with her. And just over 6 minutes remaining, ladies, so it is time to crunch the numbers and pray to Huey to get some waves coming for you.
Thought she was going the coffin ride then at the end of that wave, but unfortunately it just folded out underneath her there. I'm going to throw in something a little special.
And once again, just remember, if you are hungry, the beach barbecue down there at Tent City's going off. Beautiful bacon and egg rolls this morning. Well done to all the people involved down there. There is lunch. There'll be sausages and onions and steak and God knows whatever else goes on. Very reasonable prices. Tea, coffee and cold drinks always available. Don't miss the action. Get over there, get some food, sit on the beach and watch what's happening here at the 2015 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. And don't forget to say thank you. It's better than being at your mum's place. They'll cook it, wrap it, give it to you. Just say thanks, pay your money and walk away. No washing up required.
Marvellous stuff. Just had a bacon and egg sandwich down there. Wonderful breakfast. And down into the 5-minute mark of this one. This is semi-final number, no, this is quarter-final number 4 with Emma Webb and Karina Razunko from California out there. Just reminding all our overseas competitors that if you have a look in your show bag, you will find some discount vouchers there for the Currumbin Wildlife Sanctuary. Go and avail yourself of the koalas and all of the colourful lorikeets that'll come and feed from your head and shoulders up at one of the icons of the Gold Coast. The young fellas have taken up the position down there at the other end of the view here at the Kingscliff Surf Club, Coogin Kingscliff Surf Club.
Now, just looking up the beach, and I hope you can hear me, there's a young lady walking across the sandbar there. Are you part of the event? If you're not part of the event, do not surf there, please. Head up towards the rock wall or head right down past the caravan park. This is the Australian Longboard Surfing Open. It's been sanctioned and awarded to us by the local council and the authorities to use the event and the beach for our comp. Thank you very much. Looks good, doesn't it, with only 2 guys in the water? You think, why don't I go surfing? But no, there is a competition. There are some waves down in front of the caravan park and a little run, a couple of boys down there having a little play. So once again, we'd like to thank everyone for cooperating and leaving us the beach to run the event, and also to the local board riders, clubs and surfers for staying clear of the event proper. This is the Australian Longboard Surfing Open. These people are vying for prize money and points on the world circuit. We've got current world champions, past world champions surfing in the event, and thanks very much to everyone for staying clear of the competition area. Ladies in the water, we're coming down towards the 2.5 minute mark, just over 2.5 minutes remaining. We're going to have a slight break between the events right now, but coming up next will be the nose rider. Now, this is a cash event, the nose rider. You will see some of the best nose riding longboard surfers in the world. Points are only awarded for nose rides. Now, if you're not familiar with the event, you'll think, why didn't they do a re-entry or a cut back there? They don't have to. It's nose riding and nose riding only the judges will be looking for. So the length, style and degree of difficulty on those nose rides will score for the points. And if you haven't seen a nose rider event, sit back and watch some of the best in the world do something miraculous on tiny waves. They'll just make it look terrific.
Under 2 minutes remaining in this quarter-final number 4. Current situation, Karina Razunko with a 6.33 and a 5, leading this heat from Emma Webb with a 3.17 and a 2.83. Well, we see Emma up on riding on the inside there with a little wave. I'll let the judges make up their minds on whether that score will increase or better her position. Well, she currently needs an 8.17 to take the lead with 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Here we go into the mad minute. I'd like to welcome Andy Mack back to the microphone for the next couple of heats. Look, going into the nose rider. This will be an exciting thing. I know both of us are looking forward to seeing the first couple of heats, especially Heat 2. Current and former world title holders going up against one another in the nose rider division with 30 seconds left out there. Karina Razunko solidly leading this heat. Emma now needing a 7.57 to take the lead, but only having 15 seconds to do it.
Well, we've had Dion Harris here, the man behind the lights, up there busily trying to fix that hooter for us as two girls take off on the foam and just stand there.
5,
They're going to
4,
avoid the embarrassment
3,
of paddling in, obviously.
2, 1, and yes.
Oh, and congratulations to Karina Razonko for taking that heat out, and congratulations to Dion Harris for fixing the hooter.
Yay.
Well done. Time for me to have a break. I'm going to hand the microphone and leave you in the control of Leroy Patterson and Andy Mack.
Thank you very much, Ian Pearson. Doing a great job there, as usual. And we're getting ready for the nose riding now. This is going to be really hot stuff. And the wind's sort of like there's a little sort of onshore coming up, maybe even a southeast. It's hard to say what it's going to do out there, but at least great conditions on this right-hand bank for day 2, the Australian Longboard Open. the nose riding.
Morning, everyone. The nose riding we judge at this competition is a little bit different to other nose riding competitions. This is a subjective panel of nose riding, so we're looking for style, embellishment of the nose work, whether they've got extra kicks, heels, whether their nose rides are through critical section. Other nose riding competitions are timed. This just allows for people's finesse on the nose to be considered as well. We're not just looking for a single long hang 10 or a long held hang 5. This opens up the whole of nose riding to be appreciated. So we should expect to see some really different nose riding and variety being the key to people that'll go through. So looking forward to this. We've got a really good class. Thanks, guys.
Hold on, Keenan. Don't get away so quickly. Now, it is judged out of 10, isn't it, on the rides?
Yeah, we use the same scale, so 1 to 10. We're only looking for the nose work. The nose ride, it's not adjudicated from 50 centimetre or 2 foot rule, which is in some timed events. We're going to be able to judge anything that's a nose ride. So this comes down to judges' opinions of what they appreciate most.
I think you're doing pretty well there as a commentator, Keenan. Do you think you could be head judge and a commentator as well?
Yeah, tripolar. Let's see what I can do.
That would
I
be.
love your work.
Well, there you have it. That's what the boys will be looking for. Subjective nose riding.
Critical nose riding.
Critical in the pocket.
I
How
like
it's
it.
positioning of the board. Use of the nose, to change positioning of the board on the face of the wave as opposed to the normal time scale. And we've given the nod and we're ready to go, are we, gentlemen?
Don't think we're quite ready to go yet. You ready, guys?
Boys, judges are just taking their positions. We see 3 surfers out in the lineup. That will be Dane
Ready to go,
Pioli.
Leroy.
And we're pushing the button. 4, 3, 2, 1. That's Dane Pioli in the red, Kyle Teal in white, and Matt Aldridge out there in yellow. Matty possibly still carrying a little injury from his recent trip to Hawaii, where he paddled some huge waves. And just quickly opening his account there, as we also see Kyle taking off. Another goofy footer. That's a beautiful glassy wave he has in front of him, a little inside section. Will he be able to get right on the nose? And Dane on the one behind, keeping the judges also very busy. Lovely footwork, bringing that wave all the way in. As I suggested before, Dane opting for the 10-foot surfboard from Surf Tech there. Dave Byrne looking after Dane in his professional career with surfboards over the years. Fantastic boards.
Of course, Dave was a former professional surfer too in the early 70s when we were all trying to have a crack and trying to carve out a career as professional surfers. Of course, the lifestyle was pretty good in those days, wasn't it, Leroy, in the 70s?
Certainly was. I never tried for the pro thing. It was more about the lifestyle of it.
Yeah, the fun factor was really the number one goal. There was no money in it in those days, but it's great to see that these days that the young guys can carve a bit of a career out of professional surfing and turn up at events like this that have prize money on offer.
Yes, and as we've mentioned, there is $800 on offer for the first place getter in this, the nose rider section of the Australian Longboard Open for 2015 down here at Kingscliff Beach this year. 17.5 minutes, fellas. Still heaps of time. We have had a score almost fall, so we'll give you an update as soon as they're all.
Well, Okay, we'll just wait for that last score of Dane Pioli's to come up, but looks like he's going to take the lead there. Just waiting for a third score for Red. And there it is. What have we got, Leroy?
So currently this heat stands with Dane Pioli in the lead with a 6.67. Kyle Teal a 3.83. And Matt just a 3 for your first wave. So the boys all needing another better score. Kyle and Matt needing better scores to take them into the lead, but only having one each. I'm sure we'll see plenty more waves ridden. Just under 17 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, Dane and Kyle have already competed once this morning, so they've got their sea legs on. Matty Aldridge, as you said, fresh back from Hawaii, rolled the ankle, but it's good to see him out there. As you're watching now, the surfer in white, Kyle Teal.
He's opting for the left there, hoping to run that one back up towards the rock wall, just coming unstuck.
Yeah, beware of the sneaky left-hander. And he got a couple of quick nose rides on that one. He is currently in second position, but we'll wait for his second score to come in. Dane Pioli's first score, a 6.67. And Kyle has gone to the lead with that last score of a 3.17. Last score of White's, a 3.17.
Yes, still early days. Dane needing a 3.34 to take back that lead, and Matt just needing a 3.68 to go into first position in this heat. Two surfers progressing through out of this particular heat.
What do they say? Position is possession.
Position is possession.
And the whole name of the game here is getting on the tip.
And we just saw Matty stepping back from the tip there, and that one racing away in front of him. Not going to give him much more opportunity for any tip time unless it reforms on the inside. But he knows there's better waves to be ridden out the back. So he's opted out, heading back to the lineup. 15 minutes, fellas. Heaps of time. Heat 2 of round 1 of the nose rider section. We'll see Taylor Jensen, Harley Ingleby, Victoria Vergara going up against the boys, and the Chinese connection.
TZ.
Look forward to seeing him again. And hopefully we get to see him many more times down here at Kingscliff.
And the boys are doing a fantastic job on the live webcast. Give us a bit of an update on what's happening there on the live webcast.
The viewing figures are looking really good so far. Everyone's tuning in from home and really taking advantage of the live stream broadcasts today. Just a reminder, you can access that at australianlongboardopen.com/live.
Thanks very much, Sean. Fantastic to have all the technology here in the Kingscliff Surf Club. Beaming out to the world, we're going live. Barack Obama's sitting back there in America watching the nose riding event right now.
Oh, lovely little spinner there from Matty after he went to the nose. Trying to get the heels over, I think he was. Exceptional surfer, Matt. One of my favourite goofy foot surfers since I've lived up here on the coast. Love watching him surf out at Snapper. Puts himself in some incredible positions on the nose of his board when he does get out there.
Well, I dare say that Matt's a bit of a waterman these days. He can do it all. Longboards, shortboards, retro boards. He's in the retro board division later on today. And as you said, he just came back from Hawaii, his first trip. He had a sensational time over there, and he just can't wait to get back over there.
Yes, he was telling me the other day about some of the fantastic waves he caught with his friend Mark Healy. Paddled into some monsters out there at log cabins. A couple of big days at Waimea, 15 to 20, 25 foot. Dane straight up to the nose, flicking cut back to get himself into the pocket. Another quick one to the nose.
Oh, big 10.
Well held, strong 10 there. Just coming unstuck.
Well, that's the first serious 10 that we've seen.
Beautifully well held 10 there. burying nearly all of the board under the white water and counterbalancing the weight. So we'll just wait for the judges to drop some scores there. Situation with 12 and a quarter minutes remaining in the heat. Before that score, Dane Pioli leading with a 6.67 and a .33. Pretty sure that 3-3's out the door after that wave though. There we see Kyle milking a little one on the inside. Oh, Matty. That sun playing hell. Anybody got a spare pairs of Bars Optic sunglasses over the back there? Could do with a pair.
Yeah, the old spectacles don't really cut it, do they, in the glare? But what did Dane get for that last big 10? Here comes the score. It looks like it's going to go in the excellent range. And here he goes again, Leroy.
He's picked up another little one on the inside. A little too late. And that board is going to... No, he's got away with it. It dug the nose in and flicked itself over the back. There will be a mad body surf swim. Make sure it doesn't get all the way to the beach.
Well, Dane, you'll be happy to hear that your last score prior to that little wipeout there was a 7.67. So, Dane, you're leading the heat. Just sort of ducked under that wave. Last score of Reds, a 7.67. Second last score of Reds, a 7.67. So that puts Dane Pioli into the lead with a 7.67 and a 6.67. Kyle Teals in second with a 3.83, and here he goes, and a 3.17. He'll be looking to drop the 3.17, maybe even improve on the 3.83.
Oh, lovely step back cutty there. It's not a nose ride, but does show good control of the board.
Oh, he's doing a little bit of macarism there, wasn't he?
Very much macarisms.
Yeah, it's a nice maca, like the cross leg style bottom turn.
The 1 foot cutback.
The 1 foot cutback.
I've got great footage of him actually completing that several times.
Yeah. Well, that's what made him such a champion, that he could do it all. He could do the traditional, he could do the modern, and then he had his own Macca version. So good to see there's a bit of legacy there.
Definitely, definitely. So right on the halfway mark in this, the first heat of round 1 of the Nose Rider. And the situation is Matt Ulrich is in third, needing a 3.51 to go to progress into second place. Kyle Teal, you are in combination position, needing a 14.35 to take the lead. You have a 7, and Dane Pioli has a combined score of 14.34. Currently leading by 7.34, so both of the other competitors out there needing to throw down some very high or excellent scores. And we see Kyle trying on this little left and just catching a rail, I think, and going over the back. Matty's going to take that one out from underneath Dane out the back. Little 5. There's another 5. A 5-10 combo to wipeout. Not sure whether there's any degree of difficulty in the wipeout added.
Yeah, a little bit of a shame it was incomplete at the end, but some great fancy footwork there from Matt Aldridge, and he did sneak a hang 10 in on that wave.
We see Dane with a good one on the outside. And wow,
Wow,
very strong 10 there. Just plonked the second foot right there and stood there like a soldier. Kyle Teal just opting out of that one. Oh, that one just had the word that was an incomplete 10.
Yeah, well, I'd like to welcome Minister Andrew Carruthers down here today. He did a great service for Macca yesterday at Viking Surf Club. Well done, Andrew. It was a great send-off. Here he goes, Dane Pioli, looking for the nose. Oh, beautiful 10. Looks for the next section. Another one. 210s. And
Oh,
he
and
puts
the
the hand
boy
up there.
howdy. Yes.
All right. Well, a little bit of David the Weaver there.
Yes, wonderful surfing there from Wayne, from Dane. Very powerful stance. Stuck right on the nose like a hood ornament.
Yeah, he's going to score really highly for that last wave. You can count on that.
Oh, we have had a bit of a situation change. Currently in third position, we have Kyle Teal needing a 3.48 to progress into second place.
Check out that last score.
Last score of Dane Pioli's an 8.5, Dane, an 8.56, an 8.6 it was.
Yep.
So you a combined total of 16.7. Matt Aldridge in second place, needing a combo score of 16.28 to take the lead, as we see Kyle Teal just getting out of another one on the inside. His two higher scores are a 3.83 and a 3.17. We'll let the judges make the decision as to whether that one will better his position.
Yeah, so it's first and second through to the semi-finals here for the Nose Rider. The Villa World, should I say? Oh, that's a logger, sorry. I've got the wrong sponsor there.
Oh, we see Matty up.
But Dane Pioli really sending the scores through the roof with that last score of an 8.6. He's backed it up with a 7.67 to combo his other opponent. So it's going to be a fight for second now between the Goofy Foots, Matt Aldridge in the yellow and Kyle Teal in the white.
Yes,
Kyle, you need a 3.48 to go to second. Matt, your two scoring waves are a 3.5, and your last score is coming up now, a 4.43. That's so far your top score. That now means that Kyle Teal, you need a 4.41 to retake second.
Still puts you in combo land though, with 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Matty, you need a combined score of 16.28 to take the lead from Dane. Two wonderful waves, that last one being an 8.6. Extremely strongly held 10.
Yeah, I see Luke Sorensen down the beach. He's got his land camera out now. He was getting some great water shots before. He got some beauties of the French European champion, Edouard Depero, but now he'd be getting some great nose riding from the boys out here, in particular Dane Pioli, who's absolutely dominating this first heat of the nose rider. He's in the red, and there's now a fight for second position between the surfer in white, Kyle Teal, and the surfer in yellow, Matt Aldridge. Matt Aldridge is sitting in second position. Kyle Teal in third, and Kyle, you need a 4.41 to retake second.
It's one of the sponsors that Sean's brought on board this year is Oztec, and they are the visa and immigration specialists. Not sure if any of our visiting overseas longboarders use the service, but it is a great way of making sure your visa and immigration services are taken care of. 3 minutes and 20 seconds, fellas. We see Matt Aldridge just going straight to the nose out the back there, almost burying it. Can't see, he's behind the post now, Andy. Did he get another little touch on the inside there, or? Dane, the no paddle takeoff. 5-10 combo to 5. Good Nola, solid, good 10, and holding that, and holding and holding. Oh, little heels. Lip kick. Oh, that was innovation. Wish we could get an instant action replay of that one. I think he may have been going for his trademark hang 10 fingers handstand. I have seen him pull that one off a couple of times before. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Dane currently still in the lead. 16.27 combined. Matty needs a combined score of 16.28. See Surfer and White out the back. Oh, yeah, step back, bottom turn, little 5. Another quick walk to the nose, and the wave just crumbles around him. It's 1:50. That leaves Matt Aldridge out the back with a lump right behind him. And he's looking at this one. This is a great looking wave. Big drop knee bottom turn to get himself into position. There's his first tap 5. Just having to grab a rail as he gets caught behind. And that one just steaming away in front of him. Dane Pioli get a little head dip and mashing that off the lip. Not getting into the longboarding criteria there, but still having a damn lot of fun. 1 minute, fellas, 1 minute. And with a commanding lead, I think we'll see Dane come in on that one. 16.7, currently leading the heat from Matt Aldridge with an 8.36. He needs a combination of scores to take him into the lead after that last one. Although I do believe your last score, Matt, was a 3.93, which increased your score a little bit. Still didn't change the position. Yeah, 20 seconds.
Dane's called it a day, and for good reason. A couple of great waves out there. He easily won the first heat of the nose rider here, the Australian Longboard Open. Fantastic display of nose riding. Well done, Dane. And that makes up for that opening game this morning.
4, 3, 2, 1. And there we have it for the Heat 1, round 1 of the nose rider. Dane Pioli taking that one out.
Demolition. I mean, look, even his last wave was a 7.53, but it didn't go into his top 2.
And it was a throwaway. Fantastic swinging piece of surfing there. And Matt Aldridge progressing through, unfortunately bowing out that time, Kyle Teal.
Looking for your next surfing adventure? The search begins with Scoot. Fly Gold Coast to Maldives from $379. Fly Scoot, save loot.
Giving you the running commentary of round 1, heat number 2. And as Leroy said, great heat. Taylor Jensen, Harley Ingleby, 2 current world champion, former world champion, both winners of this event. The Victoria Vergara, little lady from France who's just done a stunning job all week, and Tai Z. TZ, our man from China, out there having some fun in the sun here at Kingscliff for the 2015 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. We're ready to go. Set from the judges. Are the judges ready? All right, lady and gentlemen, we're counting you in. Remember, gentlemen's rules. There is a woman in the audience, in the waves with you. 3, 2, 1, here we go. All right. A 4-man heat to kick us off. In red, Taylor Jensen. In white, current world champion Harley Ingleby. Yellow, Victoria Vergara, all the way from France. And Tai Zing, all the way from China, out of Mongolia. Where do you surf there? But anyway, he's been over here a few times now, TZ. He loves it. He's having a good time. Love an Aussie spirit. So 20 minutes of fun. Remember, it is a nose rider event. These guys won't be pulling off all the major turns. They're going for nose rides only, and a top prize of $800 for the winner.
There goes Victoria now.
I think it's
Pierso. Quick up and down there for Victoria, because this is all about nose riding. This is where the points are, getting on the tip, riding through the critical section, getting a hang 10 and staying there.
And hang 10s, how good were the straight up and downs of Dane Pioli's, setting the benchmark for the nose ride event.
Sensational.
Boys deciding to move further down the beach on the rip bank to see if there's a little traveller down there for them to prove their nose riding prowess. And we'll watch the heat and keep you informed. A 0.83 for Victoria. We're just going to check with the judges and reset it. But that's all right. We know what we're doing.
Yeah, so no scores of consequence to start with. 20-minute heats. Plenty of time to get your best two waves and scoring on the nose. Here goes Taylor Jensen in the red. Up the front, hang 5. Looking for the next section. He gets out of that. Oh, the big flick out. So opening ride there for Taylor Jensen. And Harley Ingleby now in the white. He's the current world longboard champion. Nice nose ride. And again, and he gets a little 10 on the end there, but not quite completed. But a good opening ride all the same there for Harley. So I'll wait for a couple of impressive scores to go down there. One for Red, Taylor Jensen, and one for Harley. And out the back in the yellow, there she goes, Victoria Vergara. Oh, nice nose ride, and throws her hands up for effect. Just couldn't quite hold that in the lip. And that's the whole idea, stalling, running up the front, locking the tip of your nose into the wave, and then trying to get 10 toes over. Out the back in blue, TZ. He's got a great style, the Chinaman, but it's all about nose riding out here. We'll see if he can get up the front. There he goes, nearly. So this must be a fantastic experience for the surfer from China, TZ they call him. And he's in a fantastic heat against the current world longboard champion, former world longboard champion, very talented French women's surfer, European champion. So you won't forget this. And that's another great nose ride there from Victoria Vergara. She's really starting to stick it to the boys. Out the back, Taylor Jensen, looking for the section. Nose riding through the whitewater, that is so difficult.
And it was that difficult to throw the pod out of the back and put the wobble on, so not very rarely you'll see Taylor fall off something like that. With 15 and a half minutes remaining for the second heat of the nose rider, a very entertaining heat on very small waves. Waiting for a few scores to drop at the moment. We'll give you an update as they do come to hand. Being a 4-man heat, the screen is lit up like a rainbow right now. So I can tell you Taylor Jensen currently holding the lead right now with a 5.67 and a 1.73. In second place, Harley Ingleby, a 6.17 and a 0.83. Victoria Vergara in third, a 5.07 and a 1.5. And Tai Zing still waiting for a score to drop. Obviously wasn't nose worthy. Did he get there or didn't he? The judges are watching. Remember, folks, it's nose riding and nose riding only. No scores for re-entries, cutbacks. On the nose, pays the price, gets the points.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I do like this system more so than just timing on the nose. So you're watching Harley Jensen Taylor Jensen, Taylor Jensen out the back, on the inside, getting up the nose. Oh, he does a little spinner on the nose now. Not sure if that comes into it, but, you know, he was definitely up the front there. He's already leading this heat on the first wave, and Harley Engelby out the back. Oh, nice hang 10. Can't hold it in the lip. So really, really close heat going on out here between Taylor Jensen in the red, Harley Engelby in the white, and you've got Victoria Vergara in the yellow in third. Last score of reds is a 6.67. Last score of Harleys is a 1.63. And last score of yellows is a 5.07. So the situation is red is first, white is second, yellow is third, and TZ sitting in fourth. Here he goes, the Chinaman. How do you say nose riding in Chinese, in Mandarin?
Nose riding. Nose riding being a specialist event here. Nose riding, one of the critical manoeuvres of any longboard event, hard enough to do at any time. But remember, folks, scores only given for the time on the tip. Tip time, nose riding, and here's some of the best in the world going through their paces now, looking for a prize, a place into the final. A prize money event, $800 for first place, $600 for second, $400 for third, and $200 for fourth. So there's the money round. Got to get into the first four, making the first four to make the final, get the cash. And just looking at the next heat, Joel Tilley, Jared Neal and Nick Jones. Three more very competent surfers in round one, heat three of the nose rider. And if you look at the stats and see the numbers, any one of these guys, all very proficient nose riders, could take the event out with the right waves.
Okay, Pearso. Well, Harley was having a look at a paddle out the back. I think it might be the French lady, Victoria Vergara, looking at this. Paddling, not able to get that wave. So, yeah, it's all about being on the tip. Basically, you're looking for hang 10s to really score highly, and you got to complete that nose ride. It's not about timing. It's not who, you know, we're not timing the nose rides. It's all about the critical nose riding on the tip. Okay, TC looking for the nose. He sort of gets up there. It was a quick five. Interesting here. We've got Harley on the inside. Victoria was having a look at that. Gets up the front.
Harley getting a lot of speed out of this little wave, but no nose ride section for him. So he didn't bang it because he's looking for the nose. Taylor Jensen up and riding, switches round, little heel kick, and whoops, there's the wobble.
Well, Taylor's in a pretty good position at the moment. He's got two really good scores to hold down the lead. Harley's looking to improve his second score, which is only a 1.63. He needs a 6.18 to take the lead from Taylor.
And out the back, looking to scratch into one, is from France, Victoria Vergara, the lady in the event. Little drop and quick five for her, resetting. That wave's dribbling out on her. She's trying to look for the inside connection, but I think that one's going to be a little full. She'll try and milk it though, try and get back to the nose again. There's a nice little tip. Little shuffle up, and then the wave just pulled out the speed from under her and dropped. Surfers in the water, fastly approaching the halfway mark, just over 10 minutes remaining, 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, Victoria was sort of looking for about a 4.84 to try and get into the lead. Her first score was a 5.07, and her last score was a 2.9. So, Victoria, you're looking for a 4.84 to take the lead. Harley Engelby is looking, he's in second position. Harley, you need a 6.18 to take the lead. And Taylor Jensen is holding down the lead with a 6.67 and a 5.67. It's first and second through to the semi-finals. So 50% progression, third and fourth are eliminated.
9.5 minutes remaining, surfers in the water, 9.5 minutes. Just a quick plug for one of our great sponsors, Steve Del Rosso from Clearwater Surfboards. He looked after Mark McNamara during his surfing career. Steve Del Rosso from Clearwater's donated a board. One's being given away to the 8-foot competitors draw. You don't have to win the 8-foot round, but if you're in the 8-foot division, you can win one. And another one will be given away at the Kingscliff Beach Hotel for a lucky patron. You need to be there on Friday. That's the floral shirt night to win. Floral Shirt Friday at the Kingscliff Beach Hotel.
Fluoro Friday?
Fluoro Friday. That's in the morning. Floral Friday that night.
Wow, okay.
Wear your loudest, ugliest Hawaiian shirt. Come along and be part of it. Hula skirts and lays.
Shaky hula.
Yeah, come and get laid the best way possible. We'll have a few beers at the Kingscliff Beach Hotel.
Big play on words there from PSA.
Hawaiian night.
And out the back, Taylor Jensen, straight up onto the nose. Oh, beautiful tail getting up the front of the nose again, and he's just riding endlessly on the tip now. Behind him is TZ, looking for the nose ride, but this wave's going to close on him. And Taylor Jensen, that was a really good wave. There's a little bomb on the end of the wave, so it'll be interesting to see what the judges give him for that wave.
All right, and the general announcement for all competitors on the beach, especially those in the Villa World Loggers division, there is only 3 heats of the nose rider, so we will be bringing the competition forward. So first, there was one more round of the nose rider to go. Only 3 heats, not 4. There will be a change in program. So this will be a bit hard. We'll have to have a little break because Joel Tilley's in round 1 heat 3 of the nose rider, and then he's in round 1 heat 1 of the Villas.
Okay, PSA last score of Reds, an 8.73 for Taylor Jensen. That is singly the highest score so far. I think that might have even topped Dane Pioli's. But an 8.73 last score of Reds puts him solidly in the lead. Harley Engelby in second position, now needing a 9.24. There he goes, big 10. Held that one for ages. Looking for it again. Gets a quick 5. So I dare say that that last wave of Harley's will definitely replace his lowest score of a 3.73. And out the back, Victoria Vergara. She's really given the boys a run for the money out here, and it's great to see. She's very adept at nose riding the young French Wahine.
All right, 6.5 minutes left, and I've just been informed we don't have to stall the event. We are still on time. So the third round of the nose rider will be up next in about just under 6.5 minutes. After that, we're into round 1, heat 1 of the Villa World Loggers.
And we've got the retro boards after that, Ian.
Oh, won't that be hard out there? Hopefully the pulse will kick by then. At least the northerly throwing a bit of chop under the wave to make it a bit more powerful for the boards. Anyway, we've still got some fantastic surfing, a fantastic event, the 2015 Australian Longboard Surfing Open.
Last score of White, is an 8.33 for Harley Engelby, but it's not enough to take the lead. Harley, you're now looking for a 7.08 to go to first position. Victoria, you're in third. You need now a 9.44, I'm afraid to tell you, to take the lead. So at this stage, it's Taylor Jensen in the lead solidly with an 8.73 and a 6.67. Harley Engelby in second now with an 8.33 and a 6.17. And there goes Taylor again, putting on an incredible nose riding display.
Yeah, and we've got the current world champion and the former world champion. Both of them have won world titles a couple of times in their career. They've both won the title here as well. And so it should be a close fought tussle between the two men. Leading the heat right now, Taylor Jensen in red, Harley Engelby in white. No dispersions to Victoria and TZ. They're just catching up now, but what a great place to go and learn some nose riding, watching the best in the world do it right in front of you. Unfortunately, they are some of the best in the world and they're learning a lesson.
Well, PSO, TZ is on the board. He's got a 0.73. He had a very quick nose ride, but he's on the board.
Ah, xia. Ni hao.
Maybe.
Up and riding, Victoria Vergara from France. French European surfing champion, and very daintily just went to the nose, threw the hands up, but the buckle underneath the pod just threw her off there.
Harley out behind, but he's not going to get around that section. So
we are into the last 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Just over 4 minutes remaining. So round one, heat number 3, the nose rider, Joel Tilley in red, Jared Neal in white, and Nick Jones in yellow. Another exciting heat. The goofy footers and the natural, I think Nick's a natural. We'll find out when they stand up, but another very exciting heat. Third heat of the nose rider. First and second will go through to the semis, and the prize purse of $800 for first place in the finals to be contested on Sunday.
okay, here goes Victoria, having a stroke on this one, trying to get up the front, but that section's not going to cooperate. Yes, because
All
Victoria
right, 3.5 minutes, guys.
is a Roxy model, and she's a very adept longboard rider, and she's got some great nose riding skills as well. She's put a couple of hang tens on the board, but she's come up against some high scoring Harley Engelby and Taylor Jensen leading the heat. Those guys have been totally dominating this heat. First and second goes through to the semis. So definitely putting on a show to try and compete against the boys. Victoria Vergara.
All right, just under 3 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, just under 3 minutes. All right, there's a little pulse happening out the back there. Is anyone taking it? It looks like TZ spotted the lump in front, and unfortunately that wave filled in under him. With just over 2 minutes remaining, it's do or die time. It's a scratch if you can get it, and nose riding counts.
Yes, folks, if you've just arrived at Kingscliff here, in front of the Kingscliff Surf Club, the Coogin Surf Club they call it, this is the Australian Longboard Open, and there's a super nose riding heat going on at the moment. We've had a couple of great heats. Dane Piolo winning the first heat from Matt Aldridge, and now Taylor Jensen in the lead from Harley Engelby, the current world champ, up against a former 2 times world champion, Taylor Jensen. And Victoria Vergara, and there goes Harley there. He's trying to hold on that 10. Oh, that's a beautiful 10. And he's completed that one. Now, I'm not going to say what he needed because I don't want to influence the judges, but that was a really good 10 from Harley. He gets up the front again. Little sort of grovel nose ride to end that one, but it was the big 10. He held that one for ages, so that's going to be a very interesting score.
TZ on the inside, Taylor Jensen in red, out the back, up to the 5. Quick little heel kick behind that for the 10. Rides through the section again, toes on the nose, and dropped me down the mine shaft.
Well,
we're into the mad minute, guys. Under a minute remaining, so
Taylor Jensen had seen that wave of Harley Engelby PSO and knew that he had to sort of come up with something big. We'll just wait for Harley's last score to come in. Was it enough? He was looking for an excellent score to take the lead, with Taylor Jensen totally dominating this heat. So scores coming in, and early indications are Harley may have done enough to take the lead.
Victoria Vergara out there having a little play with 15 seconds remaining. 15 seconds, and we'll be counting this heat down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Wait for the siren.
Well, it wasn't enough, PSO. A 7.97. He had it from 2 judges, but not from 1, and that's what happened. So Harley Engelby, a 7.97 on his last wave. So Taylor Jensen taking that heat from Harley Engelby in second. They go through the semis. Well done there to Victoria Vergara. That was a really noble third position. And TZ, good stuff, mate. You need to practice those nose rides, but I'm sure you're going to come back in your next event.
And just having a look at the dominance between Taylor Jensen and Harley Ingleby, as you said, Andy Mack, he only got a 7.97. It left him in second. He only needed a 7.98. So a 0.01 or 0.01 would have made him even or toppled Taylor. But a great display from both those surfers into the semi-finals. And along with Dane Pioli out of the first heat, there's the law being laid down by three of the best nose riders in the world. Now we're into round one, heat three with Joel Tilley, Jared Neal and Nick Jones. These guys are going to make up the numbers to fulfil those semi-final spots. We're ready when the judges are. We'll wait for the nod and we'll count you guys in.
You ready, guys? Okay, we're ready to roll.
The green button's been pressed and it's starting to count itself down. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, round one, heat three of the cash prize nose rider division. In the water, you're looking at Joel Tilley in the red, goofy footer from up on the Gold Coast there, or the Tweed. Jared Neal from Coffs Harbour, he'll be in white. Nick Jones, I think, is from the sunny coast and he'll be in yellow. Three very competent surfers. Remember, folks, this is a nose rider event. Points are only awarded for the time and the prestige they have on the very front part of their board, hanging 5 and 10. Looking for the style and the grace. The judges will reward all the points. Sit back and enjoy another great heat.
Yeah, just to make that one clear, we're not actually timing the nose rides. We're just looking at the critical side of nose riding and being scored out of 10. There's no stopwatch for the nose riding here, unlike other events. And I really like this format because I think it really brings out some versatile nose riding. And that's what it's all about. That last heat was as good as it gets. Well done there to Taylor Jensen and Harley Ingleby. A great heat for those guys, and well done also to Victoria Vergara. That was really a good performance, and TZ. So now we have heat three, round one, the nose rider. It is day 2 here at Kingscliff for the Australian Longboard Open. 20-minute heats, and straight after this, we're going into the Villa World Loggers, the old boards. Jared Neal there up on the nose. Jared had a great heat yesterday, but was eliminated, so he gets another chance here, the Australian Longboard Open. So Joel Tilley out there in the red. He'll be actually competing in the Villa World Loggers straight after this heat, but he's in the red, so we'll allow a little bit of time for you, Joel. Basically, you can just stay out there. So first score for Jared Neal, it's a 5.33, Jared, a 5.33. And Joel Tilley now in the red, straight up on the nose. Looking for the section.
So Joel did find a little time up there on the tip and just used the wave to have a bit of fun on. Remember, it is nose riding. Critical section of the wave on the nose awards the most points. Judges are looking for that. So you might not see them do all the big banging turns and cutbacks. You'll think, what are they wasting that wave for? They're not wasting it. They're lining up the section for the nose rider. $800 first prize. Yahoo!
Yeah, and Jared Neal out the back just couldn't quite hold on to that one. And this will now be Nick Jones straight up the front. Quick 10. Goes again. Another 10. It's quick. He's trying to stay with it, making sure that the tail doesn't slide out. That's the trick with nose riding, just to hang the tip into the crest of the wave and just hang it in there and hold it up.
So two goofy footers and Nick Jones being the natural foot.
Yeah, Nick Jones is an incredible surfer. He surfs shortboard events, longboard events. He does it all. He's from the sunny coast, and he's a super competitor. So judges like his first wave for white is a 5.33. Sorry, for Jared Neal, he's in the lead. But Nick Jones's last score is a 6.17. Surfer in yellow, your last score is a 6.17. Last score for red, a 3.67. So Jared Neal is currently in the lead.
Nick Jones up and riding again, sweeps it around, goes for the 5.10 straight off the takeoff. A little cut back to line up the inside section, and just a little tap 5 as he drops off the back of that one. But a good initial start there for Nick.
Really nice 10 PSO, and had it hanging high. So Nick Jones now looking for his second score to come up, and I dare say he will shoot to the lead after that wave.
And scores dropping down for Nick as we look at the screen, and this one should put him into first place at the moment.
Yeah, he's definitely in the first place. Last score of yellows, a 4.4. So Nick Jones holding down the lead with a 6.17 and his last score 4.4. Jared Neal currently in second position. Jared, you need a 5.25 for your next wave to take the lead. So just a three-man heat, but it's first and second through the semis and third eliminated. So how are we going there, Pierce? Have you had a look around the traps this morning, all the tents and all the activity downstairs?
Yeah, there's a few lifestyle setups down there. We've got the bent silver mob down there. There's some ladies' gear down there for sale. The food tent's available, and don't forget the merchandise tent for the Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Go in and buy a shirt, be part of it. Don't forget, all competitors, you are invited to head down to the tent there to get your name ticked off. If you've entered the event, all competitors do get a goodie bag. We'd like to thank all the sponsors for their goods and services, giving us something to give back to you. Some of those sponsors, Volt Wetsuits, check them out online. We've got Hobie SUPs, talk to Ruben Roxburgh about them. We've got Clearwater Surfboards, there's Bars Optics, Sin Eyewear, some of the best sunnies around from Sin.
Sorry, Joel Tilley just on that wave. He was surfing with one leg, then had 1 foot on the nose and 1 foot in the air. That was pretty adept. And not a bad looking wave there for Joel Tilley, currently in third position, needing a 2.67 to go into second.
And special plug too to Peter Dunn and his beautiful wife Simone. They're here from WA. They're hosting the next leg of the LQS, and that's the Whalebone Classic at Cottesloe. I'd love to get over there one year. Pete, how about an airfare? I'll do the commentary for free. The Whalebone Classic since 1998. It's the 10th to the 12th of July at Isolators Reef there at Cottesloe. $10,000 men's cash prize, $4,000 for the women's. Now, we should get more sponsors in for that women's and boost that prize. Very entertaining watching the girls surf.
Huge event, and he's just done such an incredible job, Dunny. I think he's up to the 17th year or something, he was telling me the other day. It's just an amazing event in West Australia, so well worth it if you can get over there between the 10th and 12th of July for the Whalebone Classic. And out the back, you've got Jared Neal on the nose.
And that's one of the biggest waves that's come through all day.
There goes the pulse of that swell we've been talking about.
So we're starting to see it, which hopefully will stay and keep growing. And Jared,
sure you can count on it, PSO. Mac is sending it in, mate. So's Magoo, so's Greg Nettle.
There you
They've
go.
been working on it.
And the man next to me, the guru of the airwaves, told us that we should get a pulse this week, and let's hope that's the start of it.
Well, the forecast is encouraging. They are going for a 1 to 1.5 metre east-southeast swell out there over the next couple of days. And, you know, I think just judging by that last wave of Jared's, maybe, you know, it's going to see the situation improve, the swell building. That southerly wind for tomorrow, that's going to be really a welcome change. And southerly's continuing over the weekend. So we'll just wait for that last score of Jared Neal's to come in. I'm sure it's going to be a score of consequence. We've also got Joel Tilley's score coming up.
And we just seen Nick Jones, a little quick 5-10 combo, and flicks out of that one with all the speed that he could to paddle back out into the lineup for another one. So just over 10 minutes remaining for heat number 3, round 1 of the Nose Rider event, and it's an exciting event. There's some scores dropping.
Yeah,
we'll just wait for an upgrade.
It's looking like Jared Neal will take the lead after that last wave. We'll just wait for the official score to come in. And Joel Tilley also striking some form on that last wave. So 2 fairly important scores coming in now, for one for white and one for red. And I think we'll see the situation change, which it has. Jared Neal scoring a 7.17 on his last wave to take the lead. Nick Jones is in second, needs a 6.34 to retake the lead. And out the back, Joel Tilley on that wave now. His last score was a 5.6, so he's currently in third, and he's chasing a 4.98 for second.
And Joel's done a lot of work on this wave, a lot of fives dropping in and out of the section as it ran. Will it be enough to lift him into second or first place? But looking at the totals of these numbers, 12.5, 10.57, 9.27, waiting for Joel's wave to lock in. There is not much in this, and some great scores coming down from these surfers. So we might see another situation change. While we're waiting for those scores to drop, don't forget, tomorrow morning it's Fluoro Friday. One wave makes you better.
There was another situation change there, PSO. Joel Tilley has moved into second. His last score for red, a 5.73. So this is a really tight heat going on now between first, second and third, and it's only first and second through to the semis.
Yeah, topsy-turvy. Jared Neal has moved up in current heat leader with a 7.17 and a 5.33, holding down first place. Joel moving into second now after the earlier dominance from Nick. Joel, 5.73 and a 5.6. is put him into second. Nick Jones, a 6.17 and a 4.4. Nick, you only need a 5.17 to progress into second, and that'll keep you instead for the semis into the prize money round. So conditions, selection, it's all happening. There's Nick Jones up there and riding right now on that one. He's trying to line up the inside to get those nose rides. Early dominance of this heat, now playing catch-up against the goofy footers.
Oh, there's a really nice wave there from Nick Jones. He got a really nice 10 on the inside section, and he'd fallen back into third position after leading the heat. So he's trying to make up some lost territory there, and I dare say that last score is going to definitely challenge for second, if not the lead. So it's just going backwards and forwards out here, PSO.
Topsy-turvy. Love it. All right, while we're waiting for those scores to drop and got a little break, as I was saying earlier, tomorrow morning is Fluoro Friday. One wave makes you better. There will be a free barbecue breakfast for all participants afterwards, and that's thanks to the Kingscliff Beach Hotel and the Pacific Food Distributors. Come down at 6:30, bright and early, right on sunrise or just after. Wear your best fluoro gear. Now, my early prediction is Michael Cottier. He's the glow-in-the-dark man at the best of times. He's
such a colourful character.
He's one.
Now, look, just getting back to this heat, the last score of Nick Jones was not enough to change the situation. Last score of yellows a 5.13. You are now chasing a 5.17, Nick, to move into second. Last score of Joel Tilley's was a 5.73. Joel, you are currently in second position. You need a 6.78 to take the lead. And Jared Neal, should I say, is holding down this lead. His last score was a 7.17. There is 6 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Yeah, well, that's right. Head Judge Keenan was saying surfing on your backhand in these sort of conditions, especially with the nose riding factor, makes it that much difficult. But the backhanders, the Goofyfoots, are looking pretty good at the moment. They're really sort of putting some form on. And Nick Jones, who's on his natural foot position, left foot forward, you would expect that he'd have an advantage, but the Goofyfooters are running right at the moment with Jared Neal in first, Joel Tilley in second, and Nick Jones in third, only requiring a 5.17 to go into second.
Don't let us down, Nick. Natural footers forever. All right, coming up next in just over 5 minutes, we'll have the Villa World Loggers event. And Villa World, one of the local construction companies around the place. If you've got a plot of land and you need a new home on it, talk to the people from Villa World. They can help you. We've just been handed a little public announcement here. Carve, unique menswear up here in the Kingscliff Village on Marine Parade. They're offering all competitors and their friends here at the 2015 Australian Longboard Surfing Open 10% off your next purchase. Old school and local brands, Eddie Sorden, Von Widows. We've got mainstream fashion and all Australian labels. Thank you to Bridget from The Cave up there at Kingscliff Marine Parade.
Yeah, well done, and they're going to bring some vouchers over later on. So I don't know if you and I are going to get the voucher, but maybe somebody out there listening could be lucky to be a lucky voucher winner from Cave at Kingscliff. Unique menswear. Unique.
I reckon if they style us up and we give them a better plug, we'll get some freebies and look good anywhere, Andy Mack. Who knows?
Who knows? You never know your luck in the big wide country of Kingscliff.
Both Andy Mack, myself and Leroy, it's already been said this morning, we have perfect heads for radio, and that's where we're stopping.
Well, Nick Jones isn't stopping. He's continuing on into the shore break there, doing a number of crossovers to get to the tip, looking for a 5.17 in third position, and there's just under 4 minutes to go, Nick, just under 4 minutes to go. We'll wait for that last score of yellows to see if it has changed the situation. Here we go, out the back, Jared Neal, the heat leader, looking for the nose time, but he can't get there.
Yeah, didn't like the look of that one. So these boys riding their big, heavy boards, a lot of them are more or less log-worthy, but they are nose rider
PSO, we have had a change of situation. Surfer in yellow, Nick Jones, has moved into second. He's just duck diving under that wave there. I'll give him his score when he comes back up for air. Nick, your last score was a 5.5. So Joel Tilley, you are now in third. Joel, you now require a 5.95 to get back into second. Surfer in red, you're in third position. You need a 5.73 to get into second. And there's just under 3 minutes to go. Jared Neal holding down the lead. Nick Jones moving now into second. And Joel Tilley in third. Just repeating that, Joel, you need a 5.95.
And here's Joel Tilley now in the red. It's not impossible for Joel to get this points required. And there's a nice little 5 for him straight up. Looking for the inside section, whacks in another one. Stamps the back foot down, trying to push it through. He is trying to milk the best out of this and nose right. It pearls it and just grabs the rail right at the end. Was it enough, Andy Mack?
Well, that's a line ball situation there. We'll leave that one up to the judges for sure. He was looking for a fairly good score. So fair to good, average to good if you like. Yeah,
difficult on the backhand at the best of times for nose rides on right-handers, but proving it he can do it. We'll see what the judges think.
Yeah, you got some tip time there, but whether it was enough for the score, we'll wait with great anticipation now from the judges. There is under 2 minutes to go. Exciting stuff here for day 2 of the Australian Longboard Open. The nose riding heat, the last nose riding heat of the opening round, and out the back, the heat leader, Jared Neal.
And Jared waiting for that wave to build in front of him. Nice little 5-10 side there. Trying to stay up on the nose and just dribbles that one through. A nice little tap 5 with just over 1 minute remaining. Will he paddle out? get some more. 1 minute, just over 1 minute, Jared. You got time for another 3 there. Keep going, son. While we're watching the end of this heat wind up, next will be the Villa World Loggers. And in the first heat, Joel Tilley in red, Mick Cottier in white, Jacob Evans in yellow, and Harley Ingleby in blue. Joel Tilley is out there in the red shirt, and he will be doing the Ironman thing. He's going to stay out for 2 heats in a row, getting his money's worth.
Yeah, we're just waiting for his last score to come in now, Pearso, and oh man, it's really, really close. We're just waiting for the third judge to put the score in for red. Oh, it's tense times. Did he do enough? Will a judge warrant that he's spent enough time on the nose? Was it critical enough? Okay, a 5.9 was not enough, unfortunately, Joel. You are still in third position, and you'll be staying out there for the next heat for the Villa World Loggers.
Counting this one out, boys, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Looking for your next surfing adventure? The search begins with Scoot. Fly Gold Coast to Maldives from $379. Fly Scoot, save loot.
The blue. The judges are ready. We're ready. Counting you boys in. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to the mic, Leroy.
Currently out in the water, the Villa World Loggers. This should be interesting. All these lads surfing extremely old surfboards. 67 jobs, are they, Pearso?
Well, who knows, mate. They're quite heavy. I think they've got to be over 6 kilos. I'd like to see them over 8. Anyway, they've all been scrutinised. They've got to be of a old Mal design, more or less, 50-50 rails and one big fat single fin. These guys love these old boards. They like to cruise on small waves, and here's the right conditions for the Villa World Loggers. Villa World, affordable housing right here on the Tweed Coast. As at the first light display, if you're looking to build on a property of yours, talk to the people from Villawood Affordable Housing.
Yes, as we see the surfer in blue out there opening his account with a little one on the inside. Just wrapping that lazy cutback back into the pocket. And that's Harley Ingleby. We've seen him surf a couple of times. There he is on the nose. Joel Tilley starting to been out there for this is his second heat. Stayed in the red. When he sat out the back, he's on the move. A couple of them have seen that bubble. Easterly wind just starting to spring up. Yellow's up. Jacob Evans. Oh, just losing it a little bit there. Trying for the cross-step cutback, a drop knee cutback. And we see the surfer in white, Mick Cottier, up and riding. Plenty of footwork there from Mick, stepping off on the bank. First scores have dropped. Harley Ingleby, your opening ride was a 6.5. Jacob Evans, your opening ride, a 2.17. Here we see Harley taking to it on the inside. Big slashing cutback there on his single fin. Love the shape of that board. Had a look at it a couple of minutes ago down the bottom. Nicely held 5 through the inside section. He's got this nice little wall and standing Californian pull out. And Joel's finally found one. He looks. And he's opted to go left, straight to the nose for a quick touch. Negotiating his way between those two other surfers. That one's run right along the inside of the bank. Almost giving him a decent scoring opportunity and stepping off very shallow water. Judges having a bit of a flurry of activity with a 3 or 4 wave exchange going on there. Just give them a couple of more minutes. We'll give you a major update. Heaps of time, over 15 minutes. This the Villa World Logger section of the 2015 Australian Longboard Open. Second wave of Harley Ingleby, a 6.67. That gives you a total of 13.17. Jacob Evans currently in second with a 5.24. That's a 3.07 and a 2.17. Joel Tilley, your first ride, a 4.07. Mick Cottier, a 3.6. We see Jacob up on the inside here. Just trying to milk this little wave all the way through to the inside. Getting out of there right on the channel in front of the Coogin SLSC. And our position for both the judges and the commentary. Great view. So we see Mick Cottier up on an inside one, looking for that little reform. And out the back, a rather large one under Harley Ingleby going straight to the nose. Pushing the single fin up into the lip. Looking to drive around that section, and he's out of there. Jacob, your last wave, a 2.33. Doesn't change the situation. Harley Ingleby in first. Jacob Evans needing a combination score of 13.18 to take the lead. Joel Tilley just needing a 1.34 to take second. And Michael Cottier needing a 1.91 to move through into second. 13.5 minutes. A little onshore wind picking up, bringing us a few more waves. There's another one out there behind Joel Tilley. Some lovely footwork to the nose, looking for that inside section. Holding that 5 the whole way.
Yeah, well surfed, Joel Tilley. Only needing a 2.47 to progress. I won't put any dispersions on the judges, but I think that might have been enough to get him out of his current situation. Scores are dropping down. They seem to like it. There has been a situation change. Harley Ingleby, surfer in blue, still holding court out there with a 6.67 and 6.5. Joel, your last wave came in at a 5 along with a 4.07. You are now into second place. Mick Cottier in third with a 3.03, a 3.5. And Jacob Evans, a 3.07 and a 2.33. You need a 6.01 to progress. And Mick, a 5.58. So both white and yellow needing the score around the 6 mark to push them into first or second. Current heat leader, Harley Ingleby. Joel Tilley in red into the second place.
We just saw Harley Ingleby there on a shorter wave, but a well-held 5.10. Good continuous hold of that 10 through the inside section. Michael with a big step back cutty with a bouncing backwashy wave. Not being able to drop down into the second section. just under 12 minutes. The drinks are on ice. The food's being prepared. Come on down to the Coogin Surf Club and enjoy the view of the 2015 Australian Longboard Open. Harley, your last wave, a 5.87, not changing your situation. Mick, your last wave, a 1.33. Jacob, you bettered your last wave, did it better than your first one, was a 2.33, but you're still in fourth, currently needing a 6.01 to progress. Mick Cottier needing a 5.58 to progress into second position. Joel Tilley needing an 8.18 to take the lead from Harley Ingleby with just over 10 minutes remaining.
So as it stands, blue over red, over white, over yellow. Harley Ingleby holding a commanding lead right now. And his throwaway waves are what the boys are looking for to establish and improve in their positions. So a dominant display by current world champion Harley Ingleby out there on the log in the Villa World Loggers Division, brought to you by Villa World Homes.
Joel Tilley up and straight to the nose. Got a good looking wave there. That one's going to run right along the edge of the bank if he can drop over that little section that he's found in front of him. Harley got the best of it out the back. Nice
start. S-turn back into the pocket and now just cruising. Letting the board do the work as you should.
Perfect positioning.
And there is current world champion and current heat leader of round one, heat one of the Villa World Loggers, showing why he's in the position he is in. Very well surfed. Great display.
Yes, with a 6.5 and a 6.67. I'd almost go along if they give it a little touch with the size and shape of that wave. That should improve Harley's position. We see Jacob Evans out the back and riding at the moment. He's picked off a smaller one, but it's got a bit of shape. Big slashing cutty. And Mick Cottier looking for the one behind him. He's opted out of that.
And just looking at these scores coming in from the judges, and there is no situation change, but let me tell you, with one wave to be dropped in, Harley Ingleby, your last ride, looks like it is very impressive. And if anyone knows and the way that Harley surfs and watch that last wave, they'll know how impressive it was. We're just waiting it to drop from one judge. I won't read you out their individual scores, but a combined aggregate score of 9. Harley Ingleby, last wave came in at a 9. That is the highest wave ridden for the event, I think, so far. Along with a 6.67, you are dominating the heat. Right now in second place, Joel Tilley in red with a 5.37 and a 5. You need a combo score to get into the lead. And Mick Cottier, a 3.5 and a 3.30. And Jacob Evans with a 3.7 and 2.33. Do the maths, do your best, and hope you get a good one.
This Mick's looking as if he's seen something out there. He wants to take on the 6.88 that he needs to progress through to the next round of this, the Villawood Loggers section. As he fades back into that one, it just ends up a little bit behind the section in the whitewater. Harley's paddled right out the back and found a lump. And this one's got great shape up on the nose. It's going to reform on the inside and give him another wally section for another nose ride. No. And Joel Tilley on the one behind. Lovely nose ride with the wave just running off down the bank. And he finishes it in the shallows. Little flurry of surfing with the 4 surfers out there in water. We see Jacob Evans looking at this one. Fading takeoff turn. Setting up for the big cutback into the whitewater. holding the 5. Just letting that one fade out underneath him. Just over 6 minutes. Seen a definite increase in the size of the waves since earlier this morning. Boys finding themselves well out the back as we see Harley spinning the board. Looking at this one. Lovely shaped wave straight to the nose, well held 5-10 combo. Just that wave coming in from the slight northerly direction, shutting down on the bank. Right on the 6 minute mark. Current position. In 4th place, Michael Cottier with a 6.53. It's a 3.5 and a 3.03. You need a 6.88 to progress through to the next round. Jacob Evans, before your last ride, you had a 3.87 and a 3.07. You need a 6.51 to progress through to the next round. In 2nd place, Joel Tilley, a 5 and a 5.37. You need a combination score of 15.68 to take the win. With Harley Ingleby out there commanding lead with 15.67. That's a 9 and a 6.67. As Ian said, possibly the highest heat wave score of the competition so far, that 9.
Yeah. Very well ridden there for Harley Ingleby. We're just coming down towards the furious 5 minute mark, guys, so the lights will change momentarily. And there it goes. Right now we're into the last 5 minutes of this heat, the furious 5 minutes. This is where you make the decision to scratch and play on just about anything to improve your scores and try and catch the current heat leader, Harley Ingleby. Joel Tilley sitting in 2nd place, the surfer in red. In 3rd place, the situation changed. Jacob Evans now in 3rd and Mick Cottier in white.
And there's Mick up and riding on this little one. Just a stomp stall. Step back. Cardi.
Happy Thursday, Michael.
There's a spinner. Yes, Michael's catch cry. Doesn't matter what day of the week it is. It's always a happy day. We'll see if that one gave him a betterment of a 3.03 to put him in a better position. Currently needing a 6.88 to progress through to the next round.
And just over 4 minutes remaining as Michael paddles back out. There's enough room for another 3 there, Mick. Do your best, son, and give you a situation update. Mick trying to get out of 4th with a topsy-turvy ride against Jacob Evans. Is it enough? Leroy.
No, he did better the score at 3.37. It gives him his 3.03 as a now throwaway, but still needing a 6.88 to progress through to the next round. So we see Jacob Evans bringing a little one through on the inside. So with less than 3.5 minutes remaining, position is Mick Cottier in 4th, needing a 6.88 to go through to the next round. Before that last wave of Jacob Evans, he needs a 6.51 to progress through to the next round. Joel Tilley still needing a combination score. So we see him turning out the back of 15.68 to take the win. Crossed up, drop, knee, bottom turn. And Harley Ingleby, current heat leader with a 15.67 and just perching himself on the nose through that little inside section. Wonderful little well-held 5. And that wave just fading out underneath him. Don't think that'll be one of his keepers. 2.5 minutes remaining, gentlemen. 2.5 minutes remaining. Jacob, your last wave, a 4.73. And will somebody answer the phone? That's my mother. Now just needing a 5.65 to progress through to the next round, Jacob. You see Mick Cottier with a late fading takeoff, trying to get himself in that little barrel, get the head dip, just coming unstuck.
And don't forget, if you're not at the beach watching all the action live, you can tune in to the podcast, the live webcast. So welcome to the world that's watching. Brought to you by Common Solutions. And you look up that webpage, Australian Longboard Surfing Open /live. And here we are, Leroy live.
Yes.
Kingscliff Beach on the
Phil
beautiful,
Coleman.
beautiful Pacific coast. This 2015
Bienvenue.
Australian Longboard Surfing Open, part of
Buenos
the
dias.
all Ni homa, bienvenue, das Vidania. Well,
Minute and 20.
they could be watching
See
anyway.
Joel Tilley going straight up to the nose on one of the bigger waves of this heat. He's just going to hold that firmly.
That's hovering. And a nice
There's
backhand re-entry.
Big backhand re-entry on that single fin of his.
So a nice hovering backhand 5 right across the top of that wave before it shut down, and he managed to snap the re-entry in. That's improved his second position. Still being in combo land against current first place Harley Ingleby, but it has improved, no doubt, and solidified his second place. With 45 seconds remaining, Joel said, catch me if you can, boys. Let the miracles happen for Jacob Evans and Mick Collier. Hard-fought battle between those two gentlemen. They still have a chance if the waves are playing and a miracle happens. They can move and get over the top of Joel Tilley. Jacob needing a 5.65 to progress, and Mick needing a 6.88, which is not impossible
there's
with
a
men of these surfing
Fantastic looking wave. Just at the 20 seconds remaining, Jacob's picked one off. Harley's going to take off in the white water, but that wave's got a lovely shoulder on it. He'll work this one all the way to the beach.
Yes, avoiding the indignity
gouging
of paddling
cut
in
back.
with 3,
He'll roost
2,
that off the white water.
1. So what an entertaining heat that was. All 4 gentlemen surfed so very well, and great to watch. And the scores not reflecting the calibre of the surfers out there, although current world champion Harley Ingleby showing a dominance with the highest scoring wave of the event so far, in my book, a 9. I don't think there's been a couple of high 8s, but that's a 9, and former world champion Harley Ingleby slapping it down, saying, catch me if you can. Next heat is no slouchy one either. Former 3-time winner of the event in red, Dane Pioli, up against in white, Kyle Teal. Matty Kay, the man from Newcastle. He's up and down the coast all the time. Matty's in yellow, and the French European champion, Eduardo Del Perro, will be in the blue. We're just sorting out a few late-minute scores there from the judges. We'll give you the green light in a minute, count you in, and that will be the next heat of the Villa World Loggers division. And another exciting one coming up.
Just for your edification, your last wave, Joel, was a 6.33.
All right, green light on. We're counting this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, happy days. The Hooters working. It might be short and sweet, but it's loud enough. So we're underway. Round 1, heat number 2. Dane Pioli in red, Kyle Teal in white, Matty Kay in yellow, and Eduardo De Perro from France in blue. Bonne chance, you all.
Yes, I think Dane will be looking for a bit of retribution. Got the 10-footer out there underneath him, I see. And that is a Pierce Arrow that he's riding.
And there he is right now,
Pierce
surfer in red,
Arrow.
Dane Pioli. Looking for this one to line up. 5, 10, holding it, dropping down, keeping it away from going under. Smaller wave, but well worked. Plenty of manoeuvres done there. And out the back is at the nemesis, Eduardo Del Perro in blue.
Surfer in white, Kyle Teal behind him, just coming unstuck. So we've had 3 surfers up and riding. Matty Kay sitting out there by himself now, or almost. He'll be looking for one of those ones that he saw Harley take off on before. Definitely been a good increase in size of the waves out there. Very, very contestable waves today. Far cry from yesterday's conditions. And the surfers thanking Huey for bringing us a new swell.
Yeah, I just saw Kyle Teal sneaking one on the inside. Matty Kay in yellow out the back. He's trying to get round this section here. Will he make it? He's just holding that board steady to push it through. These boards are around heavier than the normal longboards, more old-style shape, over 6 kilos. A modern-made old Mal, so to speak. Big single fins, bringing back the traditional element of longboard riding. So they'll be doing all the tricks and bits and pieces that go with old Mal riding, and slowing down the style, looking for the classic arcs, nose rides, and all the other bits and pieces that goes with it.
Oh, yes, and we see Dane picking off one on the inside there. Just on his way back out. As does Matty Kay. He's got a beautifully shaped little wave there. Just throwing that longboard around into those S-turns. Remember Matty featuring in a film many years ago by one of my good old mates from down there at Port Macquarie. It was all summer long, wasn't it, Matt? With Jimmy Brabant. Oh, thanks, mate. And we see Surfer in White, little step back bottom turn. So a bit over 16 minutes, and we've got some scores. So in 4th place, oh, we're going to wait for that one to drop. Oh, yeah, here we go. So currently in 4th place, Kyle Teal. You have 2 waves, a 2.17 and a 1.9. Matty Kay, you have a 1.77 and a 7.3. Kyle, you need a 3.67 to progress. Matty, I got yours wrong. It's a 1.77 and a 3.73. You need a 2.1 to progress through. As we see Edward on the inside, just finishing that one off. Currently you have a 5.83 before that wave. Sitting in 2nd position, needing a 4.25 possibly on that wave to go into 1st. And Dane Pioli leading the heat with a 4.83 and a 5.23. But looking at this score that's dropping for Edward's last wave, I think we may be in for a situation change, Ian.
Yeah, well surfed by the French European champion, Edouard Del Perro. I love saying that, it just rolls off the tongue. But yeah, fantastic surfer coming over here, enjoying the east coast of Australia. And I can say there will be a situation change here. So the battle continues between Dane Pioli and Eduardo.
As Dane takes one from way out the back, and he's setting this one up for a long drive across the face. A quick 5-10 touch. And throwing the rail. There's another 5-10, well held 10.
Straight up, like a hood ornament, just left it sitting, both toes over, both feet over, I mean, flexing the toes and running it through. So there has been a situation change as we wait for the judges to drop that last wave of Danes in, but Eduardo coming up with a 6.67 along with a 5.83 has put you into 1st place. Dane with a 4.83 and a 5.23 needed a 7.28 to take the lead. Matty Kay still holding 3rd place, and Kyle Teal in 4th, waiting to improve on your scores.
And there is a little wave underneath the boys out the back there.
And we've got Edward up and riding. Goes straight to the nose.
Straight to the nose.
And the nose fell under the water.
Dane Pioli, your last wave was an 8. Straight across the board, 8, taking you back into 1st position with a 13.23. So Edward, your score is 12.5. You need a 6.57 to take the lead. Matt Kay, you need an 8.78 as we see Matty going up to the nose out the back.
Oh,
that's
great
turn.
Great
I'd
turn.
say that's going to replace the 1.77 straight off. Just
still
on that
working
one
it
turn.
as well. Plenty of action there from Surfer in Yellow, Matty Kay. And still driving for some speed. Get another manoeuvre in before it finishes. Yeah, but Dane Pioli's last wave, 3 fat ladies. 888 across the board from all the judges. So
Look at this
regaining
peak
the
out
lead.
the back there, Ian.
Swell
What a
is starting to
wonderful-
move in. The waves are getting better. Look, it's one after the other right now as we watch the surfer in white, Kyle Teal, on his backhand, just floating one down there and inside. Dame
Another.
Pioli seen it and said, I'll finish that one for him. Another fight. Look
Woo!
at that. He's just playing now. He's having fun. You can see him smiling from here.
Cells. The boys
Yeah, disco dance. He's heard the music as well. Well done, Dame Pioli. Dominant display in the nose rider earlier before, and now here he is in the loggers.
picking that one up wide on the bank after it shutting down.
12.5 minutes. Surfers in the water. 12.5 minutes.
So we can see two peaks coming into effect out here with the swell, or the one a little bit further up from the club, which currently features Edouard Del Perro sitting way out the back, hoping for one of those medium-sized waves that links through. Well, we did see that one with Kyle on the inside and Dane picking up the shoulder piece that ran down the bank and making brilliant work of it.
It did not improve your scores, Dane. A 4.9 for that last wave. You're still currently the heat leader with an 8 and a 5.23. In front of Edouard Del Perro with a 6.67 and a 5.83. Edouard, you need a 6.57 to regain the lead. Matty Kay with a 3.73. Oh, there's a wave coming in for Matty. Oh, there was the head. Critical surfing in a traditional manner with a lot of power and speed. Wait for this one to drop. Could be a situation, or it won't change the situation, but it is a high scoring ride for the heat so far from Matty Kay.
One more figure like that and it will take him up into second.
Last judge making his decision. Will he break the bank account and open the pen up and say, bugger it? Or will he get tight and just drop it back? 3/8 for Dane Pioli's third ride, and for Matty Kay's third ride, it is way up there.
Yes, lots of power.
Full power control and commitment with solid manoeuvres in the Villa World Old Loggers from the Surfer in Yellow. One score to drop. Matty
Edouard
Kay.
Del Perro out the back. He's got a lovely looking wave. That one's going to run nearly all the way down the bank if he can stay up with it. No.
So current heat situation. Dane Pioli in red, first place. Edouard Del Perro in blue, second. Matty Kay in yellow, third. Kyle Teal. There has been a situation change. Matty Kay, your third wave came in at an 8.83. That has moved you into second place. Along with your 3.73, you're holding second. Pushes Edouard back to third. Edouard, you need a 5.9 to progress back into second place. Kyle Teal still holding fourth place, being comboed right now. But a fantastic ride from Matty Kay, surfer in yellow, with an 8.83. High scoring ride of the heat. But Dane Pioli holding first place with an 8 and a 5.23. Currently leading only by 0.67. Matt, a 4.41 to replace your 3.73 will get you into first. And Dane, you need to improve on a 5.23 to secure your lead. Currently in first place, red over yellow, over blue, over white. Topsy-turvy.
Nice, and we see a little one coming in wide of the bank. The paddling machines will be getting their arms ready and seeing if they can get themselves in position. I know Dane will be wanting to cover himself and make sure Matty doesn't take the lead from him. Only just a narrow lead, just needing a 4.41 to take it. See the boys heading up the bank there. That's a decent sized wave that's going to, look at him go. He's a machine. And he's well deep and we'll go left. No.
Yeah, he's going to bust it out of the foam. What's he going to do?
Held that lovely big hit from Dane behind Edouard, and he just catching a rail and almost copping it in the ribs as Dane flicks it over the back of the same wave.
Edward nearly copping a fiberglass facial on that one as he came unstuck.
And we see Matty Kay with a beautiful little mid-sized one fading deep into the left there.
Watch the power of Matty's turns. He zips this board around. It's a lot heavier than most.
Oh,
and
beautiful section in front of him.
Speed out, Matty. Get around.
big change of direction there to finish off.
Holding the highest scoring wave of the heat, 8.83 for his third ride. That was fantastic. Surfers in the water, just over 8 minutes remaining. 8 minutes, gentlemen. That leaves me time to give a call for round one heat number 3 of the Villa World Loggers division. Nick Jones, you'll be in red. Nigel Canterbury in white. Jared Neal in yellow. And Michaela Smith, the sisters, doing it for themselves. Michaela's going to be out there in the blue. Get down there, see Uncle Owen, give him a kiss or a cuddle or rub his belly for luck. He's like Buddha. He'll wish you well. He's a lovely man. One of the gentlemen of the event, doing the marshalling for us all week. Loves it. 7.5 minutes there remaining for the heat in the water. Current heat leader. There's been a change.
Oh, there's been a bit of a change. So, current situation. Kyle Teal in fourth, needing a 13.24 to progress through. Edward Del Perro needing a 6.57 to progress into second. Dane Pioli, having just dropped down into second place, now needs a 5.34 to regain the lead. Matt Kay, your last wave, a 4.5. So just narrowly holding the lead by 0.1 as we see Dane, the paddling machine, looking at that little lump, and he's going to spin it around and go for that. He wants the lead back from Matty. Straight up onto the nose and a strong 5-10 combo. Another little touch with a big hit off the lip there.
And just letting the wave carry him from the inside section. Maybe it'll reform. We'll get another trick or two out of Dane. No, that was enough. Let the judges sort that one out.
Also see Kyle Teal, one folding out underneath him. He's paddled well up the bank. Possibly looking for one of those left-handers being a goofy footer. So before that last wave, Dane, you needed a 5.34 to take back the lead. And yes, there has been a change. Your last wave was a 6.4, so puts you back into the lead in this heat. Now holding a 14.4. Matt Kay, you need a 5.58 to retake the lead. Edward Del Perro needing a 6.67 to progress through to the next round. Kyle Teal needing a combination of scores to 13.34.
Yeah, no commiserations to Kyle Teal, but isn't this been one of the most exciting heats we've seen so far today? The chopping and changing between especially Dane, Matty and Edward has been unbelievable. Kyle just out there trying to find his right rhythm and get the right waves. The other guys are just milking it for all they can. So situation changing all the time, and between all the scores, if you add up the totals, there's virtually nothing in it as far as points go. But Matty needs a 5.58 to replace a 4.5 as we watch Kyle Teal just float one in on the inside, trying to keep the board alive. Edward Del Perro needs a 6.67. Now both these surfers can accomplish this quite easily. But Dane Pioli, the Master Blaster, in red, holding the lead at the moment, just saying, okay, boys, I'm just going to keep fighting for everything. Heat number 2, round 1 of the Villa World Loggers. And coming up, heat number 3, Nick Jones, Nigel Canterbury, Jared Neal and Michaela Smith. Please check in with Uncle Owen if you haven't done so. We are into the last 5 minutes. You guys should be paddling out. And then we'll have heat 4, the godfather of soul, Ray Gleave, the local lad against Jack Boyd, Taylor Jensen, former world champ and past winner of this event against all 6'13" of the big man, Tony Abood. Another great heat.
Kyle's picked off another small one on the inside, but Edward could do some damage with this wave. He's situated on the nose and he's picked that way from way up on the bank, and it does look like it's going to run nearly all the way down. Big. And there's another good 5-10 well-held combo.
Yeah, you got a quick one in then. We'll let the judges decide on that and see what improvements, requiring a 6.7 to progress into second place, right behind in yellow, Matty Kay, requiring a 5.58 to take the lead from heat leader Dane Pioli.
And there's a big So, right on the 3-minute mark, we see Dane pick up a little one from out the back. Couple of lumps coming in from Matt Kay, maybe in the spot. All the boys heading for the horizon. Matty's seen something, he wants that.
So as predicted with the incoming tide, we are getting the incoming pulse, and there's been some great waves through this event. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. And there's Matty Kay busting out of the foam ball.
Kyle Teal going left. He'd been looking at the little head dip. Big floater. Oh, looking forward to seeing the score for that one. So we have 2 minutes left, gentlemen. 2 minutes.
2 minutes left, and there's a flurry of scores coming through on the computer screen right now. We're waiting for the updates. I'll hesitate to say there could be a situation change here, but we'll wait for them all to drop in and keep you updated with 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. What a topsy-turvy heat this has been. All right, Leroy, break it to him.
So with your last wave being a 7.71, Edward took you into second place. You now need a 7.31 as we see him up and riding on the inside there. He needs a 7.48 off this wave to go any further. Dane, big fading takeoff into the pocket there. Straight to, oh, slash. And he'll hit that. I'll leave it up to the judges as to whether that betters his score. Current position, Kyle Teal in fourth, needing a combination 13.78 to progress through. 40 seconds on the clock. Matty Kay needing a 4.95 to get through to the next round. Edward Del Perro in second with 13.77. He needs a 7.48 with 30 seconds. Dane Pioli holding the lead, 14.8 and a 6.57. Oh, last wave.
I think, Dane, your last wave should cement you into first place well and truly.
We see Edward picking off a little. Is he going to go left or right on that one? He's opted for the right.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's very brief.
Very short horn.
Very short horn.
All right, that's the end of the heat, guys. We were just waiting for the last scores to come in from the judges to make it official. But what a closely contested heat. We can look right now. Dane Pioli held the lead. First place goes to red, Dane Pioli. Edward Del Perro, a very fought-out battle between Matty Kay, swapping and changing all the time, but Edward came second in the blue shirt. Matty Kay relegated back to third by very yeah. Best highest wave of the heat for Matty Kay. Unfortunately, nothing big enough. All right, guys, we're counting you in, and it is down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so we're underway. Round 1, Heat 3 of the Villa World Loggers. As I said, Nick Jones is out there in red. Nigel Canterbury's in white. Jared Neal's in the yellow. And Michaela Smith. The sister's doing it for herself out there. She's in blue. She's going to keep these boys honest. Sit back and watch a great event.
Yes, looking forward to watching this one. See Jared opening his account straight away. He'll work this one through under that little inside section of the bank. And holding that nice little 5 all the way through, burying nearly all of the board. Opening her account as well. Very beautiful surfing. She's also worked that one well and truly right through to the inside section. Of the onshore wave. No, that one's sliding out from underneath him. We will have some scores drop in a couple of moments. Surfer in red. That's Nick Jones. Big, powerful cut back there. That should garner the favour of the judges. Oh, lots of footwork. And a 5 touch. He'll finish that one off in the channel. And we see Nigel Canterbury, big goofy footer out there. He's given that board a shove around, made a couple of trips to the nose. So everybody finishing off right here in front of the club, just down here at her feet. A great spot to view the event from up here in the Coogin SLSC outside area. Fantastic, you can enjoy some lunch. And lunch, Andy's got a marvellous burger he's just picked up from down the tent. Looks fantastic. So, first lot of scores have dropped. In 4th position, Michaela Smith, your first wave, a 3.5. Nigel Canterbury, your first wave, a 3.5. Jared Neal, your first wave, a 5.5. Nick Jones, your first wave, a 7.17. 16.5 minutes remaining. Plenty of waves out there as we've seen this little pulse as predicted by Andy Mack this morning come through with the incoming onshore wind. And we see Michaela up and riding out the back there. She's going to almost coming unstuck. Rail getting a little loose. She may have held that through to the right section. It's just holding up in front of her. A quick trip to the nose. And a sole arch dismount. So depending on the size of that score, we will have a situation change. That's a second wave. All the other competitors just waiting. Isn't it funny how some heats the waves just pour through and others they just don't seem to be able to be found. We saw that yesterday. Watched it last night in the replay of Michael Cottier's heat. Heat before there was 15 waves surfed, and in that one there was only 5. We saw a flurry of waves in the previous heat, and it's a reasonable score being dropped there for Michaela. And yes, that one there, a 3.87 taking you into the lead, but we see Nick Jones who was the heat leader before that change, then just sliding onto that one. A couple of great turns onto the nose, and right behind him, Jared Neal. Just pearling that one. Quick decision for the judges as they watch Nigel Canterbury slide into the one behind it. An even pairing out there of two naturals and two goofies. Big turn there from Nige. Not a small fella. And a long-time stalwart of longboard serving. Michaela Smith finding herself out there on the peak by the Lonesome and dropping into this one. Good opportunity for, oh, just lose. No, she's regained it. She brought it back. Interesting little save as she goes through the stretch 5 nose ride and head dip combination. She's currently in the leading spot. We're just waiting for the last wave of Nick Jones's to drop. 13, a bit over 13 minutes. Where are we all heading this evening? Barefoot Bowls, Kingscliff Bowls Club. Hope you've got your teams ready, registered down there in the merch tent. And go and check out all the other bits and pieces that are being set up down there in the Hawkers area. There will be a lot more stalls coming on board in the next couple of days. Look forward to seeing filth boards, the handmade fiberglass handboards down here in the next couple of days. A few other bits and pieces. So after that exchange, we have Nigel Canterbury in 4th position, needing a 3.88 to progress through to the next round. Jared Neal, you need a 1.88 to progress through to the next round. Both of you having a 6.83. Heat leader Nick Jones up and riding there behind Michaela Smith. Michaela in 2nd position at the moment with a 7.37, needing an 8.8. As we watch Nick Jones just finish that one right in the channel under the almost the floorboards of the surf club. He has a 7.17 and a 5.5 for a total of 12.67, leading this heat by 5.3 before that wave.
You're doing a fantastic job there, Leroy. I just had to down that veggie burger, and it's the best veggie burger I've ever had in my life. But I just so happened to put a little bit too much chili sauce on it. In fact, the whole bottle ended up going on it. So if you want to get some chili sauce down there and you can't find it, well, you can blame me for it.
Andy's eaten it all.
Yeah, almost. But it was a top veggie burger. Thanks so much. The lunch being provided down there in the tents, and there's a bit of a festival atmosphere happening down there in the park with all the tents and the array of clothing and whatever else you'd like to have a look at.
Jared Neal up on one on the inside there, looking for a 2.58 to get him through. Just coming unstuck. Michaela Smith, your last wave, a 4.2. You now need a 9.71 to take the lead from Nick Jones, who has a 7.17 and a 6.73. Nigel Canterbury sitting right out the back there. He needing a 4.58 to progress through to the next round. I think he's on this one, and he'll be looking to make the best use of it and replace his low score of 3.33. There's a couple of good little turns to start. He's, oh, gouging turn, that one. Oh, and I like those two. I hope the judges do for him. Just needing a 4.58 to progress through to the next. Jared Neal just needing a 2.58 to progress through, as we see Jared up on the wave behind Nigel's. Uncharacteristic loss of the rail there for Jared. Also one of my favourite backhand goofy foot surfers. So we've gone past the halfway mark. About 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in current situation. Jared Neal in yellow, 7.5 second, 7 needing a 2.58 to progress through to the next round. Nigel Canterbury, all last wave, a 4.5, bettering your earlier score. You're now needing a 3.58 to progress through to the next round. Michaela Smith currently has an 8.07. She needs a 9.71 to take the lead as we see her up and riding on the inside there. Little trip to the nose. We'll leave it up to the judges whether it replaces her 3.87, which is the lowest of her 2 waves. And heat leader Nick Jones, a 7.17 and a 6.73 for a total of 13.9. And we have 8.5 minutes remaining in this heat. Thank you all the local surfers for staying clear of the contest zone while we've been running the 2015 Australian Longboard Open here at Kingscliff. Fantastic to have just 4 surfers or even 2 surfers in the lineup, giving them every opportunity to get every one of the best waves and ride them to their best of their ability. And there's the 8-minute mark. Ocean's just slipped out the back for a wee. So we see Nick Jones. Is it knee paddling back out there? No, that's not Nick. That's Michaela. But Nick finds a lumpy one. No, he's thought there was one, so did I. So Jared's looking for a 2.58 to get him up into second. He'll run off on that little left on the inside if he can. No, it just fell out from underneath him.
Well, you definitely need the sunscreen on out there, Leroy. I've just been downstairs and it's UV rays are in the intense range, and I'd like to thank Pretty Shady. Keep covered up, use that shade provided. There's nothing cool about a melanoma, that's for sure. Check out all the great surf spots between here and Sydney. I'd like to thank Scoot also for making it easier, more affordable than ever to travel to your favourite surf spot. There's some of our big sponsors here.
Yes, this contest wouldn't be capable of running without those big list of sponsors you've got there in front of you, Andrew, and we thank them all for getting on board.
And I see that Mick Fabris has taken over the running here at the Coogin Surf Club, or the Kingscliff Surf Club, and he's just a great man, great publican. And you can meet and greet everyone here at the SLSC, watch the surfing from the balcony and have a cold Corona. Could do it really tough up there.
Yes, everything's served ice cold here in the bar.
So the sponsor of this event we're watching at the moment is Villa World, affordable housing right here on the Tweed Coast. First Light. You mentioned Kingscliff Bowls Club. Form a team and come to the Barefoot Bowls tonight. It's going to be a bit of a hoot. Get your tickets at the registration tent downstairs, $10 including games and finger food. Ice cold Coronas available.
Yes, I'm sure there'll be a few people going up there and partaking in that fun this evening after today's activities.
I'd like to thank Scales Seafood at Kennedy Drive, voted the best fish and chip shop on the coast 4 years in a row. Volt Wetsuits, check them online. Hobie's SUPs, talk to Ruben Roxburgh all about them. Baja Cantina are doing specials for longboarders and friends, $25, including a burrito, a Corona, and of course tequila.
Yes, slip down there and say hello to Phil the chef. One of our mates, I'll be working with Phil down at the Blues Festival in a couple of weeks' time.
Nice.
There's the 5-minute mark.
So I'd like to thank Clearwater Surfboards. One has been given to the 8-foot competitors draw and another one from the Kingscliff Beach Hotel for some lucky patron. So you need to get in for that one. Mac has sponsored Clearwater Surfboards. Need to be there at Friday Floral Shirt Night to win. there is a firewire being given to some lucky competitor at the presentation at the Kingscliff Beach Hotel on Sunday. But you need to be at the Prezzo to win it.
As we see Michaela Smith picking up a little one on the inside. That one, I'm not sure, it may not be as good as some of her keeper scores, but I'll let the judges decide on that one. Oh, Nigel Canterbury finds himself with one right behind him. He's needing a 3.58 to go through into the next round. You see him bottom turning up to the nose.
Well, this is an incredible heat, Leroy. I mean, we've got Michaela Smith out there. She is looking incredibly hot. Girl from California in blue coming second, throwing down a hell of a challenge to the guys.
Yes. Yes. A fairly characteristic there of Jared Neal. He's holding a 5.5. He just needs a 2.58 to get through into the next round. But, oh, he's had a bit of a look. He's seen something out the back there. He wants that. That's a machine with those arms going there.
Well, this is a wave of consequence to go from fourth into second, maybe even the lead. And there's that pulse of swell we've been looking for all day, and Jared's on a good one on the inside, gets up on the nose, and no doubt this wave's really going to send him from fourth into second, maybe even the lead.
Ooh, that'd be a big call.
We won't say what he needs just in case we influence the judges. But
that'd need to be a big call. I know we see Nigel on the one behind him. And he'll give that a big directional change to finish.
Well, Nigel is sort of currently in third position, also chasing not a very big score at all. So
little
both those
spinner
waves
on the inside. 2.5 minutes, fellas. 2.5 minutes. Plenty of time if Huey plays the game. And definitely, yes, we have had a major situation change there. Jared Neal going from fourth to second. Your last wave, a 4.13. Jared, a 4.13. You now have 9.63. Michaela Smith, you need a 5.44 to progress through to the next round. And Nigel, you need a 5.14 to progress through to the next round.
Yeah, well, we just saw Jared Neal overtake. He went from fourth into second on the strength of that last wave, 4.33. Michaela Smith dropping from second into third. So, Michaela, you now need a 5.44 to move back into second. Nigel, you're in fourth position. You need a 5.14 to move into second. And Nick Jones, the man in red, he's way out in front, looking really good.
Yes, with just over a minute and a half remaining in this heat. And then we will be moving into Heat 4 of round 1 of the Villa World Loggers event here at the Australian Longboard Open. That'll be Ray Gleave, Jack Boyd, Taylor Jensen and Tony Abood. Will we see Huey play the game and throw up another 3 or 4 waves for a mad exchange between all of these surfers just to put the pressure on the judges a touch more? 1 minute. 1 minute, gentlemen and lady. Well, she was giving the boys a bit of a touch-up until just a few moments ago when Jared picked off that outside one, but there she is on the inside. Just coming unstuck, so I can't see that one making a big change in the situation. With 30 seconds, and there's a lump out the back. Who will be on the receiving end of possibly the last wave of the heat? Down to 20 seconds. Oh no, Michaela's picked a little one up on the inside. Big change of direction, but again, it's a consolation wave. And that's white out the back. So last throw of the dice with 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, Nigel Canterbury getting in a quick one and just the off the tail dismount. I'll hand the microphone over to Ian Pearson as he joins Andy Mack at the commentary position, and he can give you an update on the final scores of that round.
Well done, Leroy. Great call. It was a super heat, that one, and we're still waiting for the official result. We know that Nick Jones won the heat, PSO, but there was a giant challenge for second. It appears that Jared Neal got second in the end. Michaela Smith was really challenging the boys there, holding on to second throughout the heat, but then it all changed in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Looking for your next surfing adventure? The search begins with Scoot. Fly Gold Coast to Maldives from $379. Fly Scoot, save loot.
We're ready to go. The judges are set. Press the green button. Count you in. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, very entertaining heat coming up. Ray Gleave, the godfather of soul, local legend, the unofficial mayor of Kingscliff, really, Ray Gleave. This is his backyard. Knows the place like better than anyone else. Jack Boyd, not aware of Jack, but out there doing his best. Taylor Jensen, former world champ, and as we've seen Taylor surfing for the first 2 days of the event. He's red hot. And Mr. Tony Abood, all 6'13" of Tony Abood from Abood's Crane and Trucks. He's been a great sponsor of the junior division over the years. And Tony's out there mixing it up in the Villa World Loggers. Don't forget Villa World Affordable Housing right here on the Tweed Coast. If you're looking to build a fantastic new home on a block of dirt you own, talk to Villa World.
Yeah, of course, straight after this heat, we'll be going into the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro event. And that's going to be a super heat to start too, with Jay Phillips, the president of the Snapper Surf Riders, up against Liam Griggs-Kennelly and Matt Aldridge. So they'll be coming up next. But out in the water at the moment, wow, so much depth of talent, from Ray Gleave to Jack Boyd to Taylor Jensen and Tony Abood.
And the boys look like they've moved right up onto the southern bank, utilising the rip with the incoming tide and trying to find one to suit their pleasures, and making it a bit difficult for us to see. Oh, sneeze, there goes me pepper. All right, and don't forget, folks, if you need lunch, if you're hungry, get down to that tent. Andy Mack just justified the burger. I just justified mine. And let me say, there is a little sweet chilli sauce left, and the pepper's really good as well. But, yeah, great feed done by a great group of people down there, part of the team here from Island Style Promotions. No need to leave the beach. Plenty of food and drinks available. Up and riding. Ray Gleave.
Well, as you said, he's like the king of Kingscliff when it comes to longboards. And he's had such a great longboard career, and it's so good to see Ray surfing again at his home break. So he gets the opening wave. Tony Aboods had a quick takeoff, 0.67. That'll in fact be Ray's second wave. We'll just wait for the score to come through, so he'll take an early lead on the strength of 2 waves.
Yeah, 3.83 Ray for your last wave, along with a 2.67. 2 waves caught, you are leading the heat. Tony Abood, a throwaway. Won't even register that score for you, but you are on the board. So every wave counts, obviously. The best waves will count for the final total. As we watch Big Tony stroke into one, he's got arms like oars, the big man. And there he is. Look how tall that man is on that board.
Yeah, if you've ever competed against him, he's the hell paddler. I've had a couple of heats in the day with him, and he's just completely outstroked me.
And coming out of the foam ball out the back, I can see through the fencing in yellow is Taylor Jensen. Quick 5 up there for Taylor, whipping the board around.
Oh, Taylor's just had such a big day today, hasn't he? He's been in the pros, he's been in the nose riding, now he's in the old.
Yeah, these boards, remember, 6 kilos and above minimum weight. So they are heavier, a lot heavier. Big single fins, traditional styled riding required, and they'll mix it up as best they can. But remember, they are heavier boards and they are utilising the old Mal style. Slides, take off out there, out of the foam. Surfer in white is Jack Boyd. Jack managed to hold that and driving through the inside, and unfortunately that wave just ate him. So scores coming in, we'll keep you updated as they do come to hand.
I've just been watching the guys on the old boards. I mean, they've just been ripping, considering, you know, as you said, the boards are really heavy. They're antiquated. They're what we all started on back in the 60s before the shortboard revolution came in 1967 with Bob McTavish and the fantastic plastic machine, and he had the Dick Brewer mini gun happening around the same time, and midget stringless. They were all going for the line with the shortboard revolution. But prior to 67, these were the boards that everybody was surfing on, and no leg ropes, big old dungers with single fin.
Just a little bit before my time, but once again, the guru, Andy Mack, providing history lessons for us all. If you need to know anything about surfing and who is and who isn't in the surfing world, I'm sure Andy Mack knows everything. He's like the encyclopedia of surfing itself. Out of the blue, out of the water, Taylor Jensen cruising across the inside, 5-10 combination, holds it through the dribble. Still waiting on a score. Is his first one. I'm hesitant to say there's going to be a situation change. And Taylor Jensen, as Andy Mack has said, what a huge day he's having, proving that he is a waterman, sportsman and endurance person.
Oh, he's just a classic waterman, isn't he, Taylor Jensen? That's a great wave. Cheer him on, folks.
I know Nava and Jagger, their new daughters down there. Jagger's always looking. There's Daddy, clapping hands. Great support from the family.
Oh, what a great family surfing connection it is too.
And we're still waiting for a couple of scores to drop in, but Taylor Jensen, your first wave came in at a 8. Your second wave was no slouchy one either, a 6.67. You have established a commanding lead right now, surfer in yellow, Taylor Jensen. Ray Gleave with a 3.83 and a 2.67, currently holding a second place. Tony Abood in third, a 1.63 and a throwaway, 0.67 in third spot. And Jack Boyd, one wave ridden, a 1.17. Unfortunately, that wave swallowed him, but with just over 13 and a half minutes remaining, he has got time to redeem himself and come back and get some bigger points on the board. But current heat leader, Taylor Jensen in yellow, Ray Gleave second in the red, Tony Abood third in the blue, and Jack Boyd in white holding fourth place. 13 and a half minutes remaining. Anything can happen.
Like to give a plug to the judges, of course. They've got the most thankless job, judging throughout the whole competition. They make sure that they give you the best score that they can out of 10, 20-minute heats, and you know they put in some hard yards. So I'd like to thank the guys, Keenan Roxburgh, who's the head judge. You got BJ, you got Stace, you got Trevor, you got Ty, John from Surfing New South Wales, Bones in the background. You know, we've got a pretty big engine room up here, and then we've got the live webcast guys. They're doing a fabulous job, going live all around the world. And yeah, I'd like to thank Sean Cummings from Common Solutions. Right, okay. Okay, now Sean, just give that to me again. What's the web address?
That one's AustralianLongboardOpen.com/live. You can watch all the coverage there at home across the next 3 days.
So if you get on the Surfing Australia site and just go to the Australian Longboard Open in Kingscliff, you'll be able to find it, and just click on the icon and up she comes, live.
Can you go through
Kingscliff.
Facebook as well? You can do Facebook. Go through Facebook, Bookface. It seems to be the trend. But yeah, thanks boys for the live coverage. For those people that can't make the event, you can tune in live and listen to us dribble over the microphones, keeping you informed and entertained. Leroy, Andy Mack and myself trying to keep you informed and entertained with all the action that's happening here at the 2015 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. Live at Kingscliff Beach, part of the legendary Pacific Coast up here on the northern rivers of New South Wales. Welcome everybody.
Yes, indeed. What a great place to come to on the Tweed Coast. And I really like to thank all the locals down here today from Kingscliff and all Indigenous brothers. You know, the real locals. I'd like to thank them all for being down here. And what a great spot it is. So the surface and the water, you've got 11 minutes remaining, and it's Taylor out in front in the yellow. Ray Gleave now in second position. Ray's been comboed by Taylor Jensen, so you need a combination of two good scores, Ray, to go to the lead. Tony Abood is in third. He only needs a 4.84 to take second, and Jack Boyd in fourth. Jack, you're looking for a 5.34 to go to second. So Taylor Jensen, I mean, this is the third time he's surfed so far today, and you'd think that his legs would be getting tired out there, but there's no risk of that.
All right, up and riding out of the back corner there, Ray Gleave. Ray looking to improve his scores to make sure he secures second place. Comboed at the moment by heat leader Taylor Jensen. But nice and long ride there for Ray Gleave.
Yeah,
Good.
we saw the classic drop knee Ray Gleave cutback. It's one of the finest in longboarding. And he's going all the way on this way. There it goes again. Oh, he loves the drop knee. Go Raymond.
We just saw Jack Boyd unfortunately come unstuck trying to pop over the foam there. And without a leg rope, the board has carried. So he'll be having the swim-a-thon. And behind him, big Tony Abood just dribbling through. Now that wave's a lot bigger than it looks because Tony's a lot bigger than he looks, but he's making the most out of that and providing a great effort and just kicks that one out. We'll give you an update on the scores as they do come to hand, but at the moment, yellow over red, over blue, over white. Taylor Jensen with a commanding lead. Ray Gleave second in the red. Tony Abood third. Let's wait for the scores to come down, see how Jack's finished. I don't think it's improved his fourth place position right now. Let's see what the judges think.
Well, Ray Gleave's last score, a 5.5 for Ray Gleave. Wasn't enough to take the lead because he'd been comboed, but Ray now needs a 9.18. So Taylor Jensen really dominating out in front with an 8 and a 6.67. Ray Gleave in second now with a 5.5 and a 3.83. Just repeating that, Ray, you need a 9.18 to take the lead. Tony Abood in third position. Tony needing a 5.34 to take the lead. And Jack Boyd in fourth, needing an 8.17 to take second.
So 5.34 for Tony Abood to move into second spot is not out of Tony's repertoire. The right way for the big man can push him through. And Ray Gleave holding second at the moment. And as you said, Taylor Jensen just shoot for the moon. Catch him if you can, boys. Great display. Two ways ridden by Taylor, an 8 and a 6.67 to put the rest virtually into combo land, although Ray needing a 9.18. That's possible too for the godfather of soul in his own backyard. He knows what to look for. Ray will be surfing in the over 50s event again this year. Peter Pan, I call him. He's always been 50. He's never grown old. And unfortunately for the rest of us in the over 50s, Ray's been dominating this division for a long time lately. So we're out for blood. We'll try. Taylor Jensen, we've just seen Jack Boyd come unstuck and right behind him just to show him up. Taylor Jensen in the yellow. Full control. Look at the power of the big man. Floating the board and just snapping it off the lip to drop it back down into the rest of that wave. So a lot of things happening out here. Another great entertaining heat from these guys. Heat number 4 of the Villa World Loggers event.
Yeah, well done, Perso. I mean, you know, it is sort of difficult in these conditions when it's onshore and a little bit crumbly, but we're still getting that pulse of swell, and we are expecting whole new east-southeast swell overnight. I think the tide's still making its way in. We're looking at a high tide around about 3 o'clock this afternoon, so the tide's still coming up. It's just perfect water visibility today. It's just that much clearer than what it was yesterday.
And just to interrupt you, Andy, Taylor Jensen, your last wave came in at an 8.67. 8.67.
Well, that's just thrown them all back in the combo land, hasn't it?
Comboed the fleet, so to speak. It's catch me if you can. He's over the top and bolting for the finish line. Taylor Jensen with an 8.67 and an 8. A combined total of 16.67 has comboed Ray Gleave. Ray requiring a 16.68. Well, let's not mention the rest, but Tony Abood, the fight between red Ray Gleave in second and Tony Abood blue in third. Tony only needs a 5.34 to push the Godfather out of his spot.
And Jack Boyd's still in the running there too, PSO. He's just on that wave on the inside.
Yep.
Got that from all the way out the back.
And that'll be a good scoring ride for Jack just to improve his tally.
It'll definitely improve his tally. He's only on 2 really low scores, so and he's got a wave even before that one to go into the scoreboard. So Jack's catching up. He's playing catch-up surfing now.
Yeah, well, as we head down to the furious 5 minutes, there's 5.5 minutes remaining. It might be 4 people in the water, but I can honestly say it's going to be a 3-man heat because those 3 men in the water are fighting for second spot. Totally a very tight-knit race between Ray, Tony and Jack. Taylor's just, he can play around now if he likes. Miracle on the water, so to speak. And Big Tony scratching with the oars. Didn't make that one. Taylor thought, missed it. I'm taking it. Taylor's no shorty either. He's about 6'5". He does look short next to Tony Abood, but so does everyone. Look at that. Little wave. 5'10" combo and just pearls it as the chop hits him. Won't make any difference to the current scores he's sitting on right now. But no situation change at the moment. Ray Gleave still holding down a second place with a 5.5 and a 3.83. Tony Abood with a 4 and a 1.67. Tony, you need a 5.34 to take Ray's second spot from him. Jack came in with a 2.5 and a 1.17. Huey not playing the game for you. You just need one critical wave to get through. A 6.84 will move you into second spot. And as we said, there's Jack right now looking to improve. Does a little disco dance at the end, at the into the gutter. And we're into the 5-minute mark. Last 5. Just over 4 to tell you the truth as Ray Gleave drops the back knee down and just brings that board out of direction. Recovers onto the inside. Looking for the 5.10. There it goes. A nice little dance from the Master Blaster. The Godfather of Soul, Ray Gleave. And another one.
I think this wave will take him out of combo land, and but there's only 3.5 minutes remaining, so he can still challenge for the lead after that wave. Ray, you've got 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. You are currently in second position. You'd been comboed prior to that wave, so I think you'll go out of combo, but you'll still probably be in second, needing another score to take the lead. So if anything, he's just cementing second position. Yeah, you can see the score coming up now, PSO, and it won't take him to the lead, but it'll definitely solidify his second position.
Yeah, makes all the work a little bit harder for current third place, Tony Abood, requiring a 7.68 now, Tony. And here he goes. Will he pull it out? 7.68. He drops down on his backhand, the big man. He's got about size 25 feet, so he's glued to that board. And he's making the most of these difficult conditions, winding it up in the inside and stretching around. Another directional change. Will it be enough to get him into second place?
The last score there for red for Ray Gleave was a 6.17. He just duck dives underneath that wave, so I'll just call that again. Ray, your last score was a 6.17. He's going to turn around and have a look at this, but he's going to let it go. So a 6.17, Ray, you're in second position. And Taylor Jensen, the heat leader, he's going to get off that wave. He's not too worried about that because he's sitting on a pair of 8s, PSA.
Yeah, 8.67 and an 8. Well and truly a dominant display by Taylor Jensen. But Ray, the Godfather, Ray Gleave, the unofficial mayor of Kingscliff, coming back hard at the end of the heat with a 6.17 and a 5.5 to cement his second place. Tony Abood, your last wave, a 3.93. Tony, along with a 4, is not enough to get you into second right now. But with just under 2 minutes remaining, possibilities are endless here at Kingscliff. Jack Boyd out of the running at the moment, well surfed, a 2.83 and a 2.5, requiring an 8.85
for second
to progress to second.
Yeah, and Taylor absolutely dominating. He's dominated the field here. His opponents have been comboed with 1.5 minutes remaining. Ray Gleave is looking good for second. Tony Abood, he'd be loving to get second, but he needs a 7.68 now to take second from Ray Gleave.
All right, as we head down towards the Mad Minute, this will be the last heat of the Villa World Loggers. So coming up next, and good luck to you blokes, it'll be the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro Division. Now, the Retro's all short single fin boards made in pre-85 models. Some of them are actually pre-85 dated boards. These guys keep these boards lovingly restored and kept. So we watch Ray drop into one as we wind up the heat. But Jay Phillips in red, Liam Griggs Kennelly in white, Matt Aldridge in the yellow. As we return to commentary with Ray Glee finishing off his ride through the inside, and behind him, Jack Boyd trying to make the most out of the dying seconds of this heat. 30 seconds remaining. So I'd no doubt suggest these boys will surf these waves as far to the beach as possible to avoid the embarrassment of paddling in. And Ray's done that all the way to the sand. He'll just walk straight up and into the shower.
What a great wave to finish off that heat with.
Big Tony scratching for the last one of this heat. Will he get on it? He does, the big fella. He's found a left, the goofy footer, looking to improve. Can he beat Ray out of second spot? I don't think that wave will be enough to carry him through. And of course, we're counting it out in 3, 2, 1. That is the end of Heat 4, Round 1 of the Villa World Loggers. And great surfing by all competitors out there, and especially Heat winner Taylor Jensen in the yellow. Second place did go to Ray Gleave in the red. Third place to Tony Abood. And fourth place to Jack Boyd in the white. Congratulations and commiserations. First two will go through. It is a money event, so hopefully you can make through the semis and pick up some prize cash. And a very dominant display there by all the surfers, especially Mr. Taylor Jensen, just smashing them out of the ballpark. All right, the retros. Now, going to be hard work with very small waves on these very small boards, but these guys love the retros, and they'll be having a lot of fun with it. We're ready to go, Keenan. We're pressing the button. Here we go. We're counting this one in. So get ready to zip around in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, it worked. Okay, up and running in the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro, as we said out there. Jay Phillips, president of the Snapper Rocks Club, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. Jay's the El Presidente, the Snapper Surf Riders, and he was the contest director at the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro. It was a fantastic job from Fingal, of course, and it's really great to see Jay out here. He was former professional surfer in the junior ranks and in the open ranks, and he's still as good as ever. He's one of those guys, he just doesn't age.
And along with him out in the water to keep him honest will be Liam Griggs Kennelly. We've seen Liam surf during the week. Great surfer.
Well,
and
there he is. He just had a quick little cutback out the back. It's amazing how the boards just suddenly look like they're that tiny compared to the loggers.
They are at least half the size. And the other surfer out there in this event is Matty
Aldridge.
Aldridge.
Jay. Jay's on an inside wave. And you can see just how loose Jay Phillips is. He's lost none of his competitive skills. In fact, he was part of the Snapper Rocks team that won the Cura Teams event about a week ago. He was the last surfer for them, and he's just an amazing competitor.
And that wave was all of 18 inches high, and he's just smashed the bag out of it and really stamped it down and showed it who's boss by ripping its heart out. Other surfer out there up and riding, the lightweight of the event, Matty Aldridge. Matty, no slouch on the retros either, can surf just about anything, and he loves the little boards. The little man on the little board, watch him swing it around. He's just dancing, pushing for the power through the inside section here. He'll get a whip out of this. There you go, and just up off the foam and back down again to say, well, if you can do it, I can do it. Watch me do it.
Well, like you said, Matt can surf on anything, and he just showed on that last wave how good he is outside. You've got the surfer in white, Liam Griggs Kennelly. He's currently leading the heat, so he's throwing down an early challenge here. Matt Aldridge just finishing on his wave, and Matt just had a campaign over in Hawaii, his first trip, surfed some of the biggest waves he's ever seen, and I think he was being mentored by Matt Healy, who's just an amazing big wave surfer, and you know, maybe Matt Aldridge is going to become Australia's Matt Healy. Be amazing to see. So we've got some early scores there. For first score for Jay is a 5-point ride. Second score for Liam, you're in second position. You got 2 scores down. It's just changed over. So Jay's in the lead with the first score of red is a 5. Second, surfer in second is Matt Albridge. He's on a 3.33. And Liam's on 2 low scores. He's in third. So just repeating that, red is first, yellow second, and white is third.
And 17 minutes remaining, competitors, 17 minutes in the water. So, yeah, a lot more action on the right waves with these guys being on boards half the length. Some of these boards are only about 5'10" or less, and being a single or twin fin requirement in the retro division, following pre-85 thrusters from the great Simon Anderson. Single fin or twin fin, and these guys will smash these boards out of the park. Oh, they are single fins.
Yeah, basically what happened from about 1969, the board started to drop to 7 feet, and then come 1970, the twin fin came in and the boards went under 6 feet. And in 1972, the world titles was won by Jimmy Blair's on a 5'6" fish. And then from there, the boards started going back up again. So, I mean, these boards really, they date back to 1970 in a way. So, you know, if you've got one of these retro boards, they're a collector's item. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I think one of the very first surfboards I ever rode was a step deck single fin Carter model. And very weird shape sort of deck thing. It sort of scooped out from the nose and bubbled on the deck, but round tail single fin. And that was when I was a wee grommet a long time ago.
The old step deck.
Step decks. Just over 15 minutes remaining, surfers in the water. So boys being selective out there, considering the conditions, looking for a wave with a bit of punch in it. So you won't see them taking off in anything dribbly. These waves being, these boards being so small, they need some power under them to
oh, look at Matt, he's scrambling around on the inside here. He's sniffing something on the inside, but he can't quite get on it.
The little arms didn't go fast enough.
I mean, you know, the previous heat he was on a longboard, you know, 9-foot logger, and now he's on a 5-foot shortboard. There's quite a difference in paddling, and just adapting to going from such a big board to such a short board can be so difficult, especially trying to catch a wave.
Yeah, not much buoyancy compared to the longboards on these little ones, so digging the shoulders deep, trying to keep up paddling momentum to scratch onto these very difficult waves with the northerly nor'easter hitting it right now. Sun's out, so remember, cover up and stay in the shade where you can.
Okay, here goes Jay on his second wave. It's only a small wave, but look at him flying down the line here. He's so strong and he's surfing, and he just catches a rail because you'd said the chop's out there and it's very difficult, but he gets his second wave up all the same. That's going to leave the other two out the back with the first choice of waves. And we've got Matt, I think. No, not Matt.
No, it's Liam Griggs-Kennelly up in white. Nice little cutback from Liam, finding a little pocket and hanging in it to keep the board under momentum and really winding it up on the inside. It's like watching a game of Twister. He's really ripping that board in and out, and so these boys should be. There he goes, the alley-oop 360, brings it right around. So there's part of the tricks in the bag. He's actually rotated that board 360 degrees and kept the momentum travelling. So that'll be a good scoring wide.
Absolutely. Well, Liam was looking for a good score because he's only got 2 low scores at the moment and currently in third position. And no doubt that last score has got the potential to see him move from third into first. So,
and Matty missed
there
that.
There he goes. And it's a 5.5 for Liam. So you go into the lead. The surfer in white is now in first. Red is second. Yellow is third. Yellow, you only need a 3.41 to take second. Red, you're in second position. You need a 2.44 to take the lead.
And just while you were commentating, Andy Mack, a bubble came through out the back, and it looked like all rights reserved for Matty Aldridge to catch that, but it bubbled up in front of him. The little arms couldn't get him down it, and Jay saw that, Matty missed it and Jay scabbed. So
Jay swooped on it.
he just swooped. He's had another ride, Jay Phillips, trying to improve his scores. He's currently...
he will, and he goes to the lead.
He's done it. So, yeah, his last wave came in at a 6.33. Along with the previous 5, he's moved back into first place. Liam Griggs-Kennelly with a 5.5 and a 1.93 holding second right now. Matty Aldridge, one wave on the board, a 3.33. Matty, you just need a 4.11 to progress. And another tight heat. Matt only having the one ride, looking to improve his two-wave combination. The boys with 2 scoring rides each, but out in front right now, Jay Phillips in the red, Liam Griggs-Kennelly second in the white.
Yeah, 11 minutes remaining, and it's a great-looking heat happening here. It's the retro boards, the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro, round 1. You got Jay Phillips in the red. He is currently leading this heat. Liam Griggs-Kennelly in the white is coming second, and Matt Aldridge in the yellow is third. Matt, you need a 4.11 to take the lead. Liam, you're in second position. You need a 5.84 to take the lead. And Jay Phillips leading on the strength of 2 good scores. He's got a 5 and a 6.33 on Jay's last wave. Yeah, Jay has a lot to do with coaching the Snap Rock Surf Riders Club juniors, and he's basically their #1 coach under the guise of the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And turning around, it's Matt Aldridge in the yellow, currently in third position, looking for the section. Wants to whack this lip somewhere. He's coming around now. There it goes, the big money turn. And he's looking for another little section on the end here. Really pumping it. Another little snap. And this is shortboard surfing now, folks. We've been watching longboards for the last couple of days, but these guys are showing what it's like to surf retro boards, shortboard style. So that will be Matt's second wave. And he was looking for fairly average score there, so no doubt he's going to score highly on that one big backhand snap he did. So whether it was enough to move into second.
So we'll wait for a few scores to drop down and see if there is a situation change, and I could...
and there's not.
There's
unbelievable.
Oh, gee, how close was that? Matt, your last wave, a 3.9 along with a 3.33. You're still in third place. You only need a 3.54 to progress. Liam Kennelly holding second with a 5.5 and a 1.93, just in front of Matty Aldridge. Jay Phillips dominating the heat at the moment with a 6.33 and a 5. With 9.5 minutes remaining, surfers, anything could happen.
There goes Liam now. So he's currently in second position. He's winding up the turns. He's looking for that lip to snap it again. A layback Harry, but he doesn't quite get back. So now Matt Aldridge, he's in third position. He's only chasing a 3.54 for second. Matt, you need a 3.54 to go into second. Jay, you're sitting in the lead with a 6.33 and a 5. So last score of Liam's is a 3.5. So that's good enough to keep Liam in second position. That now means for Matt Aldridge in third, Matt, you need a 5.11 to take second. So a really exciting heat out here, the first heat of the retros. And coming up next, we've got Ben Johnson, local surfer, up against Dalton Shaw and William Crowe. William Crowe's been having a great session out here at Kingscliff for the Australian Longboard Open. Be really interesting to see what his shortboard retro act is. And then the last heat of the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro is Nick Jones, Cam Gleave and Kyle Teal. Cameron Gleave.
All right, up and riding, improving his position, or trying to, is Liam Griggs-Kennelly. And just tail drop on that one coming unstuck at the end. Currently in second place, Liam, with a 5.5 and a 3.5. I Don't know if that wave is going to improve your position, but out the back in yellow, winding up, zipping everywhere. The little man, Matty Aldridge, loves these retro boards and just loves putting the power behind those turns. So Matt requiring a 5.11 to progress into second spot. Current heat leader Jay Phillips sitting pretty with a 6.33 and a 5. And we'll see what happens with just over 7 minutes remaining, ladies and gentlemen. 7 minutes remaining. So second call, or first call for round 2, or round 1, heat 2 rather. Ben Johnson, Dalton Shaw and William Crowe. Head down, see Uncle Owie and check in.
So yes, Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro Division at the moment. The retro boards, the old 1970 shortboards, going right through the 80s to the twin fins prior to the 1981 Simon Anderson thruster. So yeah, anywhere between the 70s and 1981. They say if you can remember it, you were never there, but oh man. Some of them, sometimes I couldn't remember, but a lot of times I could.
Yeah, well, I got the date wrong. I thought it was 85, but I'm younger than you, and
85.
I don't remember it. I still don't remember
Hammer
it.
Time. I love it.
There was disco.
Yeah, that's when I went retro.
I think the whole world went retro, and when they look back at it, they're really sorry they did. Big platform shoes, extra wide flared jeans and silky shirts, and that was
glam
just
rock days, wasn't it?
Well, that was just the blokes. What were they thinking? Really?
The mullet and
Matty Aldridge up and riding, snapping one off a little wave there. Bang, another big hit from Matty, throwing a little rooster tail around. So a little chicken tail there. But look at him winding this up, and that wave is, what, 3 inches?
Well, he gets that last move. That's, look, the attitude. He wants the score. Matt's really pumped. He wants to get the score, and he was looking for a 5.11, and we'll leave that one up to the judges. With 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go, Matt. Once we get the score, we'll let you know. So it was enough for Matt Aldridge. He has moved from third into second. Last score of yellows, a 5.57. Liam, you've dropped back into third. The surfer in white, you now need a 3.98. A 3.98, the surfer in white to take back second. And the surfer in red, Jay Phillips, holding on to the lead. With just under 5 minutes to go. Jay Phillips has a look at this one. And it looks like it's got a good section on the inside. Off the bottom, off the top. The Jay Phillips off the top turn. Be looking for the inside connection. And no stranger to these parts. Here he goes, down on the inside section. The Snapper Rocks coach, president, and local legend. So we'll see if he gets a big round of applause from up on the balcony there. The Kingscliff Surf Club, they love Jay. So a bit of flurry of activity there, PSO. We'll just wait for Jay Phillips' last score to come in. And the judges like it. It's a 7.83. Wow. 7.83. That just extends Jay Phillips' lead, making it a little bit harder now for second and third. What's Matt need? He's in second position. He needs an 8.5. And to go into second, Liam, you only need a 3.98. So the fight is on for second position now.
Yeah, it looks like Jay's well and truly smashed this heat with a 7.83 and a 6.33, comfortably holding first place right now. An 8.6 isn't impossible for Matt Aldridge at any given day, at any given event, but unfortunately the wave's not, I can't see an 8.8 out there unless there's something really, maybe the sushi roll. Something ridiculous.
Well, one judge really loved Jay's last wave. He gave him an 8.5. In the end, it averaged out at a 7.83, Jay, your last score. A 7.83, your last wave.
So the battle's on now between Matty Aldridge and Liam Griggs-Kennelly, swapping and changing. Matty trying to cement his position in second. That wave not holding up for him. Liam behind him looking to see if he can grovel into something. And only requiring a 3.98 to take Matty back out of second and push himself into it. Let's see what happens. There's only 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. 2 minutes 40 seconds. The first heat of the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro. So Ben Johnson, Dalton Shaw and William Crowe should be paddling out and ready to play as we watch Liam Griggs-Kennelly in white, mastering through this one, smacking it into submission and bouncing one off the foam there with the Larry layback. Not coming out of that one. Let's see if there is a change in the score and a change in his position. All right, surfers in the water. We are virtually right on 2 minutes remaining. Surfers, 2 minutes.
Not enough there for Liam on his last score at 2.63. He is sitting in third position. Surfer in white. You now need a 3.98 to take second. Matt Aldridge, you are in second position. You need an 8.5 to take the lead. And Jay Phillips in the lead, sitting on a 7.83 and a 6.33 with 1.5 minutes to go. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Here goes Matt. Matt Aldridge currently in second position, snapping it wildly on the backhand, looking for that inside connection, but it's not there.
He tried to beat that wave into submission with his surfboard, and the wave just said, knocked it out.
Trying to do the Freddie P on the inside section.
Yeah. Lucky there's no rocks. Could have smashed his board into it.
No rocks on the inside here at Kingscliff.
All right, with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, that is the end of a very exciting heat for Heat 1, Round 1 of the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro Division. Well surfed, a dominant display by heat leader Jay Phillips in the red, holding second place and continuing through the next round. Matty Aldridge in yellow, and unfortunately only 2 go through, but a great surfing display there from Liam's Griggs-Kennelly in the white. Thank you, gentlemen. Come back to the beach in a prone position. You do know the rules. Lie down. We're waiting for the judges to reset themselves, and we're going to kick this one off. We're good to go. Next heat, here we go. Counting you down. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Heat is underway. Round 1, heat 2. Ben Johnson, Big Benny's out there in the red. Dalton Shaw's in the white. And William Crowe's out there in the yellow. 20 minutes of fun on the zippers out there, boys. Do your best. Go hard. We'll give you the results as they come in.
That last one, what an absolutely fantastic heat that was. We saw some brilliant surfing from both Matty Aldridge and Jay Phillips there. Love watching Jay surf. Absolutely incredible. Certainly deserves the position of president of the Snapper Board Riders Club. That brilliant display. Look at that little board, those 2 little boards the guys have got. Aren't they fantastic? Matty was telling me how he softened up those channels on the bottom of that board, and it was going extremely well out there. Great tussle between those 2 fellas. Taking you back to days of old, Andrew, in the single fin section. A fantastic bit of surfing, don't you think?
Incredible surfing, especially in these sort of waves. I mean, it's easy to surf a longboard in these sort of waves. So, boys really putting on a great show. And now we've got heat number 2. Who have we got up there?
That's our surfer in yellow out there, William Crowe.
Well, Crowie's been having a great campaign here at Kingscliff for the Australian Longboard Open. Now we're getting to see shortboard act.
Yes. Giving that one a little punch at the end. Surfer and White up behind him on a good little section. He's gone the stretch 5. Oh.
That was a favourite manoeuvre back in the day when you were grovelling. Do the old stretch 5 on a 5-foot board. You know, you didn't have to stretch much. 1 foot over the fins and 1 over the nose.
I think I remember seeing a photo of you doing something like that, don't I, Andy? And a well-worked bit of surf there from Dalton as he brought it through into that inside channel.
It looks like Ben Johnson on the inside here. No, he's let that one go.
We'll give you some scores as soon as they all fall.
I know there used to be some really crude manoeuvres done in the day just to get that extra point for the judges, because in those days it was, you know, it was worked on length of ride, wasn't it?
Yes, yes.
And especially when you got to that end section, that's when you did the really bad grovelly cheetah 5.
You would try as hard as you possibly could to stay on that wave for as almost to the right to the shore. You know, wearing your fin down in the sand just to get those. Oh, I'm still here.
Yeah, and if the judges felt sorry for you, they might give you half a point extra. Other than that, they could take 2 points off. Hold the phone.
Yes. Well, we've had Dalton
The president's calling.
Hello, Mr. President.
Hello, Barrick.
Dalton, your first wave, a 4.5. William, your first wave, a 3.33 with just under 17 minutes. Seen a great little opening exchange. Ben will open his account shortly. Seems to be plenty of waves rolling through on that bank. Tide's just about filled right in. Still got another hour and a bit to go.
Yep.
See that northeasterly's well and truly kicked in though, but it seems to have picked the swell up a little bit.
Look, I've just been asked to make a public announcement, Leroy. One of the judges, Staith Galbraith, would love to see Jay Phillips. Jay, if you're still in the area, if you can make your way upstairs into the clubhouse where the judges are, because Staith Galbraith would like to see you. Thank you all. Okay, Liana Brown wants to make an announcement here. Leroy, she's going to make a quick announcement. Come on, Liana, give us the stuff.
Okay, come on, all you Miss Beach girls. We're looking for more contestants for Saturday night's competition. It's also a fashion parade. You need to get your registration at the registration booth and then go online and register there. We're really looking forward to some great-looking girls with some good personalities and somebody who's wanting to have a little fun. So make sure you register soon. We need some more girls. And for all the spectators out there, make sure you come and watch. 5 o'clock at King's Beach Hotel. Bye.
Sounds fantastic. And Scoot Airlines sponsoring 2 airfares. So, you know, if I look good in a bikini, I'd be turning up. Thank God I don't. Okay, well, the surf in red there was Ben Johnson. He gets his first wave up. We'll just wait, see what the score is. Only low scores to start with, but it's the surfer in white taking an early lead. A 4.5, first wave of whites. Now, William Crow, this is his second score. Second wave coming up. So, surfer in yellow getting his second wave. And Ben Johnson, your first score, Ben, was a 2.5. So only low scores to start this heat. Conditions are turning just a little bit more crumbly and onshore, so that much harder. You can see Turbo down there getting his board all ready for his big encounter. I can't wait to see Dean Bevan out there. Oh, here he comes, Jay the King Phillips. And, you know, it's always great to see Jay and put on a great heat out there, and we'll just...
Looking like he's just walked off a fashion shoot.
I won't put the microphone on you, Jay, because you're a bit wet, but great heat, good to see. And I know that one of the fantastic view from up here, the Kingscliff Surf Club.
So we've had a couple of more waves fall in the last couple of minutes. So just a quick update. Ben Johnson in third with 3.53. Dalton Shaw, you've just dropped back to second with a total of 5.73. You need a 1.44 to take the lead. William Crow, your last wave at 2.6, pushing you into a lead with a 5.93. As we see, two surfers belting it away on the one wave.
That was pretty interesting there. Yeah, the surfer in white, Dalton Shaw, you know, he had the inside wave, and Ben thought, oh, I probably won't make the section, so he took off down the line. So I'm not sure what the judges will think of that as we watch the surfer in yellow now. William Crow is the current heat leader.
Oh, and he's out of that one. It's just fading out underneath him. Yes. So we've had a bit of a change in the situation with that last exchange of waves. Ben Johnson, your last one, a 1.13. Just increasing your score a little bit, but you still need a 3.44 to progress. William Crow, you'll drop back into second. Your last wave just a 1.4. Dalton Shaw's last wave a 3.5, now giving him a total of 8. So William, you need a 4.68 to take the lead in this heat.
Okay, heat number 2, round 1, the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro. Don't you just love that title? Barefoot bowls happening later on tonight.
Yes, and there is prize money for the boys out here, $400 downwards for first to fourth. We see some great surfing going on that inside. Oh, he's just come unstuck. And he wasn't wearing a leg rope. And it's going to end up in the channel.
It's still scoring points.
Not sure whether the judges will award those, but
no, you got to stay on the board.
You have to stay on the board, I thought. Oh, there's a big up. And under the lip from Surfer in White, Ben Johnson's picked up the little wide section of that same wave. Bush gives that lip a solid slapping.
Yeah, Big Ben. Ben Johnson, local surfer, currently in third position, needing a 4.24 to go into second. So the Surfer in White, Dalton Shaw, is holding down the lead. William Crow was in the lead. He's in second position. And Ben Johnson, his last score, a 2.93. So no situation change there, Leroy.
No, but Ben, you're just needing a 3.81 to progress through to the next round. William Crow, you need a 4.61 to take the lead. Dalton Shaw just narrowly leading this heat with a 1.27 lead. There should be fun up at the Kingscliff Bowlo this evening. Everybody heading up that way. And we're looking forward to everybody being on the beach first thing tomorrow morning in their brightest fluoro. Something that's been seen up at Snapper a bit lately with the Steinman Lane twins, Gaudry and Grace. A pair of lovely young ladies always surfing Fridays out there in their fluoro wetsuits. If you haven't seen them, get up there some stage. Check them out. Both great surfers. Eight and a half minutes, fellas. 8.5 minutes. Hopefully that's another couple of sets of waves out side there going to come in and give us, and we see the surfer on white picking one up on the inside edge of the bank. There's this cheetah 5 and over the handlebars. Dalton, that last one, a 2.547, not improving anything. And at the 8-minute mark, situation still stands at Ben Johnson in third, needing a 3.81 to progress through to the next round. And William Crowe, you need a 4.61 to take the lead of this heat. A couple of the lads opting to stay out the back. We see Dalton Shaw sort of lingering on the inside, hoping to pick up one. Ben Johnson's putting in some big strokes on the inside section.
And you got William Crowe. Also, you got two surfers up. William Crowe in the yellow. Ben Johnson looking for the lip. Whacks it hard there. Oh, almost synchronicity there on the lip bounce.
Wasn't that wonderful to watch?
Fantastic.
That was a huge hit from Ben Johnson on the inside.
Well, he was looking for something special there, and he didn't need a whole lot to move out of third position, so that's going to be critical that last wave for Ben.
Yes, 6 minutes and 30 seconds left, fellas. Plenty of time for another couple of waves. Huey, oh, there's a bubble out the back. The weight may have paid off. Oh, that one almost getting away on Dalton Shaw there, but he's gonna. Yes, Whitewater's beaten him to the punch.
Whitewater surfing, and that's what you got to do, and you're getting these reform sections now on the inside. So we have had a situation change, and it's a big one at that. Ben Johnson's last score, a 6.5. That's moved him from third into first. Dalton Shaw and White is second, and William Crowe is gone back into third. So
yes,
this heat's just been going from one
huge
to
score
the other.
there, thrown down on that massive turn there of the end of Ben Johnson's wave. Judges rewarding him with a 6.5. So William Crowe, you currently need a 4.61 to progress through to the next round, and Dalton, you need a 4.94 to take the lead from this heat. And you have just over 5 minutes remaining. We have one more heat in this, the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro section of the Kingscliff Australian Longboard titles, or Open, I should say.
Oh, we'll throw in titles, why not? Get your bare feet on for the bowls tonight.
5 o'clock, under lights. Although the sun's still in the sky a little bit down here with the daylight saving of New South Wales. And we're under the 5-minute mark. We'll be looking at Nick Jones, Cam Gleave and Kyle Teal in the next heat. That'll be heat 3 of the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro section. William Crowe with a 6.73, currently needing a 4.61 to progress through to the next round. We're looking to Huey to throw him up another wave before the end of this heat. Dalton Shaw needs a 4.95 to take the lead. Ben Johnson's last wave, that's 6.5, putting him firmly in the lead there. But it isn't huge, it's just a 1.43, and we've seen him throw down 6s and 7s. So it is capable, you've just got to pick that wave. These guys have spent years honing that skill. But But it does have a lot to do with the man out there in the deep blue.
Yeah, good old Wave got Huey, and well, he's shown a few pulses today, but we're really getting hit by that high tide mark and the onshore wind, so that's why the surface will move right onto that inside bank, and there's sort of like a reform happening between the shore break and the outside break, and that's where the money section is, and Ben Johnson really going to effect on that turn out of the lip of the wave and scoring a 6.5 to move from third into first. Dalton Shaw in second position, needing a 4.94 to take the lead, and William Crowe in third, who had been leading the heat, now needs a 4.61 to take second, and here goes Ben again.
Whitewater just beating him that one after a couple of pumps. So I doubt whether... No, judges say that's not going to better his low score out of the two keeper waves he has at the moment. And that second one's only a 2.93, Andrew. He could, after that other wave, he could easily better that.
Well, the time is ticking away, 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Ben sort of had a bit of a slow start in this heat, but then he really came back on that wave to move from third into first. Dalton Shaw, he's been sort of going from second to third. One stage he was leading the heat, and also William Crowe, they were exchanging the lead. But now it's a bit of a fight for second position to progress. And the surfer in yellow, William Crowe, you need a 4.61 to go into second. Yellow, you need a 4.61 to go to second. You are currently in third.
1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. Hoping for another couple of little waves before we hear the siren. As I say, we'll be moving into Heat 3 of Round 1 of the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro. That'll be Nick Jones in red, Cam Cleve in white, and Kai Teal. As we see Ben Johnson just getting stuck behind that little reform on the inside. See whether the judges like it enough to better his low score. There's the 1 minute mark, fellas. 1 minute to go. And no, that didn't change the situation. So William Crowe still needing a 4.61 to progress. Dalton Shaw, you need a 4.94 to take the lead.
There's just a little bump coming up here. Little set, Leroy.
Oh, yes.
This could shut these guys out for the heat with 40 seconds to go. Who's going to get on the inside here? It's a surfer in wide, Dalton Shaw.
Oh, and then we see William Crowe. Looks
William
like
Crowe,
he's got
this
a
is now or
great
never.
little one
Come on,
there.
William. Oh, he's late takeoff. Section sort of catching him.
Oh, and the wind almost holding the end of that one open, giving him a bit of a scoreable face, but just that little late takeoff holding him up. 15 seconds to go. We see Dalton looking for that small one on the inside, trying his hardest, working, pumping that board.
Yeah, and
5,
getting the inside
4,
section. There he goes
3,
for second position.
2, 1. Woo, 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 woo.
Thanks, lads.
Well.
Thanks, Leroy. Thanks,
So that was the Heat 2 of Round 1.
Looking for your next surfing adventure? The search begins with Scoot. Fly Gold Coast to Maldives from $379. Fly Scoot, save loot.
Judges say, let's hit it. And we're pressing the button now, guys. We're going to count you in. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, heat is underway. So another great entertaining heat for the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club Retro event. surfers out there jockeying for position to see who's going to take first blood. No priorities. We've got Nick Jones in red, Cam Gleave in white, and Kyle Teal in the yellow. Very trying conditions, but first blood taken up in the top corner. It looks like it's Kyle Teal on his backhand. On the retro division surfboard, slapping it, trying to show dominance of this little wave and using that progression and power to get through and do all the tricks possible. Great heat, previous heat, and well done to Ben Johnson, the big boy, just down the road at Casuarina. He's not a small man, but he made it look quite good. Big scoring ride for him during that heat.
Oh, that last 6.5 of Ben's was fantastic, that closing smash into the close-out section of the wave.
Puts Ben into the semis as we look through the grate up the beach. We've got red further down and white on the inside. Red, Nick Jones bobbing and weaving, and while Cameron Gleave is doing the same thing closer to the judges. It's a bit of a split-eyed look for the judges, but they'll keep an eye on all of it under the head guidance of Astro. What's his name? Starchild. Keenan Roxburgh, the head judge.
Incredible surfing from both surfers on that one wave there. Not sure which one of them may have got the best of the exchange. A couple of big turns there from Nick Jones in the first section of the wave, and then a great finish off. And
considering, ladies and gentlemen, that these waves are virtually onshore slop, less than 2 foot in size, these guys on boards roughly around 5'8" to 5'10". The power and the precision these guys are putting under their feet to slam these boards around on these very dribbly sort of waves is fantastic.
True talent, true surfing talent. And there we go, we've had some scores come in. We've had Cam Cleave ride too, so I'll just wait for the second one of Cam's to drop and we'll give you a complete update. Heaps of time left, just gone under the 18-minute mark. Should see plenty of waves surfed. There's one just going to shut down, and Cam's going to paddle over the shoulder of that one as he goes back out. And so there we go. Kyle Teal, your first wave, a 2.5. Cam, a 3.33. Nick Jones, your opening wave, a 5.83.
This will be the last heat of today's running order, ladies and gentlemen. So it is the Kingscliff Bowls Retro. Don't forget, this afternoon at 5 o'clock, we're doing the bowling up there. $10 will get you in. Form a team. That $10 does include refreshments, food-wise. And we'll have some nice cold Coronas at a very discounted price, no doubt, to enjoy the afternoon of a bit of social bowling. Big boys, marbles with attitude. If you haven't done it before, it's not too much. It's not that difficult, as long as you concentrate. And remember, it's underarm, not overarm. We're not playing cricket.
No, New Zealand style.
Yeah, so I hope to see the more the merrier up there to have a little afternoon roll-up on the greens at the Kingscliff Beach Bowls Club. What a great venue.
Did Chappell go on to be a great bowler?
Yellow.
Huge hit there from
Kyle
Teal.
Just smacking this wave into submission, and that wave just giving up on him. He belted it into nothingness. Currently holding third place at the moment with only a 2.5. I'm guaranteed that one will sort of help him along a bit. Current heat leader, Nick Jones, with a 5.83 for his opening ride. Cam Gleave in white second on a 3.33. And Kyle Teal with a 2.5 and another score to drop. So there has been a situation change. Kyle with 2 waves under his belt. Still in second place, though. Needs a 3.34 to catch Nick Jones in red, current heat leader. Cam with 1 wave. Still waiting to make it through. Only needing a 1.51. And as I was talking, Cam just took off on a little one, did a couple of wiggles and pulled out, waiting for one to line up. Now, taking all the knowledge he has, no doubt, from Ray, Cam will be looking for the gliders and the refill or the reformers on the inside. So there has been a situation change again. So Cam Gleave, a 3.23 for your last ride, puts you into first. Very narrow leads right across the board. So Cam Gleave, a 3.33 and a 3.23 holding first place. Nick Jones, only 1 wave caught, a 5.83. You need a 0.74, and no doubt this is the one.
Oh,
he'll improve on that, and that's another big
beautiful turns there.
Kyle pushing you back down into third spot. And Cameron Gleave, current heat leader, trying to cement it. Another big rooster tail snap for him, and that coming unstuck.
He really pushed the tail out on that one,
Yeah,
Cam.
we'll see a situation change. There goes the Australian Air Force, the Hornets. Zoom. Talk about a rush. How good would that be, getting into the cockpit of one of those? There's a third one. He must be dragging the rear chain or something. And a fourth one. Oh, formation flying by the Royal Australian Air Force. Salute.
Little wing dip there, I think.
If you've ever been out at Snapper Rocks when they're on their little sorties, you can hear them coming from a mile away, and while you're sitting in the lineup, all of a sudden this grey rocket just rips past your head. They do fly very low. It's great to see.
Yes, below building height as they come past our place up there on the hill.
All right, situation change. Nick Jones, your last wave, came in at a 6.67 along with a 5.83. You're currently the heat leader. Cam Gleave with a 3.33 and a 3.23. Your last wave didn't improve your score. You're in second. You need a 9.18 to claim first position back. Kyle Teal with a 2.5 and a 2.33. Kyle, you need a 4.07 to progress into second place as we watch Nick Jones, heat leader, smash the bag out of this one as well.
Oh, fantastic
Larry Layback.
turn. Little Larry there.
Little Larry Layback off that re-entry, well surfed.
Yes, and Kyle on the wave before him, and I'm pretty sure from the way the boys have thrown down a couple of turns then that one should become one of his keepers. Yes, it did. It was 2.57 for your last wave, Kyle, a 2.57. Still keeps you in third spot. You now need a 4 to progress. Cam Gleave, you have a 6.56 aggregate. You need a 9.18 to take the lead, because Nick Jones's last wave came in as another keeper. It's a 6.1. Added that to his 6.67. He has 12.77 with a comfortable lead.
Yeah, very comfortable lead right now. Cameron Gleave requiring a 9.45 now. That is a super high range score in difficult conditions to achieve, but needs a 9.45 to take the lead. He's currently holding second. Kyle Teal, surfer in yellow, only requires a 4.00 to jump over Cam and get into second. So a very close tussle between white in second and yellow in third. But Nick Jones, the surfer in red, smacking his authority down in this event. 3 waves caught, and let me tell you, he threw away a 5.83. So with a 6.67 and a 6.1, he is holding the lead right now, and there is 12 minutes remaining. 12 minutes.
Kyle's just had a little quick up and down out there on that one at just the second edge of the wave. Just grabbing his rail and not allowing him to drop down into another workable section on the inside edge of the bank. About 11 and a half minutes remaining in this, the last heat of the day.
Yeah, and I think we're pretty lucky that we've got through as much as we did today in very good conditions, besides the afternoon onshore wind. But let's do hope that we do get that forecasted pump in the swell, or pulse in the swell, that we've been looking for, and we get the offshore breezes. There is a southerly change due, and hopefully it'll hit nice right at the right time for the weekend. So all the finals to be held on Sunday, and that'll be something to watch. These guys have struggled through the first couple of days. Yesterday's conditions weren't ideal. Today isn't too much better, although it was glassed off this morning. As we watch Nick Jones just bang up and over the top of that one.
Bucket of spray over the back of that.
So, yeah, trying conditions, but that's competition for you. You get what you're given and you do your best with it. And we've seen some miraculous surfing today and some very entertaining stuff in the water, as we are right now. And once again, thanks to Common and Solutions for doing the podcast, for all you people watching at home and around the world. I do hope you're enjoying the coverage. I know we're having a great time up here. 10 and a half minutes remaining for the heat in the water. Last one for the day, day 2 of the 2015 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow. 3 to go. The fun continues here at Kingscliff.
We look forward to that. Some great surf this morning. Some incredibly glassy conditions while the women were out surfing. Some big scores thrown down in the men's pros. They did get some fantastic waves. Oh, we've had another high score come in for Nick Jones. Your last wave, a 6.83, just extending your lead. Cam Gleave, you're now in combo land to take the lead. You need a 13.51. Kyle Teal, you just need a 4 to progress through into the next round.
And we just see Cameron finishing off his wave on the inside there, and a big, nearly upside down backhand snap re-entry on a 2-foot wave, and just powered through it and just showed how strong he is.
On the scores dropping, look like it's going to take place of one of his earlier keepers.
So very dominant display on a very small wave from Cameron
was.
Gleave. And the judges look like they like it as well. So we'll just wait for one to drop. It hasn't put him out of second spot, but that wave, Cam, came in at a 7.1. 7.1, along with your earlier score of 3.33. You have cemented second place right now. Kyle Teal with a 2.57 and a 2.5. You require a 7.87, Kyle, to move into second spot over Cam and current heat leader. Dominating the heat right now is Nick Jones, but Cam, it's not impossible. A 6.41 will get you into first after that massive ride of a 7.1 that last wave.
Yes, that's the highest wave of the heat so far. Fantastically ridden wave. 8.5 minutes left, so plenty of time for the boys to grab another couple of sets. Huey does seem to be playing the game and giving them the opportunity every now and then, throwing up one of the decent little section on the edge of this bank. Local knowledge probably playing a large part in Cam Gleave's wave selection on that one there, giving him the opportunity to get that high score. But Nick Jones not very far away from it with a 6.83, just 0.4 separating that. Boys are showing their wares out here as excellent retro surfboard riders. Was never retro when we grew up, was it, Perso? It was always just the board we had.
This was normal.
Yes.
This is just going surfing and getting out there and enjoying, you know.
Pulling it out from underneath the house or in the rafters of the garage or...
Under the bed, mate. I kept it so my brothers wouldn't use it. It was under the bed.
Mine I hid up on the surf ski racks at the surf club for a number of years so nobody would find them.
Yeah, I remember growing up on the northern beaches of Sydney, actually had my board confiscated for riding through the flags.
Nick Jones.
Had to catch a bus to Collaroy Surf Club and pay them $5 to get my board back. What a rip-off.
Yes.
But don't surf through the flags. You don't want to hurt other people. I suppose a lesson learnt as a grommet. 7 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water. 7 minutes. Current heat leader, Nick Jones. Cameron Gleave in second place with the highest scoring ride. Just needs a solid backup. We'll wait for that to drop in. He's in second, the surfer in white. And Kyle Teal, not impossible for Kyle. A 7.87 required for him to progress into second place. Cam needs a 6.41 to take over Nick Jones, which isn't impossible.
See
as
Kyle
we watch
with a
Kyle
big
Teal swoop round on his backhand.
swooping roundhouse there. He's got an inside section to work with here on the side. Will he be able to put it up? No,
dribbled out.
Come unstuck. That may replace one of his current keepers. We will leave that one to the judges. Six minutes.
Yeah, don't forget, folks, while you're here in Kingscliff and you're having a little walk around the shopping centres and everything else, especially there in Marine Parade, you can go up to the Cave, Kingscliff's unique menswear store. If you mention that you're part of the Australian Longboard Surfing Open, you and your family, you can get 10% off any purchase. They do a lot of old school and local brands, Eddie Sorden and Von Weirdo's t-shirts, mainstream fashion and Australian labels. Thanks very much to Bridget. She's going to send over some vouchers for us as well. So just go and say you're part of the crew here, 10% off. Get something stylish to wear to the bowling club tonight for the Barefoot Bowls evening.
You never know, Bridget may have some lovely fluoro gear over there as well for a Fluoro Friday tomorrow morning.
Yeah, be down there early for that one. Your favourite fluoro gear and all the fluoro paint. We've got heaps of stuff. Get out there and shine a light in the ocean. And free breakfast for all competitors, an early start right on dawn.
Well, my cherry red surfboard.
Oh, definitely. A couple of bright yellow painted stripes fit right in. On the inside, looking to scratch into one, we have Kyle Teal, currently in third place, looking to improve his scores. Not working for the big fella at the moment, but he's out there chopping it up and doing his best. currently sitting in third place. Cameron Gleave, the surfer in white, in second. The high-scoring ride, a 7.1. He just needs a 6.41 to take over current heat leader Nick Jones. A 6.83 and a 6.67. So his other throwaway waves, a 6.1 and a 5.83, and he's just got a little one-pointer that he just had a dribble on just for fun. But for 4 out of 5 waves that Nick's caught, very good scores for him. Into the 5-minute mark, guys. Less than 5 minutes remaining, so we are counting down the last heat of the day here at the 2015 Australian Longboard Surfing Open. We do hope you've enjoyed all the fun both in the water and on the beach. Enjoyed some of the food cooked by our fabulous team down there. Nick Jones winding up. Smaller wave, but plenty of work. Look at those S-turn calves. These boards are about 5 foot zip, and they're zipping them out.
Yes, yes. About as short as they come, other than being a mini Simmons or twin fin. Some of those things are getting down to below the 5 foot mark. And I was talking to Tommy Peterson the other day. He just shaped Kelly a 4'10". And Kelly's had the first one down at Bell's already and loves it, absolutely loves it. So he will be going down to Corey's shed and shaping him another one down there in the next couple of days. But phenomenal talent there. You can expect that, just like Taj Burrow, he could surf a coffee table. Three minutes. Nick, your last one was just a 4.17, so no change to your two keepers. Not far from it there, Kyle. You had a 2.5, just needed one more good turn, and that would have become one of your keepers. You're now needing a 7.87 to progress through to the next round. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, as we see him bringing a little one through on the inside. He's going to work the left. I think he's just having fun now.
Enjoying the afternoon's festivities in the water is the third heat of the retro, and these blokes are just enjoying themselves out there, having fun on the little zip boards and slashing and burning. Speaking of slashing and burning, there's the big man Nick Jones just S-turning through sections, lining this little pocket up. Look for the rooster tail. Nah, didn't hit it hard enough.
He'll hit this inside section. Oh, he went for the 360, I think.
He tried something different. It was different, all right. He fell off.
Oh, a big bucket of water off that first roundhouse cutback, though. Under the 2 minute mark, boys, 1 minute and 45 seconds. And then you two can enjoy a cool drink up here on the balcony of the Coogin Surf Life Saving Club here at beautiful Kingscliff Beach.
Oh, big hit from the outside there on Cam Gleave. He just took off and swooped straight up over the lip of that one. Slowing up on him on the inside, but here's another smack and really launching the board in the pocket. So heading down towards the mad minute. Nick Jones has said, I've done enough, I'm getting tired now. I've surfed in everything since the thing started. He's just going to come in and let the boys fight it out.
Look at that wave score dropping now for Cam Gleave.
Watch out.
Oh, situation change.
Nick, get back out there. Situation change. Go, Leroy. Tell him what's happening.
8.83 for your last wave, Cam. Took you into first place. So Nick now leading a 9.11 to take back the lead. And that's pushed Kyle Teal down into a combo position to get himself into the next round. Can he do it? He's got 40 seconds to get two incredible waves.
Yeah, Nick started coming in early and thought, I'll leave the boys to do their best. And Cam saw Nick going in and said, I can do it. And have a go at that. An 8.83 for Cam Gleave's last ride, along with his 7.1s, pushed him into first place. Nick Jones, who dominated the heat throughout its virtual entirety, has been relegated back to second, but that's no slouch. A 6.83 and a 6.67 for Nick. And unfortunately, Kyle Teal, a great display from you, young man, but you're now comboed, and the heat's run out in about 5 seconds.
4, 3, 2, 1. Woo, 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 woo. And that's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, as Nick Jones, Cam Gleave and Kyle Teal make it back to the beach, please put your hands together for them. That was a great display of retro surfing. And as we said, anything could happen at any time. Cam's last wave straight into first place and dominantly taking over the heat from Nick Jones. It was terrific to watch. That's it for the day from our commentary team. I'd like to thank Leroy Patterson, Andy Mack and Ian Pearson, that's me, for you guys being part of it at home and here at the beach, listening and putting up with us doing all the commentary. Thanks to Common Solutions for their podcast. Remember, they'll be around all weekend, so will we. Get used to it. And Leroy.
Fantastic day of surfing. Saw some incredible surfing from the pros there earlier this morning and some absolutely fantastic waves. The women's put on a great display. And then we had the retro boys come out, and that was just some of the best surfing we'd seen all day. Jay Phillips and the lads just took those little waves to pieces.
Considering the size of the waves and their conditions, didn't they destroy them? And look, it has been a fantastic day. We've had about 5 different weather conditions. We've gone from rain to cloud cover to offshore, onshore breeze. If this was Melbourne and it was cold, I mean, if it was cold, you'd think you were in Melbourne.
That's exactly right.
It's just the humidity up here that's keeping us alive, and this is the beautiful north coast of New South Wales, part of the legendary Pacific Coast. We're live here at Tweed Heads, doing the coverage for the Australian Longboard Surfing Open for 2015. Do hope you've enjoyed today's commentary and all the action in and out of the water. Tomorrow's another big day. The amateurs and the age divisions will start tomorrow. We've got the SUPs, the stand-up paddlers will be in, and we'll have the next round of the LQS division out there, the guys fighting for the title for maximum points and prize money for their World Tour event. On behalf of Leroy Patterson and me, it's good night from me.
And it's good night from him.
Thanks for having us. Bye.